Chapter 26 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 26 Move the First. After the lapse of a few days, during which Victor Carrington carefully matured his plans, while apparently only pursuing his ordinary business, and leading his ordinary life of dutiful attention to his mother and quiet domestic routine, he received a letter in a handwriting which was unfamiliar to him. It contained the following words: "In accordance with your desire and my promise, I write to inform you that D. has notified his return to London and his intention to visit P. He did not know whether she was in town, and therefore wrote before coming. She seemed much affected by his letter, and has replied to it, appointing Wednesday afternoon for receiving him, and inviting him to luncheon. No communication has been received from R.E., and she takes that fact easily. If you have any advice, or I suppose I should say instructions, to give me, you had better come here to-morrow, Tuesday, when I can see you alone. C.B." Victor Carrington read this note with a smile of satisfaction, which faithfully interpreted the feelings it produced. There was a business-like tone in his correspondent's letter, which exactly suited his ideas of what it was advisable his agent should be. "She is really admirable," he said, as he destroyed Miss Brewer's note. "Just clever enough to be useful, just shrewd enough to understand the precise force and weight of an argument, but not clever enough, or shrewd enough, to find out that she is used for any purpose but the one for which she has bargained." And then Victor Carrington wrote a few lines to Miss Brewer, in which he thanked her for her note, and prepared her to receive a visit from him on the following day. This written and posted, he walked up and down his laboratory in deep thought for some time, and then once more seated himself at his desk. This time his communication was addressed to Sir Reginald Eversleigh, and merely consisted of a request that that gentleman should call upon him, Victor Carrington, on a certain day, at a week's distance from the present date. "I shall have more trouble with this shallow fool than with all the rest of them," said Victor to himself as he sealed his letter, and as he said it, he permitted his countenance to assume a very unusual expression of vexation. His vanity will make him kick against letting Paulina turn him off, and he will run the risk of destroying the game sooner than suffer that mortification. But I will take care he shall suffer it, and not destroy the game. No, no, Sir Reginald Eversleigh, you shall not be my stumbling block in this instance. "How horribly afraid he is of me," thought Victor Carrington, and a smile of cruel satisfaction, which might have become a demon, lighted his pale face at the reflection. He is dying to know exactly how that business of Dale the elder was managed. He has the haziest notions in connection with it, and, by Jove, he dare not ask me. And yet I am only his agent, his to-be-paid agent, and he shakes in his shoes before me. Yes, and I will be paid too, richly paid, Sir Reginald, not only in money, but in power, the best and most enjoyable thing that money has to buy." Victor Carrington sent his letter to the post, and joined his mother in her sitting room, where her life passed placidly away among her birds and her flowers. Mrs. Carrington had none of the vivacity about her which is so general an attribute of French women. She liked her quiet life, and had little sympathy with her son's restless ambition and devouring discontent. A cold, silent, self-contained woman, she shut herself up in her own occupations, and cared for nothing beyond them. She had the French national taste and talent for needlework, and generally listened to her son as he talked or read to her, with a piece of elaborate embroidery in her hand. On the present occasion she was engaged as usual, and Victor looked at her work and praised it, according to his custom. "What is it for, mother?" he asked. "An altar cloth," she replied. I cannot give money, you know, Victor, and so I am glad to give my work." The young man's dark eyes flashed as he replied, "True, mother; but the time will come, it is not far off now, when you and I shall both be set free from poverty, when we shall once more take our place in our own rank, when we shall be what the Champfontaines were, and do as the Champfontaines did, when this hateful English name shall be thrown aside, and this squalid English home abandoned, and the past restored to us, we to the past." He rose as he spoke, and walked about the room. A faint flush brightened his sallow face, an unwonted light glittered in his deep set eyes. His mother continued to ply her needle, with downcast eyes, and a face which showed no sign of sympathy with her son's enthusiasm. "Industry and talent are good, my Victor," she said, "and they bring comfort. They bring le bien-être in their train. But I do not think all the industry and talent you can display as a surgeon in London will ever enable you to restore the dignity and emulate the wealth of the old Champfontaines." Victor Carrington glanced at his mother almost angrily, and for an instant felt the impulse rise within him which prompted him to tell her that it was not only by the employment of means so tame and commonplace that he designed to realize the cherished vision of his ambition. But he checked it instantly, and only said, with the reverential inflection which his voice never failed to take when he addressed his mother, "What, then, would you advise me to try in addition?" "Marry a rich woman, my Victor. Marry one of these moneyed English girls, who are, for the most part, permitted to follow their inclinations which would surely, if encouraged, lead many of them your way." Mrs. Carrington spoke in the calmest tone possible. "Marry? I marry?" said Victor, in a tone of surprise, in which a quick ear would have noticed something also of disappointment. "I thought you would never like that, mother. It would part us, you know. And then what would you do?" "There is always the convent for me, Victor," said his mother, "if you no longer needed me." And she composedly threaded her needle, and began a very minute leaf in the pattern of her embroidery. Victor Carrington looked at his mother with surprise, and some vague sense of pain. She could make up her mind to part with him. She had thought of the possibility, and with complacence. He muttered something about having something to do, and left her, strangely moved, while she calmly worked at her embroidery. CHAPTер XXVII. Chapter 27 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 27. Weave the warp and weave the woof. On the following day, Victor Carrington presented himself at Hilton House, and was received by Miss Brewer alone. She was pale, chilly, and ungracious, as usual, and the understanding which had been arrived at between Carrington and herself did not move her to the manifestation of the smallest additional cordiality in her reception of him. "I have to thank you for your prompt compliance with my request, Miss Brewer," said Victor. She made no sound nor sign of encouragement, and he continued, "Since I saw you, another complication has arisen in this matter, which makes our game doubly safe and secure. In order to explain this complication thoroughly, I must ask you to let me put you through a kind of catechism. Have I your permission, Miss Brewer?" "You may ask me any questions you please," returned Miss Brewer, in a hard, cold, even voice, "and I will answer them as truthfully as I can. Do you know anything of Douglas Dale's family connections and antecedents?" "I know that his mother was Sir Oswald Eversleigh's sister, and that he and Lionel Dale, who was drowned on St. Stephen's Day, were left large incomes by their uncle, in addition to some inconsiderable family property which they inherited from their father, Mr. Melville Dale, who was a lawyer, and I believe a not very successful one." "Did you ever hear anything of the family history of this Mr. Melville Dale?" the father of Lionel and Douglas. I never heard more than his name, and the circumstance I have already mentioned. Listen, then. Melville Dale had a sister, towards whom their father conceived undue and unjust partiality, according to the popular version, from their earliest childhood. This sister, Henrietta Dale, married, when very young, a country baronet of good fortune, one Sir George Verner, and thereby still further pleased her father, and secured his favour. Melville Dale, on the contrary, opposed the old gentleman in everything, and ultimately crowned the edifice of his offences by publishing a deistical treatise which made a considerable sensation at the time of its appearance, and caused the author's expulsion from Balliol, where he had already attained a bad eminence by numerous escapades of the Shelley order. This proceeding so incensed his father that he made a will in the heat of his anger, by which he disinherited Melville Dale, and left the whole of his fortune to his daughter, Lady Verner. If he repented this summary and vindictive proceeding, neither I nor any one else can tell. The disinherited son reformed his life very soon after the breach between himself and his father, and was lucky enough to win the affections of Sir Oswald Eversleigh's sister. But he was too proud to ask for his father's forgiveness, and the father died a year after Douglas Dale's birth, never having seen Mrs. Dale or his grandchildren. At the time of her father's death, Lady Verner had no children, and she was, I believe, disposed to treat her brother very generously. But he was an obstinate, headstrong man, and persisted in believing that she had purposely done him injury with his father. He would not see her. He refused to accept any favour at her hands, and a complete estrangement took place. The brother and sister never met again, and it was only through the medium of the newspapers that Lionel and Douglas Dale learned, some time after their father's death Melville Dale died young, that severe affliction had befallen their aunt, Lady Verner. The bitter and deadly breach between father and son, and between brother and sister, was destined never to be healed. Lionel and Douglas grew up knowing nothing of their father's family, but treated always with persistent kindness by their uncle, Sir Oswald Eversleigh, who insisted upon their making Raynham Castle a second home. "Their cousin Reginald must have liked that, I fancy," remarked Miss Brewer, in her coldest tone. "He did, as you suppose," said Carrington. "He hated the Dales, and I fancy they had but little intimacy with him. He was early taken up by Sir Oswald, and acknowledged and treated as his heir. You know, of course, how all that came to grief, and how Sir Oswald married a nobody, and left her the bulk of his fortune?" "Yes, I have heard all that," said Miss Brewer. "Sir Reginald did not spare us the details of the injustice Sir Oswald had done him, or the expression of his feelings regarding it. Sir Reginald is the most egotistical man I know." "Well, then, as you are in possession of the family relations so far, let me return to Lady Verner, of whom her nephews knew nothing during their father's lifetime. She had lost her husband shortly after the birth of her only child, and continued to live at Naples, whither Sir George had been taken, in the vain hope of prolonging his life. A short time after Sir George Verner's death, and while his child was almost an infant, Lady Verner's villa was robbed, and the little girl, with her nurse, disappeared. The general theory was, that the nurse had connived at the robbery, and gone off with the thieves; and being, after the fashion of Italian nurses, extraordinarily fond of the child, had refused to be parted from her. Be that as it may, the nurse and the child were never heard of again, and though the case was put into the hands of the cleverest of the police, in Paris and London, no discovery has ever been made. Lady Verner fell into a state of hopeless melancholy, in which she continued for many years, and during that period, of course, her wealth accumulated, and is now very great indeed. I see by your face, Miss Brewer, that you are growing impatient, and are disposed to wonder what the family history of the Dales and the troubles of Lady Verner have to do with Paulina Durski and our designs for her future. Bear with my explanation a little longer, and you will perceive the importance of the connection between them. Lady Verner has now recovered, under the influence of time and medical skill, and has come to London with the avowed purpose of arranging the affairs of her large property. She has heard of Lionel Dale's death, and therefore knows that there is a candidate the less in the field. Sir Reginald Eversleigh has obtained access to this lady, and he has carefully nipped in the bud certain symptoms of interest which she betrayed in the fate of Sir Oswald Eversleigh's widow and orphan daughter. Lady Verner is an exceedingly proud woman, and you may suppose her maternal instincts are powerful when the loss of her child caused her years of melancholy madness. My gifted friend speedily discovered these characteristics, and practised on them. Lady Verner was made aware that the widow of Sir Oswald Eversleigh was a person of low origin and dubious reputation, and cared so little for her child that she had gone abroad for an indefinite time, leaving the little girl at Raynham in the care of servants. The result of this representation was that Lady Verner felt and expressed extreme disgust and considerable satisfaction that she had not committed herself to a course from which she must have receded by opening any communication with Lady Eversleigh. One danger thus disposed of, and I must say I think Reginald did it well. He was very enthusiastic, he tells me, on the virtues of his uncle, and his inextinguishable regret for that benefactor of his youth. Miss Brewer's cold smile and glittering, baleful eye attracted Carrington's attention at this point. "That shocks you, does it, Miss Brewer?" he asked. "Shock me? Oh, no, it rather interests me. There's an eminence of baseness in it." "So there is," said Carrington, with pleased assent, "especially to one who knows as I do how Reginald hated his uncle living, how he hates his memory dead. However, he did this, and did it well, but it was only half his task. Lady Verner would keep herself clear of Lady Eversleigh, but she must be kept clear of Douglas Dale." "Ha!" said Miss Brewer, with a slight change of attitude and expression. "I see now. She must be turned against him by means of Paulina. Poor Paulina! She says she is fatal to him. She says he ought to fly from her. This looks still more like her being right." "It does indeed, Miss Brewer," said Carrington, gravely. "You are right. It was by means of Madame Durski that the trick was done. But neither you nor I, and I assure you I like your friend immensely, can afford to take objection to the manner of doing it." Lady Verner was made to understand that by extending her countenance to, or enriching, Douglas Dale, she would only be giving additional security and éclat to a marriage scarcely less disgraceful than that which Sir Oswald Eversleigh had contracted. The device has been successful so far, and now comes the third portion of Sir Reginald's game, the substitution of himself in Lady Verner's good graces for the nephew he has ousted. This is only fair, after all. Dale cut him out with his uncle. He means to cut Dale out with his aunt. You understand our programme now, Miss Brewer, don't you?" "Yes," she replied, slowly; "but I don't see why I should lend him any assistance. It would be more to my interest that Douglas Dale should inherit this lady's fortune. The richer Paulina's husband is, the better for me." "Unquestionably, my dear Miss Brewer," said Carrington; "but Dale will not marry Paulina if Sir Reginald Eversleigh chooses to prevent it, and Douglas Dale will not give you £500 for any services whatever, because there are none which you can render him. I think you can see that pretty plainly, Miss Brewer; and you can also see, I presume, that provided I get my money from Eversleigh, it is a matter of total indifference to me whether he gets Lady Verner's money or whether Dale gets it. The only means by which I can get my money is by detaching Sir Reginald from Paulina, and making him marry the ironmonger's heiress. When that is done, and the money is paid, I am perfectly satisfied that Dale should get the fortune, and I think it very likely he will. But you must perceive that I cannot play my own game, except by appearing to play Reginald's." "Is Lady Verner likely to think the ironmonger's heiress a good match for Sir Reginald Eversleigh?" Miss Brewer asked, in a coldly sarcastic tone. "How is she to know anything of her origin?" returned Carrington, who was, however, disconcerted by the question. "She lives a most retired life. No one but Reginald has any access to her, and he can make her believe anything he likes." "That's fortunate," said Miss Brewer, dryly. "Pray proceed." "Well, then, you see these points as clearly as I do. The next thing to be done is to secure Paulina's marriage with Douglas Dale." "I don't think that needs much securing," said Miss Brewer. "Judging from his manner before he left town, and from the tone of his letter, I should think very little encouragement from her would ensure a proposal of marriage from him." "And will she give him that encouragement?" "Undoubtedly. I fully believe she will marry Douglas Dale. She has certainly learned to despise Sir Reginald Eversleigh, and I think Mr. Dale has caught her heart in the rebound." "Have you attended to my instructions about impressing her money difficulties on her mind? Have you made things as bad as possible?" "Certainly," answered Miss Brewer. "Only this morning I have sent into her room several pressing and impertinent letters from her tradespeople, and I put some accounts of the most dispiriting character before her last night. She is in dreadfully low spirits." "So much the better. If we can but induce her to borrow money from Dale, all will be well. He will take that as a convincing proof of regard and confidence, and will propose to her at once. I am sure of it. So sure, that I will pass that matter by, and take it for granted. And now, if this comes to pass, and Douglas Dale is here as the accepted lover of Paulina, I must have constant access to the house, and he must not know me as Victor Carrington. He has never seen me, though I am familiar with his appearance." "Why?" asked Miss Brewer, in a tone of suspicious surprise. "I will tell you by and by. Suffice it for the present that it must be so. Then, again, it would not do to have a man who is not a relative established l'ami de la maison. That is not the sort of thing that an affianced lover could be expected to like. You must introduce me to Douglas Dale as your cousin, and by the name of Carton. It is sufficiently like my real name to prevent the servants knowing my name is changed, since they always bungle over the Carrington. As Victor Carrington, Dale might refuse to know me, and certainly would not form any intimacy with me. And that he should form an intimacy with me is essential to my purpose." "Why?" said Miss Brewer, in exactly the same tone as before. "I will tell you by and by," said Carrington. "You consent, do you not?" "I am not sure," she answered; "but even supposing I do consent, there is Paulina to be consulted. How is she to be induced to call you Mr. Carton and my cousin?" "I will undertake to persuade Madame Durski that it will be for her best interest to consent," said Carrington. "And now to my explanation. Reginald Eversleigh is a man who is not to be trusted for a moment, even where his own interests are closely concerned. He cares nothing for Paulina. He knows the best thing that can happen to him would be her marriage with Dale, for he calculates upon his hold over the wife giving him the chance of a good share of the husband's money in some way. Yet such is his vanity, so unmanageable is his temper, that if he were not too much afraid of me, too much in my power, he would indulge them both, at the cost of destroying our plan. If he knew me to be absent, or unable to present myself freely here, he would persecute Paulina. She would never be free from him. He would compromise his own chance with the heiress, which is naturally my chief consideration, and compromise her with Douglas Dale. Again, I do not mind admitting to you, Miss Brewer, that I am of a cautious and suspicious temperament, and when I pay an agent liberally, as I intend to pay you, I always like to see for myself how the work is done." "That argument, at least, is unanswerable," she replied. "You shall, so far as I can answer for it, pass as my cousin and Mr. Carton, and have a free entree here." "Good," said Carrington, rising; "and now there is nothing more to be said just at present." "Pardon me, you have not told me why an intimacy with Mr. Dale is essential to your purpose." "Because I must watch his proceedings and intentions. In fact, know all about him, in order to discover whether it will suit my interests best to forward Eversleigh's plans with respect to Lady Verner, or to betray them to Dale." Miss Brewer looked at him with something like admiration. She thought she understood him so perfectly now that she need ask nothing farther. So they parted, with the understanding that she was to report fully on Douglas Dale's visit, and Carrington was to call on Paulina on the day succeeding it. When she was alone, Miss Brewer remembered that Carrington had not explained why it was he felt certain Dale would not form any intimacy with him as Victor Carrington. As he walked homewards, Victor muttered to himself, "Heavens, what a clever fool that woman is! Once more I have won, and by boldness." The feelings with which Douglas Dale prepared for his visit to Hilton House on the day following that on which Victor Carrington had made his full and candid explanation to Miss Brewer were such as any woman, the purest, the noblest, the best, might have been proud of inspiring. They were full of love, trust, pity, and hope. Douglas Dale had by no means ceased to feel his brother's loss. No, the death of Lionel, and even more, the terrible manner of that death, still pursued him in every waking hour, still haunted him in his dreams. But sorrow, and especially its isolating tendency, does but quicken and intensify feelings of tenderness in true and noble hearts. He drove up to Hilton House with glad expectancy, and his eyes were dim as he was ushered into the drawing room in which Paulina sat. Madame Durski's emotions on this occasion were unspeakably painful. So well had Miss Brewer played her part, that she had persuaded Paulina her only chance of escape from immediate arrest lay in borrowing money that very day from Douglas Dale. Paulina's pride revolted, but the need was pressing, and the unhappy woman yielded. As she rose to return her visitor's greeting, and stood before him in the cold January sunset, she was indeed, in all outward seeming, worthy of any man's admiration. Remorse and suffering had paled her cheeks, but they had left no disfiguring traces on her perfect face. The ivory whiteness of her complexion was perhaps her greatest charm, and her beauty would scarcely have been enhanced by those rosy tints so necessary to some faces. To-day she addressed herself to perfection, fully conscious of the influence which a woman's costume is apt to exercise over the heart of the man who loves her. Half an hour passed in conversation of a general nature, and then luncheon was announced. When Paulina and her visitor returned to the dreary room, they were alone. Miss Brewer had discreetly retired. "My dear Madame Durski," exclaimed Douglas, when the widow had seated herself, and he had placed himself opposite to her, "I cannot tell you what intense pleasure it gives me to see you again, and most of all, because it leads me to believe that I can in some manner serve you. I know how secluded your habits have been of late, and I fancy you would scarcely so depart from them in my favour if you had not some real need of my service." This speech was peculiarly adapted to smooth away the difficulties of Paulina's position. Douglas had long guessed the secret of her poverty, and had more than half divined the motive of her letter. He was eager to save her, as far as possible, from the painfulness of the request, which he felt almost sure she was about to make to him. "Your cordial kindness affects me deeply, Mr. Dale," said Paulina, with a blush that was the glow of real shame. "You are right. I should be the last woman in the world to appeal to you thus, if I had not need of your help, bitter need. I appeal to you, because I know the goodness and generosity of your nature. I appeal to you as a beggar." "Madame Durski, for pity's sake, do not speak thus," cried Douglas, interrupting her. "Every penny that I possess in the world is at your command. I am ready to begin life again a worker for my daily bread, rather than that you should suffer one hour's pain, one moment's humiliation, that money can prevent." "You are too generous, too noble," exclaimed Paulina, in a broken voice. "The only way in which I can prove my gratitude for your delicate goodness is by being perfectly candid. My life has been a strange one, Mr. Dale. a life of apparent prosperity, but of real poverty. Before I was old enough to know the value of a fortune, I was robbed of that which should have been mine, and robbed by the father who should have protected my interests. From that hour I have known little except trouble. I was married to a man whom I never loved, married at the command of the father who had robbed me. If I have not fallen, as many other women so mated have fallen, I take no pride in my superior strength of mind. It may be that temptation such as lures other women to their ruin never approached me. Since my husband died, my life, as you too well know, has been a degraded one. I have been the companion and friend of gamesters. It is, indeed, only since I came to England that I have myself ceased to be a gambler. Can you remember all this, Mr. Dale, and yet pity me?" "I can remember it all, and yet love you, Paulina," answered Douglas, with emotion. "We are not masters of our own affections. From the hour in which I first saw you I have loved you in spite of myself. I will admit that your life has not been that which I would have chosen for the woman I love, and that to remember your past history is pain to me. But, in spite of all, I ask you to be my wife, and it shall be the business of my future life to banish from your remembrance every sorrow and every humiliation that you have suffered in the past. Say that you will be my wife, Paulina. I love you as few women are loved. I am rich, and have the power to remove you far from every association that is painful to you. Tell me that I may be the guardian of your future existence." Paulina contemplated her lover for a few moments with singular earnestness. She was deeply impressed by his generous devotion, and she could not but compare this self-sacrificing love with the base selfishness of Reginald Eversleigh's conduct. "You do not ask me if I can return your affection," she said, after that earnest look. "You offer to raise me from degradation and poverty, and you demand nothing in return." "No, Paulina," replied Douglas, "I would not make a bargain with the woman I love. I know that you have not yet learned to love me, and yet I do not fear for the future, if you consent to become my wife. True love, such as mine, rarely fails to win its reward sooner or later. I am content to wait. It will be sufficient happiness to me to know that I have rescued you from a miserable and degrading position." "You are only too generous," murmured Paulina, softly, "only too generous." "And now tell me the immediate object of this most welcome summons. I will not press you for a prompt reply to my suit. I will trust that time may be my friend. Tell me how I can serve you, and why you sent for me to-day." "I sent for you that I might ask you for the loan of £200, to satisfy the claims of my most urgent creditors, and to prevent the necessity of an ignominious flight." "I will write you a cheque immediately for 500, said Douglas. "You can drive to my banker's and get it cash there. Or stay, it would not be so well for my banker to know that I lent you money. Let me come to you again this evening, and bring ink sum in bank notes. That will give me an excuse for coming." "How can I ever thank you sufficiently?" "Do not thank me at all. Only let me love you, looking forward hopefully to the day in which you may learn to love me." "That day must surely come ere long," replied Paulina, thoughtfully. "Gratitude so profound as mine, esteem so sincere, must needs grow into a warmer feeling." "Yes, Paulina," said Douglas, "if your heart is free. Forgive me if I approach a subject painful to you and me. Reginald Eversleigh, my cousin, have you seen him often lately?" "I have not seen him since he left London for Hallgrove. I am not likely to see him again." "I am very glad of that. There is but one fear in my mind when I think of our future, Paulina." "And that is?" "The fear that Reginald Eversleigh may come between you and me." "You need no longer fear that," replied Madame Durski. "You have been so noble, so devoted in your conduct to me, that I must be indeed a worthless wretch if I shrink from the painful duty of laying my heart bare before you. I have loved your cousin Reginald foolishly, blindly; but there must come an end to all folly. There must come a day when the bandage falls from the eyes that have obstinately shunned the light. That day has come for me, and Sir Reginald Eversleigh is henceforward nothing more to me than the veriest stranger." "A thousand thanks, dearest, for that assurance," exclaimed Douglas. "And now trust in me. Your future shall be so bright and happy that the past will seem to you no more than a troubled dream." CHAPTер XXVIII. Chapters 28 and 29 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 28. Preparing the Ground. Black Milsom made his appearance in the little village of Raynham immediately after Lady Eversleigh's departure from the castle. But on this occasion it would have been very difficult for those who had seen him at the date of Sir Oswald Eversleigh's funeral to recognize in the respectable-looking, well-dressed citizen of to-day the ragged tramp of that period. While Honoria Eversleigh was living under a false name in Percy Street, Tottenham Court Road, the man who called himself her father established himself in a little riverside public-house under the shadow of Raynham Castle. The house in question had never borne too good a character, and its reputation was in no wise improved when, on the death of its owner, it passed into the custody of Mr. Milsom, who came down to Raynham one November morning, almost immediately after Lady Eversleigh's departure, saw the Cat and Fiddle public-house vacant, and went straight to the attorney who had the letting of it, to offer himself as a tenant, announcing himself to the lawyer as Thomas Maunders. The attorney at first looked rather suspiciously at the gentleman who had earned for himself the ominous nickname of Black Milsom; but when the would-be tenant offered to pay a year's rent in advance, down on the nail, the man of law melted and took the money. Thomas Milsom lost no time in taking possession of his new abode. It was the haunt of the lower class of agricultural labourers, and of the bargemen, who moored their barges sometimes beneath the shadow of Raynham Bridge, while they dawdled away a few lazy hours in the village public-house. Anyone who had cared to study Mr. Milsom's face and manners during his residence at Raynham would have speedily perceived that the life did not suit him. He lounged at the door of the low-gabled cottage, looking out into the village street with a moody and sullen countenance. He drank a great deal, and swore not a little, and led altogether as dissolute a life as it was possible to lead in that peaceful village. No sooner had Mr. Milsom established himself at Raynham than he made it his business to find out the exact state of affairs at the castle. He contrived to entice one of the under-servants into his bar-parlour, and entertained the man so liberally with a smoking jorum of strong rum punch, that a friendly acquaintance was established between the two on the spot. "There's nothing in my place you ain't welcome to, James Harwood," he said. "You're uncommonly like a favourite brother of mine that died young of the measles, and I've taken a fancy to you on account of that likeness. Come when you like, and as often as you like, and call for what you like, and there shan't be no talk of scores between you and me. I'm a bitter foe and a firm friend. When I like a man, there's nothing I couldn't do to prove my liking. When I hate him—" Here Mr. Milsom's speech died away into an ominous growl, and James Harwood, who was rather a timid young man, felt as if drops of cold water had been running down his back. But the rum punch was very nice, and he saw no reason why he should refuse Mr. Milsom's offer of friendship. He did drop in very often, having plenty of leisure evenings in which to amuse himself, and through him Thomas Milsom was enabled to become familiar with every detail of the household at Raynham Castle. "No news of your lady, I suppose, Mr. Harwood?" Milsom said to him one Sunday evening in January. "Not coming home yet, I suppose?" "No, Mr. Maunders," answered the groom, "not to my knowledge. And as to news, there ain't any more news of her than if she and Miss Payland had gone off to the very wildest part of Africa, where if you feel lonesome and want company, your only choice lies between tigers and rattlesnakes." "Never mind Africa. What was it that you were going to say about your lady?" "Well, I was about to inform you," replied the groom, with offended dignity, "when you took me up so uncommon short as to prevent me. I was about to observe that, although we haven't received no news whatsoever from my lady direct, we have received a little bit of news promiscuous that is rather puzzling, in a manner of speaking." "What is it?" "Well, you see, Mr. Maunders," began James Harwood, with extreme solemnity, "it is given out that Lady Eversleigh is gone abroad to the Continent, wherever that place may be situated, and a very nice place I dare say it is when you get there. And it is likewise given out that Miss Payland have gone with her." "Well, what then?" "I really wish you hadn't such a habit of taking people up short, Mr. Maunders," remonstrated the groom. "I was on the point of telling you that our head coachman had a holiday this Christmas, and where does he go but up to London to see his friends which live there; and while in London, where does he go but to Drury Lane Theatre; and while coming out of Drury Lane Theatre, who does he set his eyes on but Miss Payland, Lady Eversleigh's own maid, as large as life, and hanging on the arm of a respectable elderly man, which might be her father. Our head coachman weren't near enough to her to speak to her, and though he tried to catch her eye, he couldn't catch it; but he'll take his Bible oath that the young woman he saw was Jane Payland, Lady Eversleigh's own maid. Now that's rather a curious circumstance, is it not, Mr. Maunders?" "It is, rather," answered the landlord; "but it seems to me your mistress, Lady Eversleigh, is rather a strange person altogether. It's a strange thing for a mother to run away to foreign parts, if she has gone to foreign parts, and leave her only child behind her." "Yes, and a child she was so fond of, too. That's the strangest part of the whole business," said the groom. "I'm sure to see that mother and child together, you'd have thought there was no power on earth would part them. And yet, all of a sudden, my lady goes off and leaves Miss Gertrude behind her. But if Miss Gertrude was a royal princess, she couldn't be more watched over, or taken more care of, than she is. To see Mrs. Morden, the governess, with her, you'd think as the little girl was made of barley sugar, and would melt away with a drop of rain. And to see Captain Copplestone with her, you'd think as she was the crown jewels of England, and that everybody was on the watch to get the chance of stealing her." Black Milsom smiled as the groom said this. It was a grim smile, not by any means pleasant to see. But James Harwood was not an observer, and he was looking tenderly at his last spoonful of rum punch, and wondering within himself whether Mr. Milsom was likely to offer him another glass of that delicious beverage. "And pray, what sort of customer is Captain Copplestone?" asked Milsom, thoughtfully. "An uncommonly tough customer," replied James Harwood. "That's what he is. If it wasn't for his rheumatic gout, he's a man that would be ready to fight the champion of England any day in the week. There's very few things the captain wouldn't do in the way of downright pluck; but, you see, whatever pluck a man may have, it can't help him much when he's laid by the heels with the rheumatic gout, as the captain is very often." "Ah, and who takes care of little missy then?" "Why, the captain. He's like a watch dog, and his kennel is at little missy's door. That's what he says himself, in his queer way. Miss Gertrude and her governess live in 3 handsome rooms in the south wing, my lady's own rooms, and the principal way to these rooms is along a wide corridor. So what does the captain do when my lady goes away, but order a great iron door down from London, and has the corridor shut off with this iron door, bolted and locked and barred, so that the cleverest burglar that ever were couldn't get it open." "But how do people get to the little girl's rooms, then?" asked Thomas Milsom. "Why, through a small bedroom intended for Lady Eversleigh's maid, and a little bit of a dressing room that poor Sir Oswald used to keep his boots and hat boxes and such like in. These rooms open on to the second staircase, and what does the captain do but have these 2 small rooms fitted up for hisself and his servant, Solomon Grundy, with a thin wooden partition, with little glass spy holes in it, put across the 2 rooms, to make a kind of passage to the rooms beyond, so that night and day he can hear every footstep that goes by to Miss Gertrude's rooms. Now, what do you think of such whims and fancies?" "I think the captain must be stark raving mad," answered Milsom. But it was to be observed that he said this in rather an absent manner, and appeared to be thinking deeply. "Oh, no, he ain't," said James Harwood. "There ain't a sharper customer going." And then, finding that the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle did not offer anything more in the way of refreshment, Mr. Harwood departed. There was a full moon that January night, and when Mr. Milsom had attended to the wants of his customers, seen the last of them to the door a little before 12 o'clock, shut his shutters, and extinguished the lights, he stole quietly out of his house, went forth into the deserted street, and made his way towards the summit of the hill on which the castle stood, like an ancient fortress, frowning darkly upon the humble habitations beneath it. He passed the archway and the noble Gothic gates, and crept along by the fine old wall that enclosed the park, where the interlaced branches of giant oaks and beeches were white under the snow that had fallen upon them, and formed a picture that was almost like a scene in fairyland. He climbed the wall at a spot where a thick curtain of ivy afforded him a safe footing, and dropped softly upon the ground beneath, where the snow had drifted into a heap, and made a soft bed for him to fall on. "There will be more snow before daylight to morrow," he muttered to himself, "if I'm any judge of the weather, and there'll be no trace of my footsteps to give the hint of mischief." He ran across the park, leaped the light invisible fence dividing the park from the gardens, and crept cautiously along a shrubberied pathway, where the evergreens afforded him an impenetrable screen. Thus concealed from the eyes of any chance watcher, he contrived to approach one end of the terrace slope which formed the garden front of the castle. Each terrace was adorned with stone balustrades, surmounted by large vases, also of stone, and sheltered by these vases, Milsom ascended to the southern angle of the great pile of building. 7 lighted windows at this southern end of the castle indicated the apartments occupied by the heiress of Raynham and her eccentric guardian. The lights burned but dimly, like the night lamps left burning during the hours of rest, and Milsom had ascertained from Mr. Harwood that the household retired before 11 o'clock at the latest. The apartments occupied by the little girl were on the first floor. The massive stone walls here were unadorned with ivy, nor were there any of those elaborate decorations in stonework which might have afforded a hold for the foot of the climber. The bare stone wall frowned down upon Thomas Milsom, impregnable as the walls of Newgate itself. "No," he muttered to himself, after a long and thoughtful scrutiny, "no man will ever get at those rooms from the outside. No, not if he had the power of changing himself into a cat or a monkey. Whoever wants to have a peep at the heiress of Raynham must go through this valiant captain's chamber. Well, well, I've heard of tricks played upon faithful watchdogs before to-day. There's very few things a man can't do, if he only tries hard enough, and I mean to be revenged upon my Lady Eversleigh." He paused for a few moments, standing close against the wall of the castle, sheltered by its black shadow, and looking down upon the broad domain beneath. "And this is all hers, is it? Park lands and houses, horses and carriages, powdered footmen to fetch and carry for her, jewels to wear, plates and dishes of solid gold to eat her dinner off if she likes, all hers. And she refuses me a few £100, and defies me, does she? We'll see whether that's a safe game. I've sworn to have my revenge, and I'll have it," he muttered, shaking his brawny fist, as if some phantom figure were standing before him in the wintry moonlight. "I can afford to wait. I wouldn't mind waiting years to get it, but I'll have it, if I grow old and gray while I'm watching and plotting for it. I'll be patient as time, but I'll have it. She has refused me a few hundreds, has she? I'll see her there, on the ground at my feet, grovelling like a beaten dog, offering me half her fortune, all her fortune, her very life itself. I'll humble her proud spirit. I'll bring her grandeur down to the dust. She won't own me for her father, won't she? Why, if I choose, she shall tramp barefoot through the mud after me, singing street ballads in every town in England, and going round with my battered old hat to beg for halfpence afterwards. I'll humble her. I'll do it. I'll do it as sure as there's a moon in the sky." Chapter 28. Chapter 29. At Watch. Sanguine as Victor Carrington had been, confidently as he had calculated upon the fascination which Paulina had exerted over Douglas Dale, he was not prepared for the news contained in Miss Brewer's promised letter, which reached him punctually a few hours after Paulina had become the affianced wife of Douglas Dale. This was indeed success beyond his hopes. He had not expected this result for some days at the very earliest, and the surprise and pleasure with which he learned it were almost equal. Carrington did not believe in good. He absolutely distrusted and despised human nature, and he never dreamed of imputing Madame Durski's conduct to anything but coquetry and fickleness. "She's on with the new love, beyond a doubt," said he to himself, as he read Miss Brewer's letter. "Whether she's off with the old is quite another question, and rests with him rather than with her, I fancy." Victor Carrington's first move was to present himself before Madame Durski on the following day, at the hour at which she habitually received visitors. He took up the confidential conversation which they had had on the last occasion of their meeting, as if it had not been dropped in the interval, and came at once to the subject of Douglas Dale. This plan answered admirably. Paulina was naturally full of the subject, and the ice of formalism had been sufficiently broken between her and Victor Carrington to enable her to refer to the interview which had taken place between herself and Douglas Dale without any impropriety. When she had done so, Carrington began to play his part. He assured Paulina of his warm interest in her, of the influence which he possessed over Sir Reginald Eversleigh, and the fears which he entertained of some treacherous proceeding on Reginald's part, which might place her in a most unpleasant position. "Reginald has no real love for you," said Carrington. "He would not hesitate to sacrifice you to the meanest of his interests; but his vanity and his temper are such that it is impossible to calculate upon what sort of folly he may be guilty." Paulina Durski was a thorough woman, and therefore, having utterly discarded Reginald from her heart, having learned to substitute utter contempt for love, she was not averse to receiving any information, to learning any opinion, which tended to justify her change of feeling. "What harm can he do me with Douglas?" asked Paulina, in alarm. "Who can tell that, Madame Durski?" replied Carrington. "But this is not to the purpose. I don't pretend to be wholly disinterested in this matter. I tell you plainly I am not so. It is very important to me that Sir Reginald should marry a woman of fortune, and should not marry you." "He never had any intention of marrying me," said Paulina, hastily and bitterly. "No, I don't believe he had. But he would have liked very well to have compromised you in the eyes of society, so that no other man would have married you; to have bragged of relations existing between you which never did exist, and to have effectually ruined your fortunes in any other direction than the gaming table. Now this I am determined he shall not do, and as I have more power over him than any one else, it lies with me to prevent it. What that power springs from, or how I have hitherto exercised it, you need not inquire, Madame Durski. I only wish you to believe that I exercise it in this instance for your good, for your protection." Paulina murmured some vague words of acknowledgment. He continued: "If Reginald Eversleigh knows I am here, constantly cognizant of the state of affairs, and prepared to act for your advantage, he will not dare to come here and compromise you by his violent and unreasonable jealousy. He will be forced, it is needless to explain how, to keep his envy and rage to himself, and to suppress the enmity with which he regards Douglas Dale. Let me tell you, Madame Durski, Reginald's enmity is no trifling rock ahead in life, and your engaged lover has that rock to dread." Paulina turned very pale. "Save him from it, Mr. Carrington," she said, appealingly; "save him from it, and let me have a little happiness in this weary world, if such a thing there be." "I will, Madame Durski," replied Victor. You have already done as I have counselled you, and you have no reason to regret the result." The soft, dreamy smile of happy love stole over Paulina's face as she listened to him. "Let me be here with you as much as possible, and you will have no reason to fear Reginald. He is capable of anything, but he is afraid of me, and if he knows that I am determined to advance the marriage of yourself and Douglas Dale, he will not venture to oppose it openly. But there is one condition which I must append to my frequent presence here." He spoke as though he were conferring the greatest favour on her. "Mr. Dale must not know me as Victor Carrington." With an expression in which there was something of the suspicious quickness which Miss Brewer had manifested when Carrington made a similar statement to her, Paulina asked him why. Then Victor told her his version of the story of Honoria Eversleigh, the unfortunate woman whom Douglas Dale's unhappy and misguided uncle had raised to such undoubted rank and fortune, and the wild and absurd accusations the wretched woman had made against him. "Mr. Dale never saw me," said Victor, "and I know not whether he was thoroughly aware of the absurdity, the insanity of this woman's accusations. At all events, I don't wish to recall any unpleasantness to his mind, and therefore I venture to propose that I should visit here, and be introduced to him as Mr. Carton. The fraud is a very harmless one. What do you say, Madame Durski?" Paulina had her full share of the feminine love of mystery and intrigue, and she consented at once. "What can the name matter," she thought, "if it is really necessary for this man to be here?" "And there is another consideration which we must take into account," said Victor. "It is this. Mr. Dale may not like to find any man established here in the degree of intimacy to which, in your interests, I aspire; and therefore I propose, with your leave, to pass as a relation of Miss Brewer's, say her cousin. This will thoroughly account for my intimacy here. What do you say, Madame Durski?" "As you please," said Paulina, carelessly. "I am sure you are right, Mr. Carrington Carton, I mean; and I am sure you mean kindly and well by me. But how odd it will seem to Charlotte and me, lonely creatures, waifs and derelicts as we have been so long, to have any one with whom we can claim even a pretended kinship." She spoke with a mingled bitterness and levity which have been painful to any man of right feelings, but which was pleasant to Victor Carrington, because it showed him how helpless and ignorant she was, how her mind had been warped, how ready a tool he had found in her. When the interview between them came to an end, it had been arranged that Mr. Dale was to be introduced on the following day at Hilton House to Miss Brewer's cousin, Mr. Carton. The introduction took place. A very short time, well employed in close observation, sufficed to assure Victor that Douglas Dale was as much in love as any man need be to be certain of committing any number of follies, and that Paulina was a changed woman under the influence of the same soul-subduing sentiment which, though not so strong in her case, was assuming strength and intensity as each day taught her more and more of her lover's moral and intellectual excellence. Douglas Dale was much pleased with Mr. Carton, and that gentleman did all in his power to render himself agreeable, and so far succeeded that, before the close of the evening, he had made a considerable advance towards establishing a very pleasant intimacy with Sir Reginald Eversleigh's cousin. Victor Carrington, always an observant man, had peculiarly the air of being on the watch that day during dinner. He noticed everything that Paulina ate and drank, and he took equal note of Miss Brewer's and Douglas Dale's choice of meats and wines. Miss Brewer drank no wine, Paulina very little, and Douglas Dale exclusively claret. When the dinner had reached its conclusion, a stand of liqueurs was placed upon the table, one of the few art treasures left to the impoverished adventuress, rare and fragile Venetian flacons, and tiny goblets of opal and ruby glass. These glasses were the especial admiration of Douglas Dale, and Paulina filled the ruby goblet with curaçoa. She touched the edge of the glass playfully with her lips as she handed it to her lover, but Victor observed that she did not taste the liqueur. "You do not affect curaçoa, madam?" he asked, carelessly. "No, I never take that, or indeed any other liqueur." "And yet you drink scarcely any wine." "No," replied Paulina, indifferently; "I take very little wine." "Indeed!" There was the faintest possible significance in Carrington's tone as he said this. He had watched Madame Durski closely during dinner, and he had noted an excitement in her manner, a nervous vivacity, such as are generally inspired by something stronger than water. And yet this woman had taken little else than water during the dinner; and it was to be observed that the almost febrile gaiety which distinguished her manner this evening had been as apparent when she first entered the drawing room as it was now. This was a physiological or psychological enigma, extremely interesting to Mr. Carrington. He was not slow to find a solution that was, in his opinion, sufficiently satisfactory. "That woman takes opium, in some form or other," he said to himself. Miss Brewer did not touch the liqueur in question, and her cousin took maraschino. After a very short interval, Douglas Dale and his new friend rose to join the ladies. They crossed the hall together; but as they reached the drawing room door, Mr. Carrington discovered that he had dropped a letter in the dining room, and returned to find it, first opening the drawing room door that Dale might pass through it. All was undisturbed in the dining room. The table was just as they had left it. Victor approached the table, took up the carafon containing curaçoa, and holding it up to the light with one hand, poured the contents of a small vial into it with the other. He watched the one liquid mingling with the other until no further traces of the operation were visible, and then, setting the carafon softly down where he had found it, went smiling across the hall, and joined the ladies. CHAPTER XXX. Chapter 30, Part I. of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30, Found Wanting, Part I. Reginald Eversleigh was in complete ignorance of Victor Carrington's proceedings when he received the letter summoning him to an interview with his friend at a stated time. Carrington's estimate of Reginald's character was quite correct. All this time his vanity had been chafing under Paulina's silence and apparent oblivion of him. He had not received any letter from Paulina, fond as she had been of writing to him long, half-despairing letters, full of complaint against destiny, and breathing in every line that hopeless love which the beautiful Austrian woman had so long wasted on the egotist and coward, whose baseness she had half suspected, even while she still clung to him. Sir Reginald had been in the habit of receiving these letters as coolly as if they had been but the fitting tribute to his transcendent merits. "Poor Paulina!" he murmured sometimes, as he folded the perfumed pages, after running his eyes carelessly over their contents. "Poor Paulina! How devotedly she loves me! And what a pity she hasn't a penny she can call her own! If she were a great heiress, now what could be more delightful than this devotion? But under existing circumstances it is nothing but an embarrassment, a bore. Unfortunately, I cannot be brutal enough to tell her this plainly, and so matters go on. And I fear, in spite of all my hints, she may believe in the possibility of my ultimately making a sacrifice of my prospects for her sake." This was how Reginald Eversleigh felt, while Paulina was scattering at his feet the treasures of a disinterested affection. He had been vain and selfish from boyhood, and his vices grew stronger with increasing years. His nature was hardened, and not chastened, by the trials and disappointments which had befallen him. In the hour of his poverty and degradation, it had been a triumph for him to win the devotion of a woman whom many men better than himself, had loved in vain. It was a rich tribute to the graces of him who had once been the irresistible Reginald Eversleigh, the favourite of fashionable drawing-rooms. Thus it was that, when Paulina's letters suddenly ceased, Sir Reginald was at once mortified and indignant. He had made up his mind to obey Victor's suggestion, or rather command, by abstaining from either visiting or writing to Paulina; but he had not been prepared for a similar line of proceeding on her part, and it hurt his vanity much. She had ceased to write. Could she have ceased to care for him? Could any one else, richer, more disinterested, have usurped his place in her heart? The baronet remembered what Victor Carrington had said about Douglas Dale; but he could not for one moment believe that his cousin, a man whom he considered infinitely beneath him, had the power to win Paulina Durski's affection. "She may perhaps encourage him," he said to himself, "especially now that his income is doubled. She might even accept him as a husband. Women are so mercenary. But her heart will never cease to be mine." Sir Reginald waited a week, a fortnight, but there came no letter from Paulina. He called on Carrington, according to appointment; but his friend had changed his mind, or his tactics, and gave him no explanation. Victor had been a daily visitor at Hilton House during the week which had intervened since the day he had dined there and been introduced to Douglas Dale. His observation had enabled him to decide upon accelerating the progress of his designs. The hold which Paulina had obtained upon Douglas Dale's affection was secure. He had proposed to her much sooner than Victor had anticipated. The perfect understanding and confidence subsisting between them rendered the cautious game which he had intended to play unnecessary, and he did not now care how soon a final rupture between Paulina and Reginald should take place. Indeed, for two of his purposes, the establishment of an avowed quarrel between Douglas Dale and his cousin, Sir Reginald, and the infliction of ever-growing injury on Paulina's reputation, the sooner such a rupture could be brought about, the better. Therefore, Victor Carrington assumed a tone of reserve and mystery which did not fail to exasperate Sir Reginald. "Do not question me, Reginald," he said. "You are afflicted with a lack of moral courage, and your want of nerve would only enfeeble my hand. Know nothing, expect nothing. Those who are at work for you know how to do their work quietly. Oh, by the way, I want you to sign a little document, very much the style of thing you gave me at Raynham Castle." Nothing could be more careless than the Frenchman's tone and manner as he said this; but the document in question was a deed of gift by which Reginald Eversleigh bestowed upon Victor Carrington the clear half of whatever income should arise to him from real or personal property from the date of the first day of June following. "I am to give you half my income?" "Yes, my dear Reginald, after the 1st of next June. You know that I am working laboriously to bring about good fortune for you. You cannot suppose that I am working for nothing. If you do not choose to sign this document, neither do I choose to devote myself any longer to your interest." "And what if you fail?" "If I fail, the document in question is so much waste paper, since you have no income at present, nor are likely to have any income between this and next June, unless by my agency." The result was the same as usual. Reginald signed the deed without even taking the trouble to study its full bearing. "Have you seen Paulina lately?" he asked afterwards. "Not very lately." "I don't know what's amiss with her," exclaimed Reginald, peevishly. "She has not written to me to ask explanation of my absence and silence." "Perhaps she grew tired of writing to a person who valued her letters so lightly." "I was glad enough to hear from her," answered Reginald; "but I could not be expected to find time to answer all her letters. Women have nothing better to do than to scribble long epistles." "Perhaps Madame Durski has found some one who will take the trouble to answer her letters," said Victor. After this the two men parted, and Reginald Eversleigh called a cab, in which he drove down to Hilton House. He might have stayed away much longer, in self-interested obedience to Carrington, had he been sure of Paulina's unabated devotion; but he was piqued by her silence, and he wanted to discover whether there was a rival in the field. He knew Madame Durski's habits, and that it was not till late in the afternoon that she was to be seen. It was nearly 6 o'clock when he drove up to the door of Hilton House. Carlo Toas admitted him, and favoured him with a searching and somewhat severe scrutiny as he led the way to the drawing room in which Paulina was wont to receive her guests. Here Sir Reginald felt some little surprise, and a touch of mortification, on beholding the aspect of things. He had expected to find Paulina pensive, unhappy, perhaps ill. He had expected to see her agitated at his coming. He had pondered much upon the cessation of her letters, and he had told himself that she had ceased to write because she was angry with him, with that anger which exists only where there is love. To his surprise, he found her brilliant, radiant, dressed in her most charming style. Never had he seen her looking more beautiful or more happy. He pressed the widow's hand tenderly, and contemplated her for some moments in silence. "My dear Paulina," he said at last, "I never saw you looking more lovely than to night; and yet to night I almost feared to find you ill." "Indeed! And why so?" she asked. Her tone was the ordinary tone of society, from which it was impossible to draw any inference. "Because it is so long since I heard from you. I have grown tired of writing letters that were rarely honoured by your notice." "So, thought the baronet, "I was right. She is offended." "To what do I owe this visit?" asked Madame Durski. "She is desperately angry," thought the baronet. "My dear Paulina," he said aloud, "can you imagine that your letters were indifferent to me? I have been busy, and, as you know, I have been away from London." "Yes," she said, "you spent your Christmas very agreeably, I believe." "Not at all, I assure you. A bachelor's party in a country parsonage is one of the dullest things possible, to say nothing of the tragical event which ended my visit," added Reginald, his cheek paling as he spoke. "A bachelor's party!" repeated Paulina. "There were no ladies, then, at your cousin's house?" "None." "Indeed!" Paula Durski's lip curled contemptuously, but she did not openly convict Sir Reginald of the deliberate falsehood he had uttered. "I am very glad you have come to me," she said, presently, "because I have urgent need of your help." "My dear Paulina, believe me," began the baronet. "Do not make your protest till you have heard what I have to ask," said Madame Durski. "You know how troublesome my creditors have become before Christmas. The time has arrived when they must be paid, or when She stopped, and looked searchingly at the face of her companion. "When you what?" he asked. "What is the alternative, Paulina?" "I think you ought to know as well as I," she answered. "I must either pay those debts, or fly from this place, and from this country, disgraced. I appeal to you in this bitter hour of need. Can you not help me, you who have professed to love me?" "Surely, Paulina, you cannot doubt my love," replied Sir Reginald. "Unhappily, there is no magical process by which the truest and purest love can transform itself into money. I have not a £20 note in the world." "Indeed! And the £450 you won from Lord Caversham just before Christmas, is that money gone?" "Every shilling of it," answered Reginald, coolly. He had notes to the amount of nearly £200 in his desk; but he was the last man in Christendom to sacrifice money which he himself required, and his luxurious habits kept him always deeply in debt. "You must have disposed of it very speedily. Surely it is not all gone, Reginald? I think 100 would satisfy my creditors for a time at least." "I tell you it is gone, Paulina. I gave you a considerable sum at the time I won the money. You should remember." "Yes, I remember perfectly. You gave me £50. £50 for the support of the house which enabled you to entrap your dupes, while I was the bait to lure them to their ruin. Oh, you have been very generous, very noble. And now that your dupes are tired of being cheated, now that your cat's paw has become useless to you, I am to leave the country, because you will not sacrifice one selfish desire to save me from disgrace." "This is absurd, Paulina," exclaimed the baronet, impatiently. You talk the usual nonsense women indulge in when they can't have everything their own way. It is not in my power to help you to pay your creditors, and you had much better slip quietly away while you are free to do so, and before they contrive to get you into prison. You know what Sheridan said about frittering away his money in paying his debts. There's no knowing where to leave off if you once begin that sort of thing." "You would have me steal away in secret, like what you English call a swindler?" "You needn't dwell upon unpleasant names. Some of the best people in England have been obliged to cross the water for the same reasons that render your residence here unpleasant. There is nothing to be gained by sentimental talk about the business, my dear Paulina. My friends at the clubs have begun to grow suspicious of this house, and I don't think there's a chance of my ever winning another sovereign in these rooms. Why, then, should you remain to be tormented by your creditors? Return to Paris, where you have twice as many devoted slaves and admirers as in this detestable straight-laced land of ours. I will slip across as soon as ever I can settle my affairs here some way or other, and once more you may be queen of a brilliant salon, while you may find a convenient cat's paw for getting hold of new plunder," cried Paulina, with unmitigated scorn. Then, with a sudden burst of passion, she exclaimed, "Oh, Sir Reginald Eversleigh, I thank Providence for this interview. At last I understand you completely. I have been testing you, Sir Reginald. I have been sounding your character. I have stooped to beg for help from you, in order that I might know the broken reed on which I have leaned. And now I can laugh at you, and despise you. Go, Sir Reginald Eversleigh. This house is mine, my home, no longer a private gambling house, no longer a snare for the delusion of your rich friends. I am no longer friendless. My debts have been paid by one who, if he had owned but 1 sixpence, would have given it to me, content to be penniless himself for my sake. I have no need of your help. I am not obliged to creep away in the night like a felon from the house that has sheltered me. I can now dare to call myself mistress of this house, unfettered by debt, untrammelled by the shameful secrets that made my life odious to me, and my first act as mistress of this house shall be to forbid its doors to you." "Indeed, Madame Durski," cried Reginald, with a sneer, "this is a wonderful change." "You thought, perhaps, there were no limits to a woman's folly," said Paulina; "but, you see, you were wrong. There is an end to even that. And now, Sir Reginald Eversleigh, I will wish you good evening, and farewell." "Is this a farce, Paulina?" asked the baronet, in a voice that was almost stifled by rage. "No, Sir Reginald, it is a stern reality," answered Madame Durski, laying her hand on the bell. Her summons was speedily answered by Carlo Toas. "Carlo, the door," she said, quietly. The baronet gave her one look, a dark and threatening glance, and then left the room, followed by the Spaniard, who conducted him to his cab with every token of grave respect. "Curse her!" muttered Sir Reginald between his set teeth, as he drove away from Hilton House. "It must be Douglas Dale who has given her the power to insult me thus, and he shall pay for her insolence. But why did Victor bring those two together? An alliance between them can only result in mischief to me. I must and will fathom his motive for conduct that seems so incomprehensible." Sir Reginald and his fatal ally Carrington met on the following day, and the former angrily related the scene which had been enacted at Hilton House. "Your influence has been at work there," he exclaimed. "You have brought about an alliance between this woman and Douglas Dale." "I have," answered Victor, coolly. "Mr. Dale has offered her his hand and fortune, as well as his heart, and has been accepted." "You are going to play me false, Victor Carrington." "Indeed." "Yes; or else why take such pains to bring about this marriage?" "You are a fool, Reginald Eversleigh, and an obstinate fool, or you would not harp upon this subject after what I have said. I have told you that the marriage which you fear will never take place." "How will you prevent it?" "As easily as I could bring it about, did I choose to do so. Pshaw! My dear boy, The simple, honest people in this world are so many puppets, and it needs but the master mind to pull the strings." "If this marriage is not intended to take place, why have you brought about an engagement between Paulina and Douglas?" asked the baronet, in no wise convinced by what his ally had said. "I have my reasons, and good ones, though you are too dull of brain to perceive them," replied Victor, impatiently. "You and your cousin Douglas Dale have been fast friends, have you not?" "We have." "Listen to me, then. If he were to die without direct heirs, you are the only person who would profit by his death; and if he, a young man, powerful of frame, in robust health, no likely subject for disease, were to die, leaving you owner of 10,000 a year, and were to die while in the habit of holding daily intercourse with you, known to be your friend and companion, is it not just possible that malevolent and suspicious people might drop strange hints as to the cause of his death? They might harp upon your motives for wishing him out of the way. They might dwell upon the fact that you were so much together, and that you had such opportunities mark me, Reginald, opportunities for tampering with the one solitary life which stood between you and fortune. They might say all this, might they not?" "Yes," replied Reginald, in his gloomiest tone, "they might." "Very well, then, if you take my advice, you will cut your cousin's acquaintance from this time. You will take care to let your friends of the clubs know that he has supplanted you in the affections of the woman you loved, and that you and he are no longer on speaking terms. You will cut him publicly at one of your clubs, so that the fact of the coldness between you may become sufficiently notorious. And when you have done this, you will start for the Continent." "Go abroad! But why?" "That is my secret. Remember, you have promised to obey me blindly," answered Victor. "You will go abroad. You will let the world know that you and Douglas Dale are divided by the width of the Channel. You will leave him free to devote himself to the woman he has chosen for his wife; and if, while engaged to her, an untimely fate should overtake this young man, if he, like his elder brother, should be removed from your pathway, the most malicious scandalmonger that ever lived could scarcely say that you had any hand in his fate." "I understand," murmured Reginald, in a low voice; "I understand." He said no more. He had grown white to the very lips, and those pale lips were dry and feverish. But the conversation changed abruptly, and Douglas Dale's name was not again mentioned. In the meantime, the betrothed lovers had been very happy, and this interview, which she had always dreaded, but felt she could not avoid, having passed over, Paulina was more at liberty to realize her changed position, and dwell on her future prospects. She was really happy, but in her happiness there was some touch of fever, something too much of nervous excitement. It was not the calm happiness which makes the crowning joy of an untroubled life. A long career of artificial excitement, of alternate fears and hopes, the mad delight and madder despair which makes the gambler's fever, had unfitted Paulina for the quiet peace of a spirit at rest. She yearned for rest, but the angel of rest had been scared away by the long nights of dissipation, and would not answer to her call. Victor Carrington had fathomed the mystery of her feverish gaiety, her intervals of dull apathy that was almost despair. In the depth of her misery she had lulled herself to a false repose by the use of opium; and even now, when the old miseries were no more, she could not exist without the poisonous anodyne. Douglas Dale must be blinded by his infatuation, or he would have found out the state of the case by this time, Victor said to himself. Circumstances could not be more favourable to my plans. A man who is blind and deaf, and utterly idiotic under the influence of an absurd infatuation; one woman whose brains are intoxicated by opium, and another who would sell her soul for money. These incidents, which have occupied so much space in the telling, in reality did not fill up much time. Only a month had elapsed since Lionel Dale's death, when Reginald Eversleigh and Paulina had the interview described above; and now it seemed as though fate itself were conspiring with the conspirators, for the watch kept upon them by Andrew Larkspur was perforce delayed, and Lady Eversleigh's designs of retributive punishment were suspended. A few days after the return of Mr. Larkspur to town, that gentleman was seized with serious illness, and for 3 weeks was unable to leave his bed. Mr. Andrew lay ill with acute bronchitis in the lodging house in Percy Street, and Mrs. Eden was compelled to wait his convalescence with what patience she might. End of Chapter 30, Part 1. Chapter 30, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 30, Found Wanting, Part 2. Sir Reginald Eversleigh and Douglas Dale met at the Phoenix Club soon after Reginald's interview with Madame Durski. Douglas met his cousin with a quiet and courteous manner, in which there was no trace of unfriendly feeling; a manner that expressed so little of any feeling whatever as to be almost negative. It was not so, however, with Sir Reginald. He remembered Victor Carrington's advice as to the wisdom of a palpable estrangement between himself and his cousin, and he took good care to act upon that counsel. This course was, indeed, the only one that would have been at all agreeable to him. He hated Douglas Dale with all the force of his evil nature, as the innocent instrument of Sir Oswald's retribution upon the destroyer of Mary Goodwin. He envied the young man the advantages which his own bad conduct had forfeited, and he now had learned to hate him with redoubled intensity as the man who had supplanted him in the affections of Paulina Durski. The two men met in the smoking room of the club at the most fashionable hour of the day. Nothing could have been more conspicuous than the haughty insolence of the spendthrift baronet as he saluted his wealthy cousin. "How is it that I have not seen you at my chambers in the Temple, Eversleigh?" asked Douglas, in that calm tone of studied courtesy which expresses so little. "Because I had no particular reason for calling on you, and because, if I had wished to see you, I should scarcely have expected to find you in your Temple chambers," answered Sir Reginald. "If report does not belie you, you spend the greater part of your existence at a certain villa in Fulham." There was that in Sir Reginald Eversleigh's tone which attracted the attention of the men within hearing, almost all of whom were well acquainted with the careers of the two cousins, and many of whom knew them personally. Though the club loungers were too well bred to listen, it was nevertheless obvious that the attention of all had been more or less aroused by the baronet's tone and manner. Douglas Dale answered in accents as audible, and a tone as haughty as the accents and tone of his cousin. "Report is not likely to belie me," he said, "since there is no mystery in my life to afford food for gossip. If by a certain villa at Fulham you mean Hilton House, you are not mistaken. I have the honour to be a frequent guest at that house." "It is an honour which many of us have enjoyed," answered Reginald, with a sneer. "An honour which I used to find deuced expensive, by Jove!" exclaimed Viscount Caversham, who was standing near Douglas Dale. "That was at the time when Sir Reginald Eversleigh usurped the position of host in Madame Durski's house," replied Douglas. "You would find things much changed there now, Caversham, were the lady to favour you by an invitation. When Madame Durski first came to England, she was so unfortunate as to fall into the hands of evil counsellors. She has learned since to know her friends from her enemies." "She is a very charming woman," drawled the viscount, laughingly; "but if you want to keep a balance at your banker's, Dale, I should strongly advise you to refuse her hospitality." "Madame Durski will shortly be my wife," replied Douglas, in a voice loud enough to be heard by the bystanders; "and the smallest word calculated to cast a slur on her fair fame will be an insult to me, an insult which I shall know how to resent." This announcement fell like a thunderbolt in the assembly of fashionable idlers. All knew the history of the house at Fulham. They knew of Paulina Durski only as a beautiful but dangerous siren, whose fatal smiles lured men to their ruin. That Douglas Dale should unite himself to such a woman seemed to them little short of absolute madness. Love must be strong indeed, which will face the ridicule of mankind unflinchingly. Douglas Dale knew that in redeeming Paulina from her miserable situation, in elevating her to a position that many blameless and well-born Englishwomen would have gladly accepted, he was making a sacrifice which the men amongst whom he lived would condemn as the act of a fool. But he was willing to endure this, painful though it was to him, for the sake of the woman he loved. Better that I should have the scorn of shallow-brained worldlings than that the blight on her life should continue, he said to himself. When she is my wife, no man will dare to question her honour. No woman will dare to frown upon her when she enters society leaning on my arm. This is what Douglas Dale repeated to himself very often during his courtship of Paulina Durski. This is what he thought as he stood erect and defiant in the crowded room of the Pall Mall Club, facing the curious looks of his acquaintances. After the first shock there was a dead silence. No voice murmured the commonplace phrases of congratulation which might naturally have followed such an announcement. If Douglas Dale had just announced that some dire misfortune had befallen him, the faces of the men around him could not have been more serious. No one smiled, no one applauded his choice. Not one voice congratulated him on having won for himself so fair a bride. That ominous silence told Douglas Dale how terrible was the stigma which the world had set upon her he so fondly loved. The anguish which rent his heart during those few moments is not to be expressed by words. After that most painful silence, he walked to the table at which it was his habit to sit, and began to read a newspaper. Sir Reginald watched him furtively for a few moments in silence, and then left the room. After this the two cousins met frequently, but they never spoke. They passed each other with the coldest and most ceremonious salutation. The idlers of the club perceived this, and commented on the fact. "Douglas Dale and his cousin are not on speaking terms," they said. "They have quarrelled about that beautiful Austrian widow, at whose house there used to be such high play." In Paulina's society, Douglas tried to forget the cruel shadow which darkened, and which, in all likelihood, would for ever darken her name; and while in her society, he contrived to banish from his mind all bitter thought of the world's harsh verdict and cruel condemnation. But away from Paulina, he was tortured by the recollection of that scene at the Phoenix Club; tormented by the thought that, let him make what sacrifice he might, he could never wipe out the stain which those midnight assemblies of gamesters had left on his future wife's reputation. "We will leave England for ever after the marriage," he said to himself sometimes. "We will make our home in some fair Italian city, where my Paulina will be respected and admired as if she were a queen, as well as the loveliest and sweetest of women." If he asked Paulina where their future life was to be spent, she always replied to him in the same manner. "Wherever you take me I shall be content," she said. "I can never be grateful enough for your goodness. I can never repay the debt I owe you. Let our future be your planning, not mine." "And you have no wish, no fancy that I can realize, Paulina?" "None. From my earliest girlhood I have sighed for only one blessing, peace. You have given me that. What more can I ask at your hands? Ah, Douglas, I fear my love has already cost you too dearly. The world will never forgive you for your choice, you, who might make so brilliant a marriage." Her generous feelings once aroused, Paulina could be almost as noble as her lover. Again and again she implored him to withdraw his promise, to leave and to forget her. "Believe me, Douglas, our engagement is a mistake," she said. "Consider this before it is too late. You are a proud man where honour is concerned, and the past life of her whom you marry should be without spot or blemish. It is not so with me. If I have not sinned as other women have sinned, I have stooped to be the companion of gamblers and roués. I have allowed my house to become the haunt of reckless and dissipated men. Society revenges itself cruelly upon those who break its laws. Society will neither forget nor forgive my offence." "I do not live for society, but for you, Paulina," replied Douglas, passionately. "You are all the world to me. Let me never hear these arguments again, unless you would have me think that you are weary of me, and that you only want an excuse for getting rid of me." "Weary of you!" exclaimed Paulina. "My friend, my benefactor, how can I ever prove my gratitude for your goodness, your devotion?" "By learning to love me a little," answered Douglas, tenderly. "The lesson ought not to be difficult," Paulina murmured. Could she do less than love this noble friend, this pure-minded and unselfish adorer? He came to her one day, accompanied by a solicitor; but before introducing the man of law, he asked for a private interview with Paulina, and in this interview gave her a new proof of his devotion. "In thinking much of our position, dearest, I have been struck with a sudden terror of the uncertainty of life. What would be your fate, Paulina, if anything were to happen, if I were to die suddenly, as men so often die in this high pressure age, before marriage had united our interests? What would be your fate, alone and helpless, assailed once more by all the perplexities of poverty, and perhaps subject to the mean spite of my cousin, Reginald Eversleigh, who does not forgive me for having robbed him of his place in your heart, little as he was worthy of your love?" "Oh, Douglas!" exclaimed Paulina, "why do you imagine such things? Why should death assail you?" "Why, indeed, dearest?" returned Douglas, with a smile. "Do not think that I anticipate so sad a close to our engagement. But it is the duty of a man to look sharply out for every danger in the pathway of the woman he is bound to protect. I am a lawyer, remember, Paulina, and I contemplate the future with the eye of a lawyer. So far as I can secure you from even the possibility of misfortune, I will do it. I have brought a solicitor here to day, in order that he may read you a will, which I have this morning executed in your favour." "A will!" repeated Madame Durski. "You are only too good to me. But there is something horrible to my mind in these legal formalities." "That is only a woman's prejudice. It is the feminine idea that a man must needs be at the point of death when he makes his will. And now let me explain the nature of this will," continued Douglas. "I have told you that if I should happen to die without direct heirs, the estate left me by Sir Oswald Eversleigh will go to my cousin Reginald. That estate, from which is derived my income, I have no power to alienate. I am a tenant for life only. But my income has been double, and sometimes treble, my expenditure; for my habits have been very simple, and my life only that of a student in the Temple. My sole extravagance, indeed, has been the collection of a library. I have, therefore, been able to save £12,000, and this sum is my own to bequeath. I have made a will, leaving this amount to you, Paulina, charged only with a small annuity to a faithful old servant, together with my personal property, consisting only of a few good Italian pictures, a library of rare old books, and the carvings and decorations of my rooms, all valuable in their way. This is all the law allows me to give you, Paulina, but it will, at least, secure you from want." Madame Durski tried to speak, but she was too deeply affected by this new proof of her lover's generosity. Tears choked her utterance. She took Douglas Dale's hand in both her own, and lifted it to her lips; and this silent expression of gratitude touched his heart more than the most eloquent speech could have affected it. He led her into the room where the attorney waited her. "This gentleman is Mr. Horley," he said, "a friend and adviser, in whom you may place unbounded confidence. My will is to remain in his possession, and should any untimely fate overtake me, he will protect your interests. And now, Mr. Horley, will you be good enough to read the document to Madame Durski, in order that she may understand what her position would be in case of the worst?" Mr. Horley read the will, It was as simple and concise as the law allows any legal document to be, and it made Paulina Durski mistress of £12,000, and property equal to 2,000 or 3,000 more, in the event of Douglas Dale's death. End of Chapter 30, Part 2. Chapter 31 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 31. A Worthless Woman, Mere Cold Clay. Neither Lydia Graham nor her brother were quick to recover from the disappointment caused by the untimely fate of Lionel Dale. Miss Graham endeavoured to sustain her failing spirits with the hope that in Douglas she might find a wealthier prize than his brother. But Douglas was yet to be enslaved by those charms which Lydia herself felt were on the wane, and by fascinations which 12 years of fashionable existence had rendered somewhat stale, even to the fair Lydia's most ardent admirers. It was very bitter. The cup had been so near her lips, when an adverse destiny had dashed it from her. The lady's grief was painfully sincere. She did not waste one lamentation on her lover's sad fate, but she most bitterly regretted her own loss of a rich husband. She watched and hoped day after day for the promised visit from Douglas Dale, but he did not come. Every day during visiting hours she wore her most becoming toilets. She arranged her small drawing-room with the studied carelessness of an elegant woman. She seated herself in her most graceful attitudes every time the knocker heralded the advent of a caller. But it was all so much wasted labour. The only guest whom she cared to see was not among those morning visitors, and Lydia's heart began to be oppressed by a sense of despair. "Well, Gordon, have you heard anything of Douglas Dale?" she asked her brother day after day. One day he came home with a very gloomy face, and when she uttered the usual question, he answered her in his gloomiest tone. "I've heard something you'll scarcely care to learn," he said, "as it must sound the death knell of all your hopes in that quarter. You know Douglas Dale is a member of the Phoenix, as well as the Forum. I don't belong to the Phoenix, as you also know, but I meet Dale occasionally at the Forum. Yesterday I lunched with Lord Caversham, a member of the Phoenix, and an acquaintance of Dale's, and from him I learned that Douglas Dale has publicly announced his intended marriage with Paulina Durski." "Impossible!" exclaimed Lydia. She had heard of Paulina and the villa at Fulham from her brother, and she hated the lovely Austrian for the beauty and the fascination which won her a kind of renown amongst the fops and lordlings, the idlers and spendthrifts of the fashionable clubs. "It cannot be true!" cried Miss Graham, flushing crimson with anger. "It is one of Lord Caversham's absurd stories, and I dare say is without the slightest foundation. I cannot and will not believe that Douglas Dale would throw himself away upon such a woman as this Madame Durski." "You have never seen her?" "Of course not." "Then don't speak so very confidently," said Captain Graham, who was malicious enough to take some pleasure in his sister's discomfiture. "Paulina Durski is one of the handsomest women I ever saw, not above 25 years of age, elegant, fascinating, patrician, a woman for whose sake a wiser man than Douglas Dale might be willing to sacrifice himself." "I will see Mr. Dale," exclaimed Lydia. "I will ascertain from his own lips whether there is any foundation for this report." "How will you contrive to see him?" "You must arrange that for me. You can invite him to dinner." "I can invite him, but the question is whether he will come. Perhaps, if you were to write him a note, he would be more flattered than by any verbal invitation from me." Lydia was not slow to take this hint. She wrote one of those charming and flattering epistles which an artful and self-seeking woman of the world so well knows how to pen. She expressed her surprise and regret at not having seen Mr. Dale since her return to town, her fear that he might be ill, her hope that he would accept an invitation to a friendly dinner with herself and her brother, who was also most anxious about him. She was not destined to disappointment. On the following day she received a brief note from Mr. Dale, accepting her invitation for the next evening. The note was very stiffly, nay, almost coldly worded; but Lydia attributed the apparent lack of warmth to the reserved nature of Douglas Dale, rather than to any failure of her own scheme. The fact that he accepted her invitation at all she considered a proof of the falsehood of the report about his intended marriage, and a good omen for herself. She took care to provide a recherche little dinner for her important guest, low as the finances of herself and her brother were, and were likely to be for some time to come. She invited a dashing widow, who was her obliging friend and neighbour, and who was quite ready to play propriety for the occasion. Lydia Graham looked her handsomest when Douglas Dale was ushered into her presence that evening; but she little knew how indifferent were the eyes that contemplated her bold dark beauty, and how, even as he looked at her, Douglas Dale's thoughts wandered to the fair, pale face of Paulina Durski, that face which for him was the loveliest that had ever beamed with light and beauty below the stars. The dinner was to all appearance a success. Nothing could be more cordial or friendly, as it seemed, than that party of four, seated at a prettily decorated circular table, attended by a well-trained manservant, the dashing widow's butler and factotum, borrowed for the occasion. Mrs. Marmaduke, the dashing widow, made herself very agreeable, and took care to engage Captain Graham in conversation all the evening, leaving Lydia free to occupy the entire attention of Douglas Dale. That young lady made excellent use of her time. Day by day her chances of a rich marriage had grown less and less, and day by day she had grown more and more anxious to secure a position and a home. She had a very poor opinion of Mr. Dale's intellect, for she believed only in the cleverness of those bolder and more obtrusive men who make themselves prominent in every assembly. She thought him a man easily to be beguiled by honeyed words and bewitching glances, and she had therefore determined to play a bold, if not a desperate game. While Mrs. Marmaduke and Captain Graham were talking in the front drawing-room, Lydia contrived to detain her guest in the inner apartment, a tiny chamber, just large enough to hold a small cottage piano, a stand of music books, and a couple of chairs. Miss Graham seated herself at the piano, and played a few bars, with an absent and somewhat pensive air. "That is a mournful melody," said Douglas. "I don't think I ever heard it before." "Indeed," murmured Lydia; "and yet I think it is very generally known. The air is pretty, is it not? But the words are ultra sentimental." And then she began to sing softly: "I do not ask to offer thee a timid love like mine. I lay it, as the rose is laid, on some immortal shrine." "I think the words are rather pretty," said Douglas. "Do you?" murmured Miss Graham; and then she stopped suddenly, looking downward, with one of those conscious blushes which were always at her command. There was a pause. Douglas Dale stood by the music stand, listlessly turning over a volume of songs. Lydia was the first to break the silence. "Why did you not come to see us sooner, Mr. Dale?" she asked. "You promised me you would come." "I have been too much engaged to come," answered Douglas. This reply sounded almost rude; but to Lydia this unpolished manner seemed only the result of extreme shyness, and indeed embarrassment, which to her appeared proof positive of her intended victim's enthralment. Her eyes grew bright with a glance of triumph. "I shall win," she thought to herself; "I shall win." "Have you really wished to see me?" asked Douglas, after another pause. "I did indeed wish to see you," she murmured, in tremulous tones. "Indeed," said Douglas, in a tone that might mean astonishment, delight, or anything else. "Well, Miss Graham, that was very kind of you. I go out very little, and never except to the houses of intimate friends." "Surely you number us my brother, I mean. among that privileged class," said Lydia, once more blushing bewitchingly. "I do, indeed," said Douglas Dale, in a candid, kind, unembarrassed tone, which, if she had been a little less under the dominion of that proverbially blinding quality, vanity, would have been the most discouraging of all possible tones to the schemes which she had formed. "I never forget how high you stood in my poor brother's esteem, Miss Graham. Indeed, if you will pardon my saying so, I thought there was a much warmer feeling than that on his part." Lydia hardly knew how to take this observation. In one sense it was flattering, in another discouraging. If the belief brought Douglas Dale into easier relations with her, if it induced him to feel that a bond of friendship, cemented by the memory of the past, subsisted between them, so much the better for her purpose. But if he believed that this supposed love of Lionel's had been returned, and proposed to cultivate her on the mutual sympathy, or weep with thee tear for tear principle, so much the worse. The position was undeniably embarrassing, even to a young lady of Miss Lydia Graham's remarkable strength of mind and savoir faire. But she extricated herself from it, without speaking, by some wonderful management of her eyes, and a slight deprecatory movement of her shoulders, which made even Douglas Dale, a by no means ready man, though endowed with deep feelings and strong common sense, understand, as well as if she had spoken, that Lionel had indeed entertained feelings of a tender nature towards her, but that she had not returned them by any warmer sentiment than friendship. It was admirably well done, and the next sentence which Douglas Dale spoke was certainly calculated to nourish Lydia's hopes. "He might have sustained a terrible grief, then, had he lived longer," said Douglas. "But I see this subject pains you, Miss Graham. I will touch upon it no more. But perhaps you will allow the recollection of what we must both believe to have been his feelings and his hopes to plead with you for me." "For you, Mr. Dale?" And Lydia Graham's breast heaved with genuine emotion, and her voice trembled with no artificial faltering. "Yes, Miss Graham, for me. I need a friend, such a friend as you could be if you would, to counsel and to aid me. But pardon me, I am detaining you, and you have another guest." How ardently Lydia Graham wished she had not invited the accommodating widow to play propriety. "You will permit me to visit you soon again, and we will speak of much which cannot now be discussed. May I come soon?" As he spoke these hope-inspiring words, there was genuine eagerness in the tone of Douglas Dale's voice. There was brightness in his frank eyes. No wonder Lydia held the story her brother had told her in scornful disbelief. No wonder she felt all the glow of the fulfilment of long-deferred hope. What would have been her sensations had she known that Douglas Dale's only actuating motive in the proposed friendly alliance was to secure a female friend for his adored Paulina, to gain for her the countenance and protection of a woman whose place in society was recognized and unassailable. "You will excuse my joining your brother and your friend now, will you not, Miss Graham? I must, at all events, have taken an early leave of you, and this conversation has given me much to think of. I shall see you soon again. Good night." He moved hastily, passed through the door of the small apartment, which opened on the staircase, and was gone. Lydia Graham remained alone for a few moments, in triumphant reverie. Then she joined Gordon Graham and the bewitching widow, who had been making the most of the opportunity for indulging in her favourite florid style of flirtation. "I have won," Lydia said to herself, "and how easily! Poor fellow! His agitation was really painful. He did not even stop to shake hands with me." Mrs. Marmaduke took leave of her dearest Lydia, and her dearest Lydia's brother, soon after Douglas Dale had departed, and Miss Graham and her brother were left tête-à-tête. "Well," said Gordon Graham, with rather a sulky air, "you don't seem to have done much execution by your dinner party, my young lady. Dale went off in a great hurry, which does not say much for your powers of fascination." Lydia gave her head a triumphant little toss as she looked at her brother. "You are remarkably clever, my dear Gordon," she said; "but you are apt to make mistakes occasionally, in spite of your cleverness. What should you say if I were to tell you that Mr. Dale has this evening almost made me an offer of his hand?" "You don't mean to say so?" "I do mean to say so," answered Lydia, triumphantly. "He is one of that eccentric kind of people who have their own manner of doing things, and do not care to tread the beaten track. Or it may be that it is only his reserved nature which renders him strange and awkward in his manner of avowing himself." "Never mind how awkwardly the offer has been made, provided it is genuine," returned the practical Captain Graham. "But I don't like almosts. Besides, you really must mind what you are about, Lydia; for I assure you there is no doubt at all about the fact of his engagement. He stated it himself." "Well, and suppose he did," said Lydia; "and suppose some good for nothing woman, in an equivocal position, has trapped him into an offer, is he the first man who has got into a dilemma of that kind, and got out of it? He thought I cared for Lionel, and that so there was no hope for him. I can quite understand his getting himself into an entanglement of the kind under such circumstances." Gordon Graham smiled, a certain satirical smile, intensely irritating to his sister's temper, which she called her nerves, and which it was rather fortunate she did not see. He was perfectly alive to the omnivorous quality of his sister's vanity, and perfectly aware that it had on many occasions led her into a fool's paradise, whence she had been ejected into the waste regions of disappointment and bitterness of spirit. He had been quite willing that she should try the experiment with Douglas Dale, to which that gentleman had just been subjected; but he had not been sanguine as to its results, and he did not implicitly confide in the very exhilarating statement now made to him by Lydia. If Douglas Dale's almost proposal meant nothing more than that he would be glad, or implied that he would be glad, to be off with Paulina and on with Lydia, he did not think very highly of the chances of the latter. A man of the world, in the worst sense of that widely significant word, Gordon Graham was inclined to think that Douglas Dale was merely trifling with his sister, indulging in a safe flirtation, under the aegis of an avowed engagement. Graham felt very anxious to know the particulars of the conversation between Dale and his sister, in order to discover how far they bore out his theory; but he knew Lydia too well to place implicit reliance on any statement of them he might elicit from her. "Well, but," said he, "supposing you are right in all this, the entanglement, as you call it, exists. How did he explain or excuse it?" Lydia smiled, a self-satisfied, contemptuous smile. She was not jealous of Madame Durski; she despised her. "He did not excuse it. He did not explain. He knows he has no severity to fear from me. All he needs is to induce me to acknowledge my affection for him, and then he will soon rid himself of all obstacles. Don't be afraid, Gordon. This is a great falling off from the ambitions I once cherished, the hopes I once formed. This is a very different kind of thing from Sir Oswald Eversleigh and Raynham Castle; but I have made up my mind to be content with it." Lydia spoke with a kind of virtuous resignation and resolution, infinitely assuring to her brother; but he was getting tired of the discussion, and desirous to end it. Anxious as he was to be rid of his sister, and to effect the riddance on the best possible terms, he did not mean to be bored by her just then. So he spoke to the point at once. "That's rather a queer mode of proceeding," he said. "You are to avow your affection for this fine gentleman, and then he is to throw over another lady in order to reward your devotion. There was a day when Miss Graham's pride would have been outraged by a proposition which certainly seems rather humiliating." Lydia flushed crimson, and looked at her brother with angry eyes. She felt the sting of his malicious speech, and knew that it was intended to wound her. "Pride and I have long parted company," she answered, bitterly. "I have learnt to endure degradation as placidly as you do, when you condescend to become the toady and flatterer of richer men than yourself." Captain Graham did not take the trouble to resent this remark. He smiled at his sister's anger with the air of a man who was quite indifferent to the opinion of others. "Well, my dear Lydia," he said, good humouredly, "all I can say is, that if you have caught the brother of your late admirer, you are very lucky. The merest schoolboy knows enough arithmetic to be aware that 10,000 a year is twice as good as 5; and it certainly is not every woman's fortune to be able to recover a chance which seemed so nearly lost as yours when we left Hallgrove. By all means nail him to his proposition, and let him throw over the lovely Paulina. What a fool the man must be not to know his mind a little better." "Madame Durski entrapped him into the engagement," said Lydia, scornfully. "Ah, to be sure, women have a way of laying snares of the matrimonial kind, as you and I know, my dear Lydia. And now, good night. Go and think about your trousseau in the silence of your own apartment." Lydia Graham fell asleep that night, secure in the certainty that the end and aim of her selfish life had been at last attained, and disposed to regard the interval as very brief that must elapse before Douglas Dale would come to throw himself at her feet. For a day or two unwonted peace and serenity were observable in Lydia Graham's demeanour and countenance. She took even more than the ordinary pains with her dress. She arranged her little drawing room more than ever effectively, and with sedulous care; and she remained at home every afternoon, in spite of fine weather and an unusual number of invitations. But Douglas Dale made no sign. He did not come. He did not write. And all his enthusiastic declarations seemed to have ended in nothing. The truth was that Paulina Durski was ill, and, in his anxiety and uneasiness, Douglas forgot even the existence of Lydia Graham. A vague alarm began to fill Lydia's mind, and she felt as if the good establishment, the liberal allowance of pin money, the equipages, the clever French maid, the diamonds, and all the other delightful things which she had looked upon almost as already her own, were suddenly vanishing away like a dream. Miss Graham was in no very amiable humour when, after a week's watching and suspense, she descended to the dining room, a small and shabbily furnished apartment, which bore upon it the stamp peculiar to London lodging houses, an aspect which is just the reverse of everything we look for in a home. Gordon Graham was already seated at the breakfast table. A letter for Miss Graham lay by the side of her breakfast cup, a bulky document, with 4 stamps upon the envelope. Lydia knew the hand too well. It was that of her French milliner, Mademoiselle Suzanne, to whom she owed a sum which she knew never could be paid out of her own finances. The thought of this debt had been a perpetual nightmare to her. There was no such thing as bankruptcy for a lady of fashion in those days, and it was in the power of Mademoiselle Suzanne to put her high-bred creditor into a common prison, and detain her there until she had passed the ordeal of the insolvent debtors' court. Lydia opened the packet with a sinking heart. There it was, the awful bill, with its records of elegant dresses, every one of which had been worn with the hope of conquest, and all of which had, so far, failed to attain the hoped-for victory. And at the end of that long list came the fearful total, close upon £300. "I can never pay it," murmured Lydia. "Never, never." Her involuntary exclamation sounded almost like a cry of despair. Gordon Graham looked up from the newspaper in which he had been absorbed until this moment, and stared at his sister. "What's the matter?" he exclaimed. "Oh, I see, it's a bill. Suzanne's, I suppose. Well, well, you women will make yourselves handsome at any cost, and you must pay for it sooner or later. If you can secure Douglas Dale, a cheque from him will soon settle Mademoiselle Suzanne, and make her your humble slave for the future. But what has gone wrong with you, my Lydia? Your brow wears a gloomy shade this morning. Have you received no tidings of your lover?" "Gordon," said Lydia, passionately, "do not taunt me. I don't know what to think. But I have played a desperate game. I have risked all upon the hazard of this die; and if I have failed, I must submit to my fate. I can struggle no longer. I am utterly weary of a life that has brought me nothing but disappointment and defeat." CHAPTер XXXII. Chapter 32 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 32. A Meeting and an Explanation. For George Jernam's young wife, the days passed sadly enough in the pleasant village of Allanbay. Fair as the scene of her life was, to poor Rosamond it seemed as if the earth were overshadowed by dark clouds, through which no ray of sunlight could penetrate. The affection which had sprung up between her and Susan Jernam was deep and strong, and the only gleam of happiness which Rosamond experienced in her melancholy existence came from the affection of her husband's aunt. If Rosamond's existence was not happy, it was, at least in all outward seeming, peaceful; but the heart of the deserted wife knew not peace. She was perpetually brooding over the strange circumstances of George's departure, perpetually asking herself why it was he had left her. She could shape no answer to that constantly repeated question. Had he ceased to love her? No, surely that could not be, for the change which arises in the most inconstant heart is, at least, gradual. George Jernam had changed in a day, in an hour. Reason upon the subject as she might, the conviction at which Rosamond arrived at last was always the same. She believed that the mysterious change that had arisen in the husband she so fondly loved was a change in the mind itself, a sudden monomania, beyond the influence of the outer world, a wild hallucination of the brain, not to be cured by any ordinary physician. Believing this, the wife's heart was tortured as she thought of the perils that surrounded her husband's life, perils that were doubly terrible for one whose mind had lost its even balance. She watched every alteration in the atmosphere, every cloud in the sky, with unspeakable anxiety. As the autumn gave place to winter, as the winds blew loud above the broad expanse of ocean, as the foam crests of the dark waves rose high, and gleamed white and silvery in the dim twilight, her heart sank with an awful fear for the absent wanderer. Night and day her prayers arose to heaven, such prayers as only the loving heart of woman breathes for the object of all her thoughts. While Rosamond occupied the abode which Captain Jernam had chosen for her, Riverview Cottage was abandoned entirely to the care of Mrs. Mugby and Susan Trott, and the trim house had a desolate look in the dismal autumn days and the darkening winter twilights, carefully as it was kept by Mrs. Mugby, who aired the rooms, and dusted and polished the furniture every day as industriously as if she had been certain of the captain's return before nightfall. "He may come this night, or he may not come for a year," she said to Susan very often, when Miss Trott was a little disposed to neglect some of her duties in the way of dusting and polishing. "But mark my words, Susan, when he does come, he'll come sudden, without so much as one line of warning, or notice enough to get a bit of dinner ready for him." The day came at last when the housekeeper was gratified to find that all her dusting and polishing had not been thrown away. Captain Duncombe returned exactly as she had prophesied he would return, without sending either note or message to give warning of his arrival. He rang the bell one day, and walked into the garden, and from the garden into the house, with the air of a man who had just come home from a morning's walk, much to the astonishment of Susan Trott, who admitted him, and who stared at him with eyes opened to their widest extent as he strode hurriedly past her. He went straight into the parlour he had been accustomed to sit in. A fire was burning brightly in the polished steel grate, and everything bore the appearance of extreme comfort. The merchant captain looked round the room with an air of satisfaction. "There's nothing like a trip to the Indies for making a man appreciate the comforts of his own home," he exclaimed. "How cheery it all looks! And a man must be a fool who couldn't enjoy himself at home, after tossing about in a hurricane off Gibraltar for a week at a stretch. But where's your mistress?" cried Joe Duncombe, suddenly, turning to the astonished Susan. "Where's Mrs. Jernam? Where's my daughter? Doesn't she hear her old father's gruff voice? Isn't she coming to bid me welcome, after all I've gone through to earn more money for her?" Before Susan could answer, Mrs. Mugby had heard the voice of her master, and came hurrying in to greet him. "Thank you for your hearty welcome," said the captain, hurriedly; "but where's my daughter? Is she out of doors this cold winter day, gadding about London streets? Or how the deuce is it she doesn't come to give her old father a kiss, and bid him welcome home?" "Law, sir," cried Mrs. Mugby, "you don't mean to say as you haven't heard from Miss Rosa, begging your pardon, Mrs. Jernam, but the other do come such more natural." "Heard from her!" exclaimed the captain. "Not I. I haven't had a line from her. But heaven have mercy on us, how the woman does stare! There isn't anything wrong with my daughter, is there? She's well, eh?" The captain's honest face grew pale, as a sudden fear arose in his mind. "Don't tell me my daughter is ill," he gasped, "or worse." "No, no, no, captain," cried Mrs. Mugby. "I heard from Mrs. Jernam only a week ago, and she was quite well. But she is residing down in Devonshire, where she removed with her husband last July, and I made sure you would have received a letter telling you of the change." "What!" roared Joseph Duncombe. "Did my daughter go and turn her back upon the comfortable little box her father built for her, the place he spent his hard-won earnings upon for her sake? So Rosie got tired of the cottage, did she? It wasn't good enough for her, I suppose. Well, well, that does seem rather hard, somehow. It does seem hard." The captain dropped heavily down into the chair nearest him. He was deeply wounded by the idea that his daughter had deserted the home which he had made for her. "Begging your pardon, sir," interposed Mrs. Mugby, in her most insinuating tone, "which I am well aware it's not my place to interfere in family matters; but knowing as devotion itself is a word not strong enough to express Mrs. Jernam's feelings for her pa, I cannot stand by and see her misunderstood by that very pa. It was no doings of hers as she left Riverview, Captain Duncombe, for the place was very dear to her; but Captain Jernam, he took it into his head all of a sudden he'd set off for foreign parts in his ship, the Albert's Horse, and before he went he insisted on taking Mrs. Jernam down to Devonshire, which burying her alive would be too mild a word for such cruelty, I think." "What! He deserted his post, did he?" exclaimed the captain. "Ran away from his pretty young wife, after promising to stop with her till I came back. Now I don't call that an honest man's conduct," added the captain, indignantly. "No more would any one, sir," answered the housekeeper. "A wild, roving life is all very well in its way; but if a man who is just married to a pretty young wife, that worships the very ground he walks on, can't stay at home quiet, I should like to know who can." "So he went to sea himself, and took his wife down to Devonshire before he sailed, eh?" said the captain. "Very fine goings on, upon my word. And did Miss Rosie consent to leave her father's home without a murmur?" he asked, angrily. "Begging your pardon, sir," pleaded Mrs. Mugby, "Miss Rosamond was not the one to murmur before servants, whatever she might feel in her heart. I overheard her crying and sobbing dreadful one night, poor dear, when she little thought as there was any one to overhear her." "Did she say anything to you before she left?" "Not till the night before she went away; and then she came to me in my kitchen, and said, 'Mrs. Mugby, it's my husband's wish I should go down to Devonshire and live there, while he's away with his ship. Of course I am very sorry to leave the house that my dear father made such a happy home for me, and in which he and I lived so peaceably together, but I am bound to obey my husband, let him ask what he will. I shall write to my dear father, and tell him how sorry I am to leave my home." "Did she say that?" said the captain. evidently touched by this proof of his child's affection. "Then I won't belie her so much as to doubt her love for me. I never got her letter; and why George Jernam should kick up his heels directly I was gone, and be off with his ship goodness knows where, is more than I can tell. I begin to think the best sailor that ever roamed the seas is a bad bargain for a husband. I'm sorry I ever let my girl marry a rover. However, I'll just settle my business in London, and be off to Devonshire to see my poor little deserted Rosie. I suppose she's gone to live at that sea-coast village where Jernam's aunt lives?" "Yes, sir, Allendale, or Allenbay, or some such name, I think, they call the place." "Yes, Allenbay, I remember," answered the captain. "I'll try and get through the business I've got on hand to night, and be off to Devonshire to morrow." Mrs. Mugby exerted herself to the uttermost in her endeavour to make the captain's first dinner at home a great culinary triumph; but the disappointment he had experienced that morning had quite taken away his appetite. He had anticipated such delight from his unannounced return to River View Cottage. He had pictured to himself his daughter's rapturous welcome. He had fancied her rushing to greet him at the first sound of his voice, and had almost felt her soft arm clasped around his neck, her kisses on his face. Instead of the realization of this bright dream, he had found only disappointment. Susan Trott placed the materials for the captain's favourite punch upon the table after she had removed the cloth; but Joseph Duncombe did not appear to see the cheery preparations for a comfortable evening. He rose hastily from his chair, put on his hat, and went out, much to the discomfiture of the worthy Mrs. Mugby. "After what I went through with standing over that roaring furnace of a kitchen range, it does seem hard to see my soul just turned over and played with like, and my chicken not so much as touched," said the dame. "Oh, Miss Rosamond, you've a deal to answer for." Captain Duncombe walked along the dark road between the cottage and Ratcliffe Highway at a rapid pace. He soon reached the flaring lights of the sailors' quarter, through which he made his way as fast as he could to a respectable and comfortable little tavern near the Tower, much frequented by officers of the merchant service. He had promised to meet an old shipmate at this house, and was very glad of an excuse for spending his evening away from home. In the little parlour he found the friend he expected to see, and the two sailors took their glasses of grog together in a very friendly manner, and then parted, the captain's friend going away first, as he had a long distance to walk in order to reach his suburban home. The captain was sitting by the fire meditating, and sipping his last glass of grog, when the door was opened, and some one came into the room. Joseph Duncombe looked up with a start as the new comer entered, and to his intense astonishment recognized George Jernam. "Jernam," he cried, "you in London? Well, this is the greatest surprise of all." "Indeed, Captain Duncombe," answered the other, coolly. "The Albatross only entered the port of London this afternoon. This is the first place I have come to, and of all men on earth I least expected to meet you here." "And from your tone, youngster, it seems as if the surprise were by no means a pleasant one," cried Joseph Duncombe. "May I ask how Rosamond Duncombe's husband comes to address his wife's father in the tone you have just used to me?" "You are Rosamond's father," answered George. "That is sufficient reason that Valentine Jernam's brother should keep aloof from you." "The man's mad," muttered Captain Duncombe; "undoubtedly mad." "No," answered George Jernam, "I am not mad. I am only too acutely conscious of the misery of my position. I love your daughter, Joseph Duncombe, love her as fondly and truly as ever a man loved the wife of his choice; and yet here I am skulking in London, alone and miserable, at the hour when I should be hurrying back to the home of my darling. Dear though she is to me, truly as I love her, I dare not go back to her, for between her and me there rises the phantom of my murdered brother Valentine." "What on earth has my daughter Rosamond to do with the wretched fate of your brother?" asked the captain. "In her own person, nothing; but it is her misfortune to be allied to one who was in league with the assassin, or assassins, of my unhappy brother. "What, in heaven's name, do you mean?" asked the bewildered captain of the Vixen. "Do not press me for my meaning, Captain Duncombe," answered George, in a repellent tone. "You are my father in law. The knowledge which accident revealed to me of one dark secret in your life of seeming honesty came too late to prevent that tie between us. When the fatal truth revealed itself to me, I was already your daughter's husband. That secures my silence. Do not force yourself upon me. I shall do my duty to your daughter as if you and your crime had never been upon this earth. But you and I can never meet again, except as foes. The remembrance of my brother Valentine is part and parcel of my life, and a wrong done to him is twice a wrong to myself." The captain of the Vixen had arisen from his chair. He stood before his son-in-law, breathless, crimson with passion. "George Jernam," he cried, "do you want me to knock you down? Egad, my fine gentleman, you may consider yourself lucky that I have not done it before this. What do you mean by all that balderdash you've been talking? What does it all mean, I say? Are you drunk, or mad, or both?" "Captain Duncombe," said George, calmly, "do you really wish me to speak plainly?" "It will be very much the worse for you if you don't," retorted the infuriated captain. "First, then, let me tell you that before I left River View Cottage last July, your daughter pressed me to avail myself of the contents of your desk one day, when I was in want of foreign letter paper." "Well, what then?" "Very much against my own inclination, I consented to open that desk with a key in Rosamond's possession. I did not pry into the secrets of its contents, but before me, in the tray intended for pens, I saw an object which could not fail to attract my attention, which riveted my gaze as surely as if I had lighted on a snake." "What in the name of all that's bewildering could that object have been?" cried the captain. "I don't keep many curiosities in my writing desk." "I will show you what I found that day," answered George. "The finding of it changed the whole current of my life, and sent me away from that once happy home, a restless and miserable wanderer." "The man's mad," muttered Captain Duncombe to himself. "He must be mad." George Jernam took from his waistcoat pocket a tiny parcel, and, unfolding the paper covering, revealed a gold coin, the bent Brazilian coin, which he placed in the captain's hands. "Why, heaven have mercy on us!" cried Joseph Duncombe, "if that isn't the ghost's money!" There was astonishment plainly depicted on his countenance, but no look of guilt. George Jernam watched his face as he contemplated the token, and saw that it was not the face of a guilty man. "Oh, captain, captain!" he exclaimed, remorsefully, "if I have suspected you all this time for nothing!" "Suspected me of what?" "Of being concerned, more or less, in my brother's murder. That piece of gold which you now hold in your hand was a farewell token given by me to him. You may see my initials scratched upon it. I found it in your desk." "And therefore suspected that I was the aider and abettor of thieves and murderers!" exclaimed the captain of the Vixen. "George Jernam, I am ashamed of you." There was a depth of reproach in the words, commonplace though they were. George Jernam covered his face with his hands, and sat with bent head before the man he had so cruelly wronged. "If I was a proud man," said Joseph Duncombe, "I shouldn't stoop to make any explanation to you. But as I am not a proud man, and as you are my daughter's husband, I'll tell you how that bit of gold came into my keeping; and when I've told you my story, I'll bring witnesses to prove that it's true. Yes, George, I'll not ask you to believe my word, for how can you take the word of a man you have thought base enough to be the accomplice of a murderer? Oh, George, it was too cruel, too cruel!" There was a brief silence, and then Captain Duncombe told the story of the appearance of old Screwton's ghost, and the coin found in the kitchen at River View Cottage after the departure of that apparition. "I've faced many a danger in my lifetime, George Jernam," said Captain Duncombe, "and I don't think there's any man who ever walked the ship's deck beside me that would call me coward; and yet I'll confess to you that I was frightened that night. Flesh and blood I'll face anywhere and anyhow. I'll stand up alone and fight for my life, 1 against 6, 1 against 20, if needs be. But when it comes to a visit from the other world, Joseph Duncombe is done. He shuts up, sir, like an oyster." "And do you really believe the man you saw that night was a visitant from the other world?" "What else can I believe? I'd heard the description of old Screwton's ghost, and what I saw answered to the description as close as could be." "Visitors from the other world do not leave substantial evidences of their presence behind them," answered George. "The man who dropped that gold coin was no ghost. We'll see into this business, Captain Duncombe. We'll fathom it, mysterious as it is. I expect Joyce Harker back from Ceylon in a month or so. He knows more of my brother's fate than any man living, except those who were concerned in the doing of the deed. He'll get to the bottom of this business, depend upon it, if any man can. And now, friend, father, can you find it in your heart to forgive me for the bitter wrong I have done you?" "Well, George," answered Joseph Duncombe, gravely, "I'm not an unforgiving chap, but there are some things try the easiest of men rather hard, and this is one of them. However, for my little Rosie's sake, and out of remembrance of the long night watches you and I have kept together out upon the lonesome sea, I forgive you. There's my hand, and my heart with it." George's eyes were full of tears as he grasped his old captain's strong hand. "God bless you," he murmured, "and heaven be praised that I came into this room to night. You don't know the weight you've lifted off my heart. You don't know what I've suffered." "More fool you!" cried Joe Duncombe. "And now, say no more. We'll start for Devonshire together by the first coach that leaves London to morrow morning." CHAPTер XXXIII. Chapter 33, Part I. of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 33. Treason has done his worst. Part I. Black Milsom, otherwise Mr. Maunders, kept a close watch on Raynham Castle, through the agency of his friend James Harwood, whose visits he encouraged by the most liberal treatment, and for whom he was always ready to brew a steaming jorum of punch. Mr. Maunders showed a great deal of curiosity concerning the details of life within the castle, and was particularly fond of leading Harwood to talk about the excessive care taken of the baby heiress, and the precautions observed by Lady Eversleigh's orders. One day, when he had led the conversation in the accustomed direction, he said, "One would think they were afraid somebody would try to steal the child." "So you would, Mr. Maunders; but you see every situation in life has its trials, and a child can't be a great heiress for nothing. One day, when I was sitting in the rumble of the open carriage, I heard Captain Copplestone let drop in his conversation with Mrs. Morden as how the child has enemies. Bitter enemies, he said, as might try to do her harm if she weren't looked after sharp. I've known you a good long time now, Mr. Harwood, and you've partaken of many a glass of rum punch in my parlour," said Black Milsom, otherwise Mr. Maunders, of the Cat and Fiddle, "and in all that time you've never once offered to introduce me to one of your fellow servants, or asked me to take so much as a cup of tea in your servants' hall." "Begging your pardon, Mr. Maunders," said the groom, in an insinuating tone, "as to asking a friend to take a cup of tea, or a little bit of supper, without leave from Mrs. Smithson, the housekeeper, is more than my place is worth." "But you might get leave, I should think, James Harwood?" returned Milsom, "especially if your friend happened to be a respectable householder, and able to offer a comfortable glass to any of your fellow servants." "I'm sure if I had thought as you'd accept an invitation to the servants' hall, I'd have asked leave before now," replied James Harwood; "but I'm sure I thought as you wouldn't demean yourself to take your glass of ale or your cup of tea anywheres below the housekeeper's room, and she's a rare starched one, is Mrs. Smithson." "I'm not proud," said Mr. Milsom. "I like a convivial evening, whether it's in the housekeeper's room or the servants' hall." "Then I'll ask leave to night," answered James Harwood. He sent a little scrawl to Milsom next day by the hands of a stable boy, inviting that gentleman to a social rubber and a friendly supper in the servants' hall that evening at 7 o'clock. To spend a few hours inside Raynham Castle was the privilege which Black Milsom most desired, and a triumphant grin broke out upon his face as he deciphered James Harwood's clumsy scrawl. "How easy it's done," he muttered to himself; "how easy it's done, if a man has only the patience to wait." The servants' hall was a pleasant place to live in; but if Mrs. Smithson, the housekeeper, was liberal in her ideas, she was also strict, and on some points especially severe; and the chief of these was the precision with which she required the doors of the castle to be locked for the night at 10:30. On more than one occasion lately, Mrs. Smithson had a suspicion that there was one offender against this rule. The offender in question was Matthew Brook, the head coachman, a jovial, burly Briton, with convivial habits and a taste for politics, who preferred enjoying his pipe and glass and political discussion in the parlour of the Hen and Chickens public house, to spending his evenings in the servants' hall at Raynham Castle. He was rarely home before 10, sometimes not until 10:30, and one never to be forgotten night, Mrs. Smithson had heard him, with her own ears, enter the doors of the castle at the unholy hour of 20 minutes to 11. There was one appalling fact of which Mrs. Smithson was entirely ignorant, and that was the fact that Matthew Brook had entered the castle by a little half-glass door on several occasions, half an hour or more after the great oaken door leading into the servants' hall had been bolted and barred with all due solemnity before the approving eyes of the housekeeper herself. The little door in question opened into a small ground-floor bedroom, in which one of the footmen slept, and nothing was more easy than for this man to shelter the nightly misdoings of his fellow servant by letting him slip quietly through his bedroom, unknown to any member of the household. James Harwood, the groom, was a confirmed gossip, and of course he had not failed to inform his friend Mr. Maunders, otherwise Black Milsom, of Matthew Brook's little delinquencies. Mr. Maunders listened to the account with interest, as he did to everything relating to affairs in the household of which Harwood was a member. It was some little time after this conversation that Mr. Milsom was invited to sup at the castle. Several friendly rubbers were played by Mrs. Trimmer, the cook, Matthew Brook, the coachman, James Harwood, and Thomas Milsom, known to the company as Mr. Maunders. Honest Matthew and he were partners, and it was to be observed, by any one who had taken the trouble to watch the party, that Milsom paid more attention to his partner than to his cards, whereby he lost the opportunity of distinguishing himself as a good whist player. The whist party broke up while the cloth was being laid on a large table for supper, and the men adjourned to the noble old stone quadrangle on which the servants' hall abutted. James Harwood, Brook, Milsom, and two of the footmen strolled up and down, smoking under a cold starlit sky. The apartments occupied by the family were all on the garden front, and the smoking of tobacco in the quadrangle was not forbidden. Milsom, who had until this time devoted his attention exclusively to the coachman, now contrived to place himself next to James Harwood, as the party paced to and fro before the servants' quarters. "Which is the little door Brook slips in at when he's past his time?" he asked carelessly of Harwood, taking care, however, to drop his voice to a whisper. "We're just coming to it," answered the groom. "That little glass door on my right hand. Steph's a good-natured fellow, and always leaves his door unfastened when old Matt is out late. The room he sleeps in was once a lobby, and opens into the passage, so it comes very convenient to Brook. Everybody likes old Matt Brook, you see, and there isn't one amongst us would peach if he got into trouble." "And a jolly old chap he is as ever lived," answered Black Milsom, who seemed to have taken a wonderful fancy to the convivial coachman. "You come down to my place whenever you like, Mr. Brook," he said presently, putting his arm through that of the coachman, in a very friendly manner. "You shall be free and welcome to everything I've got in my house, and I know how to brew a decent jorum of punch when I give my mind to it, don't I, Jim?" Mr. James Harwood protested that no one else could brew such punch as that concocted by the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle. The supper was a very cheery banquet. ponderous slices of underdone roast beef disappeared as if by magic, and the consumption of pickles, from a physiological or sanitary point of view, positively appalling. After the beef and pickles came a Titanic cheese and a small stack of celery, while the brown beer pitcher went so often to the barrel that it is a matter of wonder that it escaped unbroken. At 10:15, Mr. Maunders bade his new acquaintance good night; but before departing he begged as a great favour to be permitted one peep at the grand oak hall. "You shall see it," cried good-natured Matthew Brook. "It's a sight worth coming many a mile to see. Step this way." He led the way along a dark passage to a door that opened into the great entrance hall. It was indeed a noble chamber. Black Milsom stood for some moments contemplating it in silence, with a reverential stare. "And which may be the back staircase leading to the little ladies' rooms?" he asked presently. "That door opens to the foot of it," replied the coachman. "Captain Copplestone sleeps in the room you come to first, on the first floor, and the little missy's rooms are inside his'n." Gertrude Eversleigh, the heiress of Raynham, was one of those lovely and caressing children who win the hearts of all around them, and in whose presence there is a charm as sweet as that which lurks in the beauty of a flower or the song of a bird. Her mother idolized her, as we know, even though she could resign herself to a separation from this loved child, sacrificing affection to the all-absorbing purpose of her life. Before leaving Raynham Castle, Honoria had summoned the only friend upon whom she could rely, Captain Copplestone, the man whose testimony alone had saved her from the hideous suspicion of murder, the man who had boldly declared his belief in her innocence. She wrote to him, telling him that she had need of his friendship for the only child of his dead friend, Sir Oswald, and he came promptly in answer to her summons, pleased at the idea of seeing the child of his old comrade. He had read the announcement of the child's birth in the newspapers, and had rejoiced to find that Providence had sent a consolation to the widow in her hour of desolation. "She is like her father," he said, softly, after he had taken the child in his arms, and pressed his shaggy moustache to her pure young brow. "Yes, the child is like my old comrade, Oswald Eversleigh. She has your beauty, too, Lady Eversleigh, your dark eyes, those wonderful eyes which my friend loved to praise." "I wish to heaven that he had never seen them!" exclaimed Honoria. "They brought him only evil fortune, anguish, untimely death." "Come, come," cried the captain, cheerily, "this won't do. If the workings of two villains brought about a breach between you and my poor friend, and resulted in his untimely end, the sin rests on their guilty heads, not on yours." "And the sin shall not go unpunished, even upon this earth," exclaimed Honoria, with intensity of feeling. "I only live for one purpose, Captain Copplestone, and that is to strip the masks from the faces of the two hypocrites and traitors who between them compassed my disgrace and my husband's death, and I implore you to aid me in the carrying out of my purpose." "How can I do that?" cried the captain. "When I begged you to let me challenge that scoundrel Carrington, and fight him, in spite of our cowardly modern fashion, which has exploded duelling, you implored me not to hazard my life. I was your only friend, you told me, and if my life was sacrificed, you would be helpless and friendless. I gave way in order to satisfy you, though I should have liked to send a bullet through that French scoundrel's plotting brains." "And I thank you for your goodness," answered Lady Eversleigh. "It is not by the bullet of a brave soldier that Victor Carrington should die. I will pursue the two villains silently, stealthily, as they pursued me; and when the hour of my triumph comes, it shall be a real triumph, not a defeat like that which ended their scheming. But if I stoop to wear a mask, I ask no such service from you, Captain Copplestone. I ask you only to take up your abode in this house, and to protect my child while I am away from home." "You are really going to leave home?" "For a considerable time." "And you will tell me nothing about the nature of your schemes?" "Nothing. I shall do no wrong, though I am about to deal with men so base that the common laws of honour can scarcely apply to any dealings with them." "And your mind is set upon this strange scheme?" My mind is fixed. Nothing on earth can alter my resolution, not even my love for this child." Captain Copplestone saw that her determination was not to be reasoned away, and he made no further attempt to shake her resolve. He promised that, during her absence from the castle, he would guard Sir Oswald's daughter, and cherish her as tenderly as if she had been his own child. It was by the captain's advice that Mrs. Morden was engaged to act as governess to the young heiress during her mother's absence. She was the widow of one of his brother officers, a highly accomplished woman, and a woman of conscientious feelings and high principle. "Never had any creature more need of your protection than my child has," said Honoria. "This young life and mine are the sole obstacles that stand between Sir Reginald Eversleigh and fortune. You know what baseness and treachery he and his ally are capable of committing. You cannot, therefore, wonder if I imagine all kinds of dangers for my darling." "No," replied the captain; "I can only wonder that you consent to leave her." "Ah, you do not understand. Can you not see that, so long as those two men exist, their crimes undiscovered, their real nature unsuspected in the world in which they live, there is perpetual danger for my child? The task which I have set myself is the task of watching these two men, and I will do it without flinching. When the hour of retribution approaches, I may need your aid; but till then, let me do my work alone and in secret." This was the utmost that Lady Eversleigh told Captain Copplestone respecting the motive of her absence from the castle. She placed her child in his care, trusting in him, under Providence, for the guardianship of that innocent life, and then she tore herself away. Nothing could exceed the care which the veteran soldier bestowed upon his youthful charge. It may be imagined, therefore, that nothing short of absolute necessity would have induced him to leave the neighbourhood of Raynham during the absence of Lady Eversleigh. Unhappily, this necessity arose. Within a fortnight after the night on which Black Milsom had been invited to supper in the servants' hall, Captain Copplestone quitted Raynham Castle for an indefinite period, for the first time since Lady Eversleigh's departure. He was seated at breakfast in the pretty sitting room in the south wing, which he occupied in common with the heiress and her governess, when a letter was brought to him by one of the castle servants. "Ben Simmons has just brought this up from the Hen and Chickens, sir," said the man. "It came by the mail coach that passes through Raynham at 6 o'clock in the morning." Captain Copplestone gazed at the superscription of the letter with considerable surprise. The handwriting was that of Lady Eversleigh, and the letter was marked "Immediate and important." In those days there was no electric telegraph, and a letter conveyed thus had pretty much the same effect upon the captain's mind that a telegram would nowadays exercise. It was something special, out of the common rule. He tore open the missive hastily. It contained only a few lines in Honoria's hand, but the hand was uncertain, and the letter scrawled and blotted, as if written in extreme haste and agitation of mind. "Come to me at once, I entreat. I have immediate need of your help. Pray come, my dear friend. I shall not detain you long. Let the child remain in the castle during your absence. She will be safe with Mrs. Morden. Clarendon Hotel, London." This, and the date, was all. Captain Copplestone sat for some moments, staring at this document with a look of unmitigated perplexity. "I can't make it out," he muttered to himself. Presently he said aloud to Mrs. Morden, "What a pity it is you women all write so much alike that it's uncommonly difficult to swear to your writing. I'm perplexed by this letter. I can't quite understand being summoned away from my pet. I think you know Lady Eversleigh's hand." "Yes," answered the lady. "I received 2 letters from her before coming here. I could scarcely be mistaken in her handwriting." "You think not? Very well, then. Please tell me if that is her hand," said the captain, showing Mrs. Morden the address of the missive he had just received. "I should say decidedly, yes, that is her hand." "Humph!" muttered the captain. "She said something about wanting me when the hour of retribution drew near. Perhaps she has succeeded in her schemes more rapidly than she expected, and the time is come." The little girl had just quitted the room with her nurse, to be dressed for her morning run in the gardens. Mrs. Morden and the captain were alone. "Lady Eversleigh asks me to go up to London," he said at last, "and I suppose I must do what she wishes. But, upon my word, I've watched over little Gertrude so closely, and I've grown so foolishly fond of her, that I don't like the idea of leaving her, even for 24 hours; though, of course, I know I leave her in the best possible care. What danger can approach her here?" "Ah, what danger, indeed!" returned the captain, thoughtfully. "Within these walls she must be secure." "The child shall not leave the castle, nor shall she quit my sight during your absence," said Mrs. Morden; "but I hope you will not stay away long." "Rely upon it that I shall not remain away an hour longer than necessary," answered the captain. An hour afterwards he departed from Raynham in a post chaise. He left without having taken any farewell of Gertrude Eversleigh. He could not trust himself to see her. This grim, weather beaten old soldier had surrendered his heart entirely to the child of his dead friend. He travelled Londonwards as fast as continual relays of post horses could convey him; and on the morning after he had received the letter from Lady Eversleigh, a post chaise, covered with the dust of the roads, rattled up to the Clarendon Hotel, and the traveller sprang out, after a sleepless night of impatience and anxiety. "Show me to Lady Eversleigh's rooms at once," he said to one of the servants in the hall. "I beg your pardon, sir," said the man. "What name did you say?" "Lady Eversleigh. Eversleigh, a widow lady, staying in this house." "There must be some mistake, sir. There is no one of that name at present staying in the hotel," answered the man. The housekeeper had emerged from a little sitting room, and had overheard this conversation. "No, sir," she said, "we have no one here of that name." Captain Copplestone's dark face grew deadly pale. "A trap," he muttered to himself; "a snare. That letter was a forgery." And without a word to the people of the house, he darted back to the street, sprang into the chaise, crying to the postilions, "Don't lose a minute in getting a change of horses. I am going back to Yorkshire." CHAPTER XXXIV. Part II. Of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter XXXIII. Treason has done his worst. Part II. The intimacy with the household of Raynham Castle, begun by Mr. Maunders at the supper in the servants' hall, strengthened as time went by, and there was no member of the Castle household for whom Mr. Maunders entertained so warm a friendship as that which he felt for Matthew Brook, the coachman. Matthew began to divide his custom between the rival taverns of Raynham, spending an evening occasionally at the Cat and Fiddle, and appearing to enjoy himself very much at that inferior hostelry. About a fortnight had elapsed after the comfortable supper party at the castle, when Mr. Milsom took it into his head to make a formal return for the hospitalities he had received on that occasion. It happened that the evening chosen for this humble but comfortable entertainment was the evening after Captain Copplestone's departure from the castle. The supper was well cooked, and neatly placed on the table. A foaming tankard of ale flanked the large dish of hissing steaks, and the gentlemen from the castle set to work with a good will to do justice to Mr. Maunders' entertainment. When the table had been cleared of all except a bowl of punch and a tray of glasses, it is scarcely a matter for wonder if the quartette had grown rather noisy, with a tendency to become still louder in its mirth with every glass of Mr. Milsom's excellent compound. They were enjoying themselves as much as it is in the power of human nature to enjoy itself. They had proposed all manner of toasts, and had drunk them with cheers, and the mirth was at its loudest when the clock of the village church boomed out solemnly upon the stillness of night, and told the hour of 10. The three men staggered hastily to their feet. "We must be off, Maunders, old fellow," said the coachman, with a certain thickness of utterance. "Right you are, Mat," answered Stephen. "You've had quite enough of that 'ere liquor, and so have we all. Good night, Mr. Maunders, and thank you kindly for a jolly evening. Come, Jim, come, Matt, old boy, off we go." "No, no," cried Mr. Maunders, the hospitable. "I'm not a going to let Matthew Brook leave my house at 10 o'clock, when he can stay as long as he likes. You and he beat me at whist, but I mean to be even with him at cribbage. We'll have a friendly hand and a friendly glass, and I'll see him as far as the gates afterwards. You'll let him in, Plumpton, come when he will, I know. If he can stay over his time at the other house, he can stay over his time with me. Come, Brook, you won't say no, will you, to a friend?" asked Milsom. Matthew Brook looked at Mr. Milsom and at his fellow servants in a stupid, half-drunken manner, and rubbed his big head thoughtfully with his big hand. "I'm blessed if I know what to do," he said. "I've promised Stephen I wouldn't stay out after time again, and not as a rule, perhaps," answered Mr. Milsom, "but once in a way can't make any difference, I'm sure. And Stephen Plumpton is the last to be ill-natured." "That I am," replied the good-tempered footman. "Stay, if you like to stay, Mat. I'll leave my door unfastened, and welcome." On this, the two other men took a friendly leave of their host and departed, walking through the village street with legs that were not by any means too steady. There was a triumphant grin upon Mr. Milsom's face as he shut the door on these two departing guests. "Good night, and good riddance to you," he muttered. "And now for Matthew Brook. You'll sleep sound enough to night, Stephen Plumpton, I'll warrant. So sound that if old Nick himself went through your room, you'd scarcely be much wiser." He went back to the little parlour in which he had left his guest, the coachman. As he went, he slipped his forefinger and thumb into his waistcoat pocket, where they closed upon a tiny phial. It contained a pennyworth of laudanum, which he had purchased a week or so before from the Raynham chemist, as a remedy for the toothache. Here he found Matthew Brook seated with his arms folded on the table, and his eyes fixed on the cribbage board, with that stolid, unseeing gaze peculiar to drunkenness. "He's pretty far gone as it is," Mr. Milsom thought to himself, as he looked at his guest. "It won't take much to send him further. Take another glass of punch before we begin, eh, Brook?" he asked, in that tone of jolly good fellowship which had made him so agreeable to the castle servants. "So I will," cried Matthew. "'Nother glass. Punish the punch, eh, old boy? We'll punish glass. 'Nother punch. Hand cribbage. Glorious evening. Uproarious. Happy. Glorious. God save. 'Nother glass." While Mr. Brook attempted to shuffle the cards, dropping them half under the table during the process, Black Milsom moved the bowl and glasses to a table behind the coachman's back. Here he filled a glass for Mr. Brook, which the coachman emptied at a draught. But after having done so, he made a wry face, and looked reproachfully at his host. "What the deuce was that you gave me?" he asked, with some indignation. "What should it be but rum punch?" answered Milsom. "The same as you've been drinking all the evening." "I'll be hanged if it is," answered Mr. Brook. "You've been playing off some of your publican's tricks upon me, Mr. Maunders, pouring the dregs of some stale porter into the bowl, or something of that kind. Don't you do it again. I'm a very good-tempered chap, but the man that takes liberty with once don't take liberty with me twice. So don't you go do that again." This was said with tipsy solemnity, and then Mr. Brook made another effort to shuffle the cards, and stooped a great many times to pick up some of those he had dropped, but seemed never to succeed in picking up all of them. "I'll tell you what it is, Maunders," he said at last, "I'm getting an old man. My sight isn't what it used to be. I'm blessed if I can tell a king from a queen." Before he could complete the shuffling of the cards to his own satisfaction, Mr. Brook's eyelids began to droop over his watery eyes, and all at once his head fell forward on the table, amongst the scattered cards, his hair flopping against a fallen candlestick and smoking tallow candle. Mr. Milsom's air of jolly good fellowship disappeared. He sprang up suddenly, went to his friend, and shook him, rather roughly for such friendship. Matthew snored a little louder, but slept on. "He's fast as a rock," muttered Black Milsom; "but I must wait till it's likely Stephen Plumpton will be as sound asleep as this one." Mr. Milsom went to his kitchen, and ordered his only servant, a sturdy young native of the village, to go off to bed at once. "I've got a friend in the parlour, but I'll see him out myself when he goes," said Mr. Milsom. "You pack off to bed as soon as you've put out the lights in the bar, and shut the back door." Mr. Milsom then returned to the apartment where his sleeping guest reposed. The coachman's capacious overcoat hung on a chair near where its owner slept. Mr. Milsom deliberately put on this coat, and the hat which Mr. Brook had worn with it. There was a thick woollen scarf of the coachman's lying on the floor near the chair, and this Black Milsom also put on, twisting it several times round his neck, so as to completely muffle the lower part of his face. He was of about the same height as Matthew, and the thick coat gave him bulk. Thus attired, he might, in an uncertain light, have been very easily mistaken for the man whose clothes he wore. Mr. Milsom gave one last scrutinizing look at the sleeping coachman, and then extinguished the candle. The fire he had allowed to die out while he sat smoking. The room was therefore now in perfect darkness. He paused by the door to look about him. All was alike, still and lonely. The village street could have been no more silent and empty if the 2 rows of houses had been so many vaults in a cemetery. Black Milsom walked rapidly up the village street, and entered the gardens of the castle by a little iron gate, of which Matthew Brook, the reprobate and offender, had a key. This key Black Milsom had often heard of, and knew that it was always carried by Brook in a small breast pocket of his overcoat. From the garden he made his way quickly, silently, to the quadrangle on which Stephen Plumpton's bedchamber opened. Here all was dark and silent. Milsom went straight to the little half-glass door, which served both as door and window for the small sleeping chamber of Stephen Plumpton. He opened this door with a cautious hand, and stepped softly into the room. Stephen lay with his head half covered with the bedclothes, and his loud snoring resounded through the chamber. "The rum punch has done the trick for you, my friend," Mr. Milsom said to himself. He crossed the room with slow and stealthy footsteps, opened the door communicating with the rest of the house, and went along the passage leading to the hall. With cautious steps he groped his way to the door opening on the secondary staircase, and ascended the thickly carpeted staircase within. Here a lamp was left, dimly burning all night, and this lamp showed him another cloth-covered door at the top of the first flight of stairs. Black Milsom tried this door, and found it also unfastened. This door, which Black Milsom opened, communicated with the little passage that had been made across the room, usually tenanted by Captain Copplestone. Within this room there was a still smaller chamber, little more indeed than a spacious closet, in which slept the faithful old servant, Solomon Grundy. Both the doors were open, and Black Milsom heard the heavy breathing of the old man, the breathing of a sound sleeper. Beyond the short passage was the door opening into the sitting-room used by the young heiress of Raynham. Black Milsom had only to push it open. The intruder crept softly across the room, drew aside a curtain, and opened the massive oak door which divided the sitting-room from the bedroom. Mr. Milsom had taken care to make himself familiar with the smallest details of the castle household, and he had even heard of Mrs. Morden's habit of sleeping within closely drawn curtains, from his general informant, James Harwood, the groom, who had received his information from one of the housemaids, in that temple of gossip, the servants' hall. Gertrude Eversleigh slept in a white-curtained cot by the side of Mrs. Morden's bed. Black Milsom lifted the coverlet, threw it over the face of the sleeping child, and with one strong hand lifted her from her cot, her face still shrouded by the thick down coverlet, which must effectually prevent her cries. With the other hand he snatched up a blanket, and threw it round the struggling form, and then, bundled in coverlet and blanket, he carried the little girl away. Only when his feet were on the turf, and the castle stood up black behind him, did he withdraw the coverlet from the mouth of the half-suffocated child. CHAPTER XXXIV. Chapter 34 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 34. Caught in the Toils. Captain Copplestone did not waste half an hour on the road between London and Raynham. No words can paint his agony of terror, the torture of mind which he endured, as he sat in the post-chaise, watching every landmark of the journey, counting every minute of the tedious hours, and continually putting his head out of the front window, and urging the postilions to greater speed. He hated himself for having been duped by that forged letter. "I had no business to leave the child," he kept repeating to himself, "not even to obey her mother. My place was by little Gertrude, and I have been a fool to desert my post. If any harm has come to her in my absence, by the heaven above me, I think I shall be tempted to blow out my brains." Once having decided that the letter, purporting to be written by Lady Eversleigh, was a forgery, he could not doubt that it formed part of some plot against the household of Raynham Castle. To Captain Copplestone, who knew that the life of his friend had been sacrificed to the dark plottings of a traitor, this idea was terrible. "I knew the wretches I had to deal with. I was forewarned that treachery and cunning would be on the watch to do that child wrong," he said to himself during those hours of self-reproach. "And yet I allowed myself to be duped by the first trick of those hidden foes. Oh, great heaven, grant that I may reach Raynham before they can have taken any fatal advantage of my absence." It was daybreak when the captain's post-chaise dashed into the village street of Raynham. He murmured a thanksgiving and a prayer, almost in the same breath, as he saw the castle turrets dark against the chill grey sky. The vehicle ascended the hill, and stopped before the arched entrance to the castle. An old woman, who acted as portress, opened the carved iron gates. He glanced at her, but did not stop to question her. One word from her would have put an end to all suspense; but in this last moment the soldier had not courage to utter the question which he so dreaded to have answered. Was Gertrude safe? In another moment that question was answered for Captain Copplestone, answered completely, without the utterance of a word. The principal door of the castle was open, and in the doorway stood two men. One was Mr. Ashburne, the magistrate; the other was Christopher Diamond, the constable of Raynham. The sight of these two men told Captain Copplestone that his fears were but too surely realized. Something had happened amiss, something of importance, or Gilbert Ashburne, the magistrate, would not be there. "The child," gasped the captain. "Is she dead? Murdered?" "No, not dead," answered Mr. Ashburne. "Not dead, thank God!" exclaimed the soldier, in a devout whisper. "What then? What has happened?" he asked, scarcely able to command himself so far as to utter these few words with distinctness. "For pity's sake, speak plainly. Can't you see that you are keeping me in torture? What has happened to the child?" "She has disappeared." "She has disappeared!" echoed the captain. "I left strict orders that she should not be permitted to stir beyond the castle walls. Who dared to disobey those orders?" "No one," answered Mr. Ashburne. "Miss Eversleigh was not allowed to quit her own apartments. She disappeared in the night from her own cot, while that cot was in its usual place, beside Mrs. Morden's bed." "But who could penetrate into that room in the night, when the castle doors are secured against every one? Where is Mrs. Morden? Let me see her, and let every servant of the house be assembled in the great dining room." Captain Copplestone gave this order to the butler, who had come out to the hall on hearing the arrival of the post-chaise. The man bowed and departed on his errand. "I fear you will gain nothing by questioning the household," said Mr. Ashburne. "I have already made all possible inquiries, assisted by Christopher Diamond here, but can obtain no information that throws the smallest ray of light upon this most mysterious business." "I thank you," replied the captain. I am sure you have done all that friendship could suggest; but I should like to question those people myself. This business is a matter of life and death for me." He went into the great dining room, the room in which the inquiry had been held respecting the cause of Sir Oswald's death. Mr. Ashburne and Christopher Diamond accompanied him, and the servants of the household came in quietly, 2 and 3 at a time, until the lower end of the room was full. Mrs. Morden was the last to come. She made no protestations of her grief, her self-reproach, for she never for a moment imagined that any one could doubt the intensity of her feelings. She stood before the captain, calm, collected, ready to answer his questions promptly and conscientiously. He questioned the servants one by one, beginning with Mrs. Smithson, the housekeeper, who was ready to declare that no living creature, except the members of the household, could have been within the castle walls on the night of Gertrude Eversleigh's disappearance. "That anybody could have come into this house and gone out of it in a night unknown to me is a moral impossibility," said the housekeeper. "The doors were locked at 10:30, and the keys were brought in a basket to my room. So, you see, it's quite impossible that any one could have come in or gone out before the doors were open in the morning." "What time was the child's disappearance discovered?" "At 4:45 in the morning," answered Mrs. Morden, "before any one in the house was astir. My darling has always been in the habit of waking at that hour to take a little milk which is left in a glass by her bedside. I woke at the usual time, and rose in order to give her the milk, and when I looked at her cot, I saw that it was empty. The child was gone. The silk coverlet and one blanket had disappeared with her. I gave the alarm immediately, and in a quarter of an hour the whole household was astir." "And did you hear nothing during that night?" asked the captain, turning suddenly to address Solomon Grundy, who had entered amongst the rest of the servants. "Nothing, captain." "Humph!" muttered the old soldier. "A sorry watch dog." "There is only one entrance to the castle which is at all weakly guarded," said the magistrate, presently, "and that is a small door belonging to the bedroom occupied by one of the footmen. But this man tells me that he was in his room that night at his usual hour, and that the door was locked and bolted in the usual way." As he said this, the magistrate looked towards the end of the apartment, where Stephen Plumpton stood amongst his fellow servants. The young man had been weak enough, or guilty enough, to commit himself to a false statement. First, because he did not want to betray the misdoings of Matthew Brook; and secondly, because he feared to admit his own culpable carelessness. "My telling the truth won't bring the child back," he argued with himself. "If it would, I'd speak out fast enough." "You say that it is impossible that any one can have entered this house and left it during that night," said Captain Copplestone to the housekeeper; "and yet some one must have left the house, even if no one entered it, or Gertrude Eversleigh must be hidden within these walls. Has the castle been thoroughly searched? There are stories of children who have hidden themselves in sport, to find the sport end in terrible earnest." "The castle has been searched from garret to cellar," answered Mrs. Morden. "Mrs. Smithson and I have gone together into every room, and opened every cupboard." The captain dismissed the assembly, after having asked many questions without result. When this was done, he went alone to the library, where he shut himself in, and seated himself at the writing table, with pen and ink before him, to meditate upon the steps which should be first taken in the work that lay before him. That work was no less painful a task than the writing of a letter to Lady Eversleigh, to inform her of the calamity which had taken place, of the terrible realization of her worst fears. Captain Copplestone's varied and adventurous life had never brought him a severer or more painful duty, but he was not the man to shirk or defer it because it involved suffering to himself. The letter was written and dispatched by the evening post, and then the captain shut himself up in his own room, and gave way to the bitterest grief he had ever experienced. Who shall describe the agony which Lady Eversleigh suffered when Captain Copplestone's letter reached her? For the first half hour after she read it, a blight seemed to fall upon her senses, and she sat still in her chair, stupefied. But when she rallied, her first impulse was to send for Andrew Larkspur, who was now nearly restored to his usual state of sound health. She rang the bell and summoned Jane Payland. "There is a lawyer's clerk living in this house," she said, "Mr. Andrews. Go to him immediately, and ask him to favour me with an interview. I wish to consult him on a matter of business." "Yes, ma'am," answered Miss Payland, looking inquisitively at the ashen face of her mistress. "There's something fresh this morning," she muttered to herself, as she tripped lightly up the stairs to do her bidding. Mr. Larkspur, or Mr. Andrews, presented himself before Lady Eversleigh a few minutes after he received her message. He found her pacing the room in a fever of excitement. "Good gracious me, ma'am!" he exclaimed. "Is there anything amiss?" "Yes," she answered, handing him the letter. Mr. Larkspur read the letter to the end, and then read it again. "This is a bad job," he said, calmly. "What's to be done now?" "You must accompany me to Raynham Castle. You must help me to find my child," cried Honoria, in wild excitement. "You are better now, Mr. Larkspur. You can bear the journey. For heaven's sake, do not say you cannot aid me. You must come with me, Andrew Larkspur. I do not offer to bribe you. I say you must come. Bring me my darling safe to my arms, and you may name your own reward for that priceless service." "No, no," said Mr. Larkspur. "I don't say that. I am well enough, so far as that goes. But how about our little schemes in London?" "Never mind them. Never think of them. What are they to me now?" "Very well, my lady," answered Mr. Larkspur. "If it must be so, it must be. I must turn my back upon the neatest business that ever a Bow Street officer handled, just as it's getting most interesting to a well regulated mind." "And you'll come with me at once?" "Give me 1 hour to make my plans, ma'am, and I'm your man," replied Mr. Larkspur. "I'll pack a carpet bag, leave it downstairs, take a hackney coach to Bow Street, see my deputy, and arrange some matters for him, and be ready 1 hour from this time, when you'll be so kind as to call for me in a post chaise, not forgetting to bring my carpet bag with you in the boot, if you please. And now you be so good as to keep up your spirits, ma'am, like a Trojan, which I've heard the Trojans had an uncommon hard time of it in their day. If the child is to be found, Andrew Larkspur is the man to find her. And as to reward, we won't talk about that, if you please, my lady. I may be a hard-fisted one, but I'm not the individual to trade upon the feelings of a mother that has lost her only child." Having said this, Mr. Larkspur departed, and in less than 2 hours he and Lady Eversleigh were seated in a post chaise behind 4 horses, tearing along the road between London and Barnet. And thus additional security attended the schemes of Victor Carrington. End of Chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 35. Larkspur to the Rescue. The journey of Lady Eversleigh and her companion, the Bow Street officer, was as rapid as the journey of Captain Copplestone. Along the same northern road as that which he had travelled a few days before flew the post chaise containing the anguish-stricken mother and her strange ally. In this hour of agony and suspense, Honoria Eversleigh looked to the queer, wizened little police officer, Andrew Larkspur, as the best friend she had on earth. "You'll find my child for me?" she cried many times during the course of that long journey, appealing to Mr. Larkspur, with clasped hands and streaming eyes. "Oh, tell me you'll find her for me. For pity's sake, give me some comfort, some hope." "I'll give you plenty of comfort, and plenty of hope, too, mum, if you'll only cheer up and trust in me," answered the luminary of Bow Street, with that stolid calmness of manner which seemed as if it would scarcely have been disturbed by an earthquake. "You keep up your spirits, and don't give way. If the little lady is alive, I'll bring her back to you safe and sound. If so be as she's contrariwise," added Mr. Larkspur, alarmed by the wild look in his companion's eyes, as he was about to pronounce the terrible word she so much feared to hear, "why, in that case, I'll find them as done the deed, and they shall pay for it." "Oh, give her back to me!" exclaimed Honoria. "Give her back! Let me hold her in my arms once more. I abandon all thought of revenge upon those who have so basely wronged me. Let Providence alone deal with them and their crime. It may be this punishment has come to me because I have sought to usurp the office of Providence. Let me have my darling once more, and I will banish from my heart every feeling which a Christian should abjure." Bitter remorse was mingled with the agony which rent the mother's heart in those terrible hours. All at once her eyes were opened to the deep and dreadful guilt involved in those vengeful feelings she had so long nourished, to the exclusion of all tender emotions, all generous instincts. Bitterly did the mother upbraid herself as she sat, with her hands clasped tightly together, her pale face turned to the window, her haggard eyes looking out at every object on the road, eager to behold any landmark that would tell her that she was so many miles nearer the end of her journey. She had concluded that, as a matter of course, the disappearance of the child had been directly or indirectly the work of Sir Reginald Eversleigh, and she said as much to Mr. Larkspur. But, to her surprise, she found that he did not share her opinion upon this subject. "If you ask me whether Sir Reginald is in it, I'll tell you candidly, no, my lady, I don't think he is. I don't need to tell you that I've had a deal of experience in my time, and, if that experience is worth a brass button, Sir Reginald hasn't any hand in this business down in Yorkshire." "Not directly, perhaps, but indirectly," interrupted Honoria. "Neither one nor the other," answered the great man of Bow Street. "I've had my eye upon the baronet ever since you put me up to watching him, and there's precious little he could do without my spotting him. I know what letters he has written, and I know, more or less, what has been in those letters. I know what people he has seen, and more or less what he has said to them; and I don't see that it's possible he could have carried on such a game as this abduction of Missy without my having an inkling of it." "But what of his ally, his bosom friend and confederate, Victor Carrington? May not his treacherous hand have struck this blow?" "I think not, my lady," replied Mr. Larkspur. "I've had my eye upon that gentleman, likewise, as per agreement; for when Andrew Larkspur guarantees to do a thing, he ain't the man to do it by halves. I've kept a close watch upon Mr. Carrington, and, with the exception of his parlez-vous francaising with that sharp-nosed, shabby genteel lady companion of Madame Durski's, there's very few of his goings-ons I haven't been able to reckon up to a fraction. No, my lady, there's some one else in this business, and who that some one else is, it'll be my duty to find out. But I can't do anything till I get on the ground. When I get on the ground, and have had time to look about me, I shall be able to form an opinion." Honoria was fain to be patient, to put her trust in heaven, and beneath heaven, in this pragmatical little police officer, who really felt as much compassion for her sorrow as it was possible for a man so steeped in the knowledge of crime and iniquity, and so hardened by contact with the worst side of the world, to feel for any human grief. She was compelled to be patient, or, at any rate, to assume that outward aspect of calmness which seems like patience, while the heart within her breast throbbed tumultuously as storm-driven waves. At last the wearisome journey came to an end. She entered the arched gateway of Raynham Castle, and, as she looked out of the carriage window, she saw the big black letters, printed on a white broadside, offering a reward of £300 for the early restoration of the missing child. Mr. Larkspur gave a scornful sniff as he perceived this bill. "That won't bring her back," he muttered. "Those who have taken her away will play a deeper game than to bring her back for the first reward that's offered, or the second, or the third. She'll have to be found by those that are a match for the scoundrel that stole her from her home, and perhaps he will find his match before long, clever as he is." The meeting between Honoria and Captain Copplestone was a very quiet one. She was far too noble, far too just, to reproach the friend in whom she had trusted, even though he had failed in his trust. He had heard the approach of the post chaise, and he awaited her on the threshold of the door. He had gone forth to many a desperate encounter, but he had never felt so heart-piercing a pang as that which he endured this day when he went to meet Lady Eversleigh. She held out her hand to him as she crossed the threshold. "I have done my duty," he said, in low, earnest tones. "As I am a man of honour and a soldier, Lady Eversleigh, I have done my duty, miserable as the result has been." "I can believe that," answered Honoria, gravely. "Your face tells me there are no good tidings to greet me here. She is not found?" The captain shook his head sadly. "And there are no tidings of any kind? No clue, no trace?" "None. The constable of this place, and other men from the market town, are doing their utmost; but as yet the result has been only new mystification, new conjecture." "No, nor wouldn't be, if the constables were to have 20 years to do their work in, instead of 3 days," interrupted Mr. Larkspur. "Perhaps you don't know what country police officers are. I do; and if you expect to find the little lady by their help, you may just as well look up to the sky yonder, and wait till she drops down from it; for of the two things, that's by far the most likely. I can believe in miracles," added Mr. Larkspur, piously, "but I can't believe in rural police constables." The captain looked at the speaker with a bewildered expression, and Lady Eversleigh hastened to explain the presence of her ally. "This is Mr. Larkspur, a well-known Bow Street officer," she said, "and I rely on his aid to find my precious one. Pray tell me all that has happened in connection with this event. He is very clever, and he may strike out some plan of action that will be better than anything which has yet been attempted." They had passed into a small sitting room, half anteroom, half study, leading out of the great hall; and here the police officer seated himself, as much at home as if he had spent half his life within the walls of Raynham, and listened quietly while Captain Copplestone gave a circumstantial account of the child's disappearance, taking care not to omit the smallest detail connected with that event. Mr. Larkspur made occasional pencil notes in his memorandum book, but he did not interrupt the captain's narration by a single remark. When all was finished, Lady Eversleigh looked at him with anxious, inquiring eyes, as if from his lips she expected to receive the sentence of fate itself. "Well," she muttered, breathlessly, "is there any hope? Do you see any clue?" "Half a dozen clues," answered the police officer, "if they're properly handled. The first thing we've got to do is to offer a reward for that silk coverlet that was taken away with the little girl." "Why offer a reward for the coverlet?" asked Captain Copplestone. "Bless your innocent heart," answered Mr. Larkspur, contemplating the soldier with a pitying smile. "Don't you see that, if we find the coverlet, we're pretty sure to find the child? The man who took her away made a mistake when he carried off the coverlet with her, unless he was deep enough to destroy it before he had taken her far. If he didn't do that, if he left that silk coverlet behind him anywhere, I consider his game as good as up. That is just the kind of thing that a police officer gets his clue from. There's been more murders and burglaries found out from an old coat, or a pair of old shoes, or a walking stick, or such like, than you could count in a day. I shan't make any stir about the child just yet, my lady; but before 48 hours are over our heads, I'll have a handbill posted in every town in England, and an advertisement in every newspaper, offering £5 reward for that dark blue silk coverlet you talk of, lined with crimson." "There seems considerable wisdom in the idea," said the captain, thoughtfully. "It would never have occurred to me to advertise for the coverlet." "I don't suppose it would," answered the great Larkspur, with a slight touch of sarcasm in his tone. "It has took me a matter of 30 years to learn my business, and it ain't to be supposed as my knowledge will come to other folks natural." "You are right, Mr. Larkspur," replied the captain, smiling at the police officer's air of offended dignity; "and since you seem to be thoroughly equal to the difficulties of the situation, I think we can scarcely do better than trust ourselves entirely to your discretion." "I don't think you'll have any occasion to repent your confidence," said Mr. Larkspur; "and now, if I may make so bold as to mention it, I should be glad to get a morsel of dinner, and a glass of brandy and water, cold without; after which I'll take a turn in the village and look about me. There may be something to be picked up in that direction by a man who keeps his eyes and ears open." Mr. Larkspur was consigned to the care of the butler, who conducted him at once to the housekeeper's room, where that very important person, Mrs. Smithson, received him with almost regal condescension. Mrs. Smithson and the butler both would have been very glad to converse with Mr. Larkspur, and to find out from that gentleman's conversation who he was, and all about him; but Mr. Larkspur himself had no inclination to be communicative. He responded courteously, but briefly, to all Mrs. Smithson's civilities, and after eating the best part of a cold roast chicken, and a pound or so of ham, and drinking about half a pint of cognac, he left the housekeeper's room, and retired to an apartment to which the butler ushered him, a very comfortable little sitting room, leading into a small bedchamber, which two rooms were to be occupied by Mr. Larkspur during his residence at the castle. Here he employed himself until dark in writing short notes to the chief police officers of all the principal towns in England, ordering the printing and posting of the handbills of which he had spoken to Lady Eversleigh and the captain. When this was done, he put on his hat and went out at the great arched gateway of the castle, whence he made his way to the village street. Here he spent the rest of the evening, and he made very excellent use of his time, though he passed the greater part of it in the parlour of the Hen and Chickens, drinking very weak brandy and water, and listening to the conversation of the gentry who patronized that house of entertainment. Among those gentry was the good-tempered but somewhat weak-minded Matthew Brook, the coachman. "I'll tell you what it is, Mat Brook," said a stout, red-faced individual, who was butler at one of the mansions in the neighbourhood of Raynham, "you've not been yourself for the last week, not since little missy was stolen from the castle yonder. You must have been uncommonly fond of that child." "I was fond of her, bless her dear little heart," replied Matthew. But though this assertion, so far as it went, was perfectly true, there was some slight hesitation in the coachman's manner of uttering it, a hesitation which Andrew Larkspur was not slow to perceive. "And you've lost your new friend down at the Cat and Fiddle, where you was beginning to spend more of your evenings than you spent here. What's become of that man Maunders, eh, Brook?" asked the butler. "That was a rather queer thing, his leaving Raynham so suddenly, leaving his house to take care of itself, or to be taken care of by a stupid country wench, who doesn't know her business any more than a cow. Do you know why he went, or where he's gone, Mat?" "Not I," Mr. Brook answered, rather nervously, and reddening as he spoke. The police officer watched and listened even more intently than before. The conversation was becoming every moment more interesting for him. "How should I know where Mr. Maunders has gone?" asked Matthew Brook, rather peevishly, as he paused from smoking to refill his honest clay pipe. "How should I know where he's gone, or how long he means to stay away? I know nothing of him, except that he seems a jolly good-hearted sort of chap in his own rough and ready way. James Harwood brought him up to the castle one night for a hand at whist and a bit of supper, and he seemed to take a regular fancy to some of us, and asked us to take a glass now and then down at his place, which we did. And that's all about it, and I don't mean to stand any more cross-questioning." "Why, Brook," cried his friend the butler, "what's come to you? It isn't like you to answer any man in that way, least of all such an old friend as me." Mr. Brook took no notice of this reproach. He went on smoking silently. "I say, Harris," said the butler presently, when the landlord of the Hen and Chickens came into the room to attend upon his customers, "do you know whether the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle has come back yet?" "No, he ain't," answered Mr. Harris; "and folks complain sadly of being served by that awkward lass he's left in charge of the house. I've had a many of his old customers come up here for what they want." "Does anybody know where he's gone?" "That's as may be," answered Mr. Harris. "Anyhow, I don't. Some say he's gone to London for a fortnight's pleasure; but if he has, he's a very queer man of business, and it strikes me when he comes back he will find his customers all left him." "Do you think he's cut and run?" "Well, you see, he might be in debt, and want to give his creditors the slip." "But folks down the village say he didn't owe a £5 note," returned the landlord, who was a great authority with regard to all local gossip. "It's rather a queer business altogether, that chap taking himself off without why or wherefore, and just about the time as the little girl disappeared from the castle." "Why, you don't think he had anything to do with that, Joe Harris?" exclaimed the butler. Andrew Larkspur took occasion to look at Matthew Brook at this moment, and he saw the coachman's honest face grow pallid, as if under the influence of some sudden terror. "You don't believe as Maunders had a hand in stealing the child, eh, Joe Harris?" repeated the butler. Joe Harris shook his head solemnly. "I don't think nothing, and I don't believe nothing," he answered, with a mysterious air. "It ain't my place to give an opinion upon this here subject. It might be said as I was jealous of the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle, and owed him a grudge. All I says is this: it's a very queer circumstance as the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle should disappear from the village directly after little Miss Eversleigh disappeared from the castle. You may put two and two together, and you may make 'em into four, if you like," added Mr. Harris, with profound solemnity; "or you may leave it alone. That's your business." "I'll tell you what it is," said the butler. "I've had a chat with old Mother Smithson since the disappearance of the young lady, and from what I've heard, it's pretty clear to my mind that business wasn't managed by any one outside the castle. It couldn't be. There was some one inside had a hand in it. I wouldn't mind staking a 12-month's wages on that, Matthew; and you mustn't be offended if I seem to go against your fellow servants." "I ain't offended, and I ain't pleased," answered Matthew, testily. "All I can say is, as I don't like so much cross-questioning. There's a sort of lawyer chap has come down to day with my lady, I hear, though I ain't set eyes on him yet, and I suppose he'll find out all about it." No more was said upon the subject of the lost heiress, or the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle. The subject was evidently, for some reason or other, unpleasant to Mr. Brook, the coachman, and as Matthew Brook was a general favourite, the subject was dropped. Mr. Larkspur devoted the next morning to a careful examination of all possible entrances to the castle. When he saw the half-glass door opening from the quadrangle into the little bedchamber occupied by Stephen Plumpton, the footman, he gave a long, low whistle, and smiled to himself, with the triumphant smile of a man who has found a clue to the mystery he wishes to solve. Mrs. Smithson, the housekeeper, conducted Andrew Larkspur from room to room during this careful investigation of the premises, and she and Stephen Plumpton alone were present when he examined this half-glass door. "Do you always bolt your door of a night?" Mr. Larkspur asked of the footman. "Always, sir." The tone of the man's voice and the man's face combined to betray him to the skilled police officer. Andrew Larkspur knew that the man had told him a deliberate falsehood. "Are you certain you bolted this door on that particular night?" "Oh, quite certain, sir." The police officer examined the bolt. It was a very strong one, but it moved so stiffly as to betray the fact that it was very rarely used. Mrs. Smithson did not notice this fact, but Mr. Larkspur did. It was his business to take note of small facts. "Can you remember what you were doing on that particular night?" he asked presently, turning again to the embarrassed Stephen. "No, sir. I can't say I do remember exactly," faltered the footman. "Were you at home that night?" "Well, yes, sir. I think I was." "You are not certain?" "Well, yes, sir. Perhaps I might venture to say as I'm certain," answered the miserable young man, who, in his desire to screen his fellow servant, found himself led on from one falsehood to another. He knew that he could rely on the honourable silence of the servants, and that none among them would betray the secret of the party at the Cat and Fiddle. After completing the examination of the premises, Mr. Larkspur dined comfortably in the housekeeper's room, and then once more sallied forth to the village to finish his afternoon. But on this occasion it was to the Cat and Fiddle, and not the hen and chickens, that the police officer betook himself. Here he found only a few bargemen and villagers, carousing upon the wooden benches of a tap room, drinking their beer out of yellow earthenware mugs, and enjoying themselves in an atmosphere that was almost suffocating from the fumes of strong tobacco. Mr. Larkspur did not trouble himself to listen to the conversation of these men. He looked into the room for a few minutes, and then returned to the bar, where he ordered a glass of brandy and water from the girl who served Mr. Maunders's customers in the absence of that gentleman. "So your master is away from home, my lass," he said, in his most insinuating tone, as he slowly stirred his brandy and water. "Yes, he be, sir." "Do you know when he is coming back?" inquired Larkspur. "Lawks, no, sir." "Or where he has gone?" "No, sir, I don't know that neither. My master's a good one to hold his tongue, he is. He never tells nobody nothing, in a manner of speaking." "When did he go away?" The girl named the morning on which had been discovered the disappearance of Sir Oswald's daughter. "He went away pretty early, I suppose?" said Mr. Larkspur, with assumed indifference. "I should rather think he did," answered the girl. "I was up at 6 that morning, but my master had gone clean off when I came downstairs. There weren't a sign of him." "He must have gone very early." "That he must; and the strangest part of it is that he was up very late the night before," added the girl, who was one of those people who ask nothing better than the privilege of telling all they know about anything or anybody. "Oh," said Mr. Larkspur, "he was up late the night before, was he?" "Yes; it was 11 when he sent me to bed, ordering me off as sharp as you please, which is just his way. And he couldn't have gone to bed for above an hour after that, for I lay awake, on the listen, as you may say, wondering what he was up to downstairs. But though I lay awake above an hour, I didn't hear him come upstairs at all, so goodness knows what time he went to bed. You see, he had a party that night." "Oh, he had a party, had he?" remarked the police officer, who saw that he had no occasion to question this young lady, so well inclined was she to tell him all she knew. "Yes, sir. His friends came to have a hand at cards and a hot supper, and didn't it give me plenty of trouble to get it all ready, that's all. You see, master's friends are some of the gentlemen up at the castle, and they live so uncommon well up there, that they're very particular what they eat. It must be all of the best, and done to a turn, master says to me, and so it was. I'm sure the steak was a perfect picture when I laid it on the dish, and the onions were fried a beautiful golden brown, as would have done credit to the Queen of England's head cook, though I says it as shouldn't, perhaps," added the damsel, modestly. "And which of the gentlemen from the castle came to supper with your master that night?" Mr. Larkspur asked presently. "Well, sir, you see there was 3 of them. Mr. Brook, the coachman, a good-natured, civil-spoken man, as you'd wish to meet, but a little given to drink, folks say. And there was James Harwood, the undergroom, and Stephen Plumpton, the footman, a good-looking, fresh-coloured young man, which is perhaps be known to you." "Oh, yes," answered Mr. Larkspur, "I know Stephen, the footman." Mr. Larkspur and the damsel conversed a good deal after this, but nothing of particular interest transpired in this conversation. The gentleman departed from the Cat and Fiddle very well satisfied with his evening's work, and returned to the castle in time to take a comfortable cup of tea in the housekeeper's room. He was quite satisfied in his own mind as to the identity of the delinquent who had stolen the child. The next thing to be discovered was the manner in which the landlord of the Cat and Fiddle had left Raynham. It must have been almost impossible for him to leave in any public vehicle, carrying the stolen child with him as he must have done, without attracting the attention of his fellow passengers. Andrew Larkspur had taken care to ascertain all possible details of the man's habits from the communicative barmaid, and knew that he had no vehicle or horse of his own. He must, therefore, have either gone in a public vehicle or on foot. If he had left the village on foot, under cover of darkness, he might have left unseen. But he must have entered some other village at daybreak. He must, sooner or later, have procured some kind of conveyance, and wherever he went, carrying with him that stolen child, it was more than probable his appearance would attract attention. After a little trouble, the astute Andrew ascertained that Mr. Maunders had certainly not left the village by any public conveyance. It was late when Mr. Larkspur returned to the castle, after having mastered this fact. He found that Lady Eversleigh had been inquiring for him, and he was told that she had requested he might be sent to her apartments at whatever time he returned. In obedience to this summons, he followed a servant to the room occupied by the mistress of Raynham Castle. "Well, Mr. Larkspur," Honoria asked eagerly, "do you bring me any hope?" "I don't know exactly about that, my lady," answered the ever cautious Andrew; "but I think I may venture to say that things are going on pretty smoothly. I ain't wasting time, depend upon it; and I hope in a day or two I may have something encouraging to tell you." "But you will tell me nothing yet?" murmured Honoria, with a despairing sigh. "Not yet, my lady." No more was said. Lady Eversleigh was obliged to be content with this small comfort. Early the next morning, Mr. Larkspur set out on his voyage of discovery to the villages within 2, 3, 4, and 5 hours' walk of Raynham. CHAPTER XXXVI. Of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. CHAPTER XXXVI. On the Track. The next day Mr. Larkspur spent in the same manner, and returned to the castle late at night, and very much out of sorts. He had of late been spoiled by tolerably easy triumphs, and the experience of failure was very disagreeable to him. On both evenings he was summoned to Lady Eversleigh's apartments, and on each occasion declined going. He sent a respectful message to the effect that he had nothing to communicate to her ladyship, and would not, therefore, intrude upon her. But early on the morning after the second day's wasted labour, the post brought Mr. Larkspur a communication which quite restored him to his accustomed good humour. It was neither more nor less than a brief epistle from one of the officials of the police staff at Murford Haven, informing Mr. Larkspur that an old woman had produced the silken coverlet advertised for, and claimed the offered reward. Mr. Larkspur sent a servant to inquire if Lady Eversleigh would be pleased to favour him with a few minutes' conversation that morning. The man came back almost immediately with a ready affirmative. "My lady will be very happy to see Mr. Larkspur." "Oh, Mr. Larkspur," exclaimed Honoria, as the police officer entered the room, "I am certain you bring me good news. I can see it in your face." "Well, yes, my lady. Certainly I've got a little bit of good news this morning." "You have found a clue to my child?" "I have found out something about the coverlet," answered Andrew, "and that's the next best thing to my mind. That has turned up at Murford Haven, 30 miles from here, though how the man who stole Miss Eversleigh can have got there without leaving a single trace behind him is more than I can understand." "At Murford Haven? My darling has been taken to Murford Haven!" cried Honoria. "So I conclude, my lady, by the coverlet turning up there," replied Mr. Larkspur. "I told you the handbills would do the trick. Murford Haven is a large manufacturing town, and the sort of place a man who wanted to keep himself out of sight of the police might be likely enough to choose. Now, with your leave, my lady, I'll be off to Murford Haven as soon as I can have a post chaise got ready for me." "And I will go with you," exclaimed Lady Eversleigh. "I shall feel as if I were nearer my child if I go to the town where you hope to find the clue to her hiding place." "I, too, will accompany you," said Captain Copplestone. "Begging your pardon, sir," remonstrated Mr. Larkspur, "if 3 of us go, and one of those 3 a lady, we might attract attention, even in such a busy place as Murford Haven; and if those that have got little missy should hear of it, they'd smell a rat. No, my lady, you let me go alone. I'm used to this sort of work, and you ain't, and the captain ain't either. I can slip about on the quiet anywhere like an eel, and I've got the eye to see whatever is to be seen, and the ear to pick up every syllable that's to be heard. You trust matters to me, and depend upon it I'll do my duty. I've got a clue, and a clue is all I ever want. You keep to this spot, my lady, and you too, captain, for there may come some kind of news in my absence, and you may have to act without me. I shan't waste time, you may rely upon it, and all you've got to do, my lady, is to trust to me, and hope that I shall bring you back good news from Murford Haven." Very little more was said, and half an hour after this interview the police officer left Raynham in a post chaise on the first stage of the journey to Murford Haven. Words are too weak to describe the sufferings of the mother of the lost child, and of the friends to whom she was hardly less dear. They waited very quietly, with all outward show of calmness, but the pain of suspense was not less keen. They sat silent, unoccupied, counting the hours, the minutes even, during the period which must elapse before the return of the police officer. He came earlier than Honoria had dared to expect him, and he brought with him so much comfort that she could almost have fallen on her knees, like Thetis at the feet of Jove, in the extremity of her gratitude for his services. "I've got the coverlet," said Mr. Larkspur, dragging the little silken covering from his carpet bag, and displaying it before those to whom it was so familiar. "That's about the ticket, I think, my lady. Yes, just so. I found a nice old hag waiting to claim her £5 reward; for, you see, the men at the police office at Murford Haven contrived to keep her dancing attendance backwards and forwards, call again in an hour, and so on, till I was there to cross-question her. A precious deep one she is, too, and a regular jail bird, I'll wager. I soon reckoned her up, and I was pretty sure that whatever she knew she'd tell fast enough, if she was only paid her price. So, after a good deal of shilly-shally, and handing her over £25 in solid cash, and telling her that she'd better beware how she trifled with a gentleman belonging to Bow Street, she consented to tell me all about the little girl. The man that stole little missy had been to her precious hovel, and old Mother Brimstone had found a change of clothes for little missy, in token of which, and on payment of another sovereign, the old harpy gave me little missy's own clothes, and there they are." Hereupon Mr. Larkspur dragged from his capacious carpet bag the delicate little garments of lawn and lace, which had been worn by the cherished heiress of Raynham. Ah, who can describe the anguish of the mother's heart as she gazed upon those familiar garments, so associated with the form of the lost one? "Well," gasped Honoria, "go on, I entreat. She told you the child had been there, but with whom? Did she tell you that?" "She did," returned Andrew Larkspur. "She told me that the scoundrel who holds little missy in his keeping is no other than the man suspected of a foul murder, a man I have long been looking for, a man who is well known amongst the criminal classes of London by the name of Black Milsom." Black Milsom! The face of Lady Eversleigh, pale before, grew almost ghastly in its pallor, as that hated name sounded in her ears, ominous as a death knell. "Black Milsom!" she exclaimed at last. "If my child is in the power of that man, she is indeed lost." "You know him, my lady?" cried Andrew Larkspur, with surprise. "Ah, I remember. You seemed familiar with the details of the Jernam murder. You know this man Milsom?" "I do know him," answered Honoria, in a tone of utter despair. "Do not ask me where or when that man and I have met. It is enough that I know him. My darling could not be in worse hands." "He can have but one motive, and that to extort money," said Captain Copplestone. "No harm will come to our darling's precious life. You have reason to rejoice that your child has not fallen into the hands of Sir Reginald Eversleigh." "Tell me more," said Honoria to Mr. Larkspur. "Tell me all you have discovered." "All I could discover was that the man Milsom had taken the child to London by a certain coach. I went to the inn from which that particular coach always starts, and here, after much trouble and delay, I was lucky enough to see the guard. From him I derived some valuable information, or perhaps I ought to say some information that I think may turn up trumps. He perfectly remembered the man Milsom by my description of him, I having got the description from old Mother Brimstone; and he remembered the child, because of her crying a deal, and the passengers pitying her, and being pleased with her pretty looks, and trying to comfort her, and so on. The guard himself took a deal of notice of the child, and thought the man was not much good; and when they got to London, he felt curious like, he said, to know where the two would go, and what would become of them." "And did he find out?" gasped Lady Eversleigh. As good luck would have it, he did. The man got into a hackney coach, and the guard heard the driver tell him to go to Ratcliffe Highway. That was all." "Then I will find him," exclaimed Honoria, with feverish excitement. "I know the place well, too well. I will go with you to London, Mr. Larkspur, and I myself will help you to find my treasure." In the extremity of her excitement, she was reckless what secrets she betrayed. She had but one thought, one consideration, and that to her was life or death. "Don't question me," she said to Captain Copplestone, who stared at her in amazement. "My girlhood was spent in a den of thieves. My womanhood has been one long struggle against pitiless enemies. I will fight bravely to the last. And now, in this most bitter trial of my life, the experience of my miserable youth shall serve in the contest with that villain." She would brook no delay. She would explain nothing. "Do not question me," she repeated. "You have counselled me to trust in the experience of Mr. Larkspur, and I will confide myself to his wisdom; but I must and will accompany him in his search for my child. Let a post chaise be ordered immediately. Can you dispense with rest, and take a hurried dinner before you start, Mr. Larkspur?" she added, turning to her ally. "Dispense with rest! Bless your innocent heart, my lady, I don't know the meaning of rest when I'm in business; and as for dinner, a ham sandwich and a glass of brandy out of a pocket pistol is as much as I ask for when my blood's up." "You shall be richly rewarded for your exertions." "Thank you kindly, ma'am. The promise of a reward is very encouraging, of course; but upon my word, my heart's more in this business than it ever was before in anything under a murder, and I feel as if it was in me to do wonders." No more was said. Andrew Larkspur hurried away to eat as good a dinner as he could get through in 10 minutes, and Honoria went to her dressing room to prepare herself for her journey. "Pray for me, kind and faithful friend," she said, earnestly, as she bade adieu to the captain. In a few minutes more she was once again speeding along the familiar road which she had travelled under such different circumstances, and with such different feelings. She remembered the first time she had driven through those rustic villages, past those swelling uplands, those woods and hills. Then she had come as a bride, beloved, honoured, seated by the side of an adoring husband, a happy future shining before her, a bright horizon without one cloud. Only one shadow to come between her and the sunshine, and that the shadow of a cruel memory, the haunting recollection of that foul deed which had been done beneath the shelter of the darkness, by the side of the ever flowing river. Even to day, when her heart was full of her child's sweet image, that dark memory still haunted her. It seemed to her as if some mystic influence obliged her to recall the horrors of that night. "The curse of innocent blood has been upon me," she thought to herself. "I shall never know rest or peace till the murder of Valentine Jernam has been avenged." Lady Eversleigh went at once to her rooms in Percy Street, and Mr. Andrew Larkspur betook himself to certain haunts in which he expected to glean some information. That he was not entirely unsuccessful will appear from his subsequent conversation with Lady Eversleigh. After an absence, in reality short, but which, to her suspense and impatience, appeared of endless duration, Mr. Larkspur presented himself before her. "Well, Mr. Larkspur, what news?" she cried, eagerly, as he entered the room. "Not much, my lady; but there's something done, at any rate. I've found out one fact." "And what is that?" "That the little lady has not been taken out of the country. Now, you seem to know something of the man Milsom, my lady. Have you any idea whether there is any particular place where he'd be likely to take little missy?" For some minutes Lady Eversleigh remained silent, evidently lost in thought. "Yes," she said at last, "I do know something of that man's past career; so much that the very mention of his name sends a thrill of horror through my heart. Yes, Mr. Larkspur, it is my misfortune to have known Black Milsom only too well in the bitter past." "If your ladyship wouldn't consider it a liberty," said the police officer, with some hesitation, "I should very much like to put a question." "You are free to ask me what questions you please." "What I should like to ask is this," replied Mr. Larkspur. "When and where did your ladyship happen to meet Black Milsom? If you would only be so kind as to speak freely, it might be a great help to me in the work I've got in hand." Honoria did not answer him for some moments. She had risen from her chair, and was walking up and down the room in deep thought. "Will it help you in your search for my child," she said at length, "if I tell you all I know?" "It may help me. I cannot venture to say more than that, my lady." "If there is even a chance, I must speak," replied Honoria. "I will tell you, then," she said, throwing herself into a chair, and fixing her grave, earnest eyes upon the face of her companion. "In order to tell you what I know of Black Milsom, I must go back to the days of my childhood. My first memories are bright ones, but they are so vague, so shadowy, that it is with difficulty I can distinguish realities from dreams. And yet I believe the things which I remember must have been real. I have a faint recollection of a darkly beautiful face that bent over me as I lay in some bed or cradle, softer and more luxurious than any bed I ever slept in for many years after that time. I remember a soft, sweet voice that sang me to sleep. I remember that in the place I called home everything was beautiful." "And do you not even know where this home was?" "I know nothing of its locality. I was too young to remember the names of persons or places; but I have often fancied it was in Italy." "In Italy?" "Yes; for the first home which I really remember was a fisherman's hut in a little village within a few miles of Naples. I was the only child in that miserable hovel, lonely, desolate, miserable, in the power of two wretches whose presence filled me with loathing." "And they were?" "An old woman called Andrinetta. I know that, though I called her nurse when she was with me in the beautiful home I so dimly remember; and the man whom you have heard of under the name of Black Milsom." "Is he an Italian?" asked Andrew, astonished. "I don't know," replied Honoria. "In England he calls himself an Englishman. In Italy he is supposed to be an Italian. What his real calling was in those days I do not know; but I feel assured that it must have been dark and unlawful, as all his actions have been since that time. He pretended to get his living like the other fishermen in the neighbourhood; but he was often idle for a week at a time, and still more often absent. I have seen him count over gold and jewels with old Andrinetta on his return from some expedition. To me he was harsh and cruel. I hated him, and he knew that I hated him. He ordered me to call him father, and I was more than once savagely beaten by him because I refused to do so. Under such treatment, in such a wretched home, deprived of all natural companionship, I grew wild and strange. My will was indomitable as the will of my tyrant, and on many occasions I resisted him boldly. Sometimes I ran away, and wandered for days together among the neighbouring hills and woods; but I returned always, sooner or later, to my miserable shelter, for I knew not where else to go. My lonely life had made me shrink from all human creatures, except the two wretches with whom I lived; and when the few neighbours would have shown me some kindness, I ran from them in wild, unreasoning terror." "Strange," muttered the police officer. "Yes, a strange history, is it not?" returned Lady Eversleigh; "and you wonder, no doubt, to hear of such a childhood from the lips of Sir Oswald Eversleigh's widow. One day I heard a neighbour reproaching the man with his cruel treatment of me. 'It is bad enough to have stolen the child,' he said; 'you shouldn't beat her as well.' From that hour I knew that I was a stolen child. I told him as much one night, and the next morning he took me to Naples, where, in the most obscure and yet most crowded part of the city, I lived for some years. 'Nobody will trouble himself about you here, my young princess,' my tyrant said to me. 'Children swarm by the hundreds in all the alleys. You will only be one more drop of water in the ocean.'" There was a pause, during which Honoria sat in a meditative attitude, with her eyes fixed upon vacancy. It seemed as if she was looking back into the shadowy past. "I cannot tell you how wretched my life was for some time. Andrinetta had accompanied us to Naples, and soon I saw she was very ill, and she had fits of violence that approached insanity. Within doors she was my sole companion. The man only slept in the house, and at times was absent for months. How he earned his livelihood I knew no more than I had known in the little seaside village. I now rarely saw jewels or gold in his possession; but at night, after he had gone to his chamber, I often heard the chink of golden coin through the thin partition which divided my room from his. I think in these days I must have perished body and soul if Providence had not sent me a friend in the person of a good Catholic priest, a noble and saintly old man, who visited the wretched dens of poverty and crime, and who discovered my desolate state. I need not dwell on that man's goodness to me. It is doubtless remembered in heaven, whither he may have gone before this time. He taught me, he comforted me, he rescued me from the abyss of wretchedness into which I had fallen. I took care to conceal his visits from my tyrant, for I knew how that wicked heart would revolt against my redemption from ignorance and misery. When I was 15 years of age, Andrinetta died. One day soon after her death, for me a most sorrowful day, Tomaso, as they called him there, told me that he was going to bring me to England. I came with him, and for 2 years I remained his companion. I will not speak of that time. I have told you now all that I can tell." "But the murder of Valentine Jernam!" exclaimed Andrew. "Suspicion pointed to this man, and you know something of that?" "I will not speak of that now," replied Honoria. "I have said enough. The day may come when I may speak more freely, but it has not yet arrived. Trust me that I will not impede the course of justice where this man is concerned. And now tell me, does my revelation afford one ray of light which may help to dispel the darkness that surrounds my Gertrude's fate?" "No, I cannot say it does. I cannot find out anything to indicate that she has been taken far away. I am sure she is in England, and that one of Milsom's pals, a man named Wayman—" Lady Eversleigh started, and exclaimed, "I know him! I know him! Go on, go on." Larkspur directed a glance of keen and eager curiosity towards Lady Eversleigh. "You know Wayman?" he said. "Well, well," she repeated. "I know him to be an unscrupulous ruffian. If he knows where my child is, he will sell the secret for money, and we will give him money, any sum. Do you think I shall count the cost of her safety?" "No, no," said Andrew Larkspur; "but you must not get so excited. Keep quiet. Tell me all you know of Wayman, and then we shall see our way." At this point of the conversation, Jane Payland knocked at the door of her mistress's sitting room, and the interview between Honoria and the police officer was interrupted. CHAPTER XXXVII. Part One of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37, Part One. Oh, above measure false. Victor Carrington was very well content with the state of affairs at Hilton House in all but one respect. The fulfilment of his purpose was not approaching with sufficient rapidity. The rich marriage which he had talked about for Reginald was a pure figment. The virtuous ironmonger, with the richly dowered daughter, existed only in his prolific brain. The need of money was growing pressing. He had done much, but there was still much to do, and he must make haste to do it. He had also been mistaken on one point of much importance to his success. He had not calculated on the strength of Douglas Dale's constitution. Each day that he dined with Paulina, and the days on which he did not were exceedingly few, Dale drank a small quantity of curaçoa, into which Carrington had poured poison of a slow but sure nature. As the small carafon in which the liquor was placed upon the table was emptied, the poisoner never found any difficulty in gaining access to the fresh supply. The antique liquor chest, with its fittings of Venetian glass, was always kept on the sideboard in the dining room, and was never locked. Paulina had a habit of losing anything that came into her hands, and the key of the liquor chest had long been missing. But the time was passing, and the poison was not telling, as far as he, the poisoner, could judge from appearances, on Douglas Dale. He never complained of illness, and beyond a slight lassitude, he did not seem to have anything the matter with him. This would not do. It behooved Carrington to expedite matters. his project was to accomplish the death of Douglas Dale by poison, throwing the burden of suspicion, should suspicion arise, upon Paulina. To advance this purpose, he had industriously circulated reports of the most injurious character respecting her, so that Douglas Dale, if he had not been blinded and engrossed by his love, must have seen that he was regarded by the men whom he was in the habit of meeting even more coldly and curiously than when he had first boldly announced his engagement to Madame Durski. He made it known that Douglas Dale had made a will by which the whole of his disposable property was bequeathed to Paulina, and circulated a rumour that the Austrian widow was utterly averse to the intended marriage in feeling, and was only contracting it from interested motives. If Dale was only out of the way, and his heir had come into the money, she would rather have Reginald, was a spiteful saying current among those who knew the lady and her suitor, and which had its unsuspected origin with Carrington. Supposing Dale to come to his death by poison, and that fact to be ascertained, who would be suspected but the woman who had everything to gain by his death, whose acknowledged lover was his next heir, and who succeeded by his will to all the property which did not go immediately into the possession of that acknowledged lover. The plan was admirably laid, and there was no apparent hitch in it, and it only remained now for Carrington to accelerate his proceedings. He still maintained reserve with Reginald Eversleigh, who would go to his house and lounge purposely about, sullen and gloomy, but afraid to question the master mind which had so completely subjugated his weak and craven nature. The engagement between Paulina and Douglas had lasted nearly 2 months, when a cloud overshadowed the horizon which had seemed so bright. Madame Durski became somewhat alarmed by a change in her lover's appearance, which struck her suddenly on one of his visits to the villa. For some weeks past she had seen him only by lamplight, that light which gives a delusive brightness to the countenance. To-day she saw him with the cold northern sunlight shining full upon his face, and for the first time she perceived that he had altered much of late. "Douglas," she said, earnestly, "how ill you are looking!" "Indeed?" "Yes, I see it to-day for the first time, and I can only wonder that I never noticed it before. You have grown so much paler, so much thinner, within the last few weeks. I am sure you cannot be well." "My dearest Paulina, pray do not look at me with such alarm," said Douglas, gently. "Believe me, there is nothing particular the matter. I have not been quite myself for the last few weeks, I admit. A touch of low fever, I think; but there is not the slightest occasion for fear on your part." "Oh, Douglas!" exclaimed Paulina, "how can you speak so carelessly of a subject so vital to me? I implore you to consult a physician immediately." "I assure you, my dearest, it is not necessary. There is nothing really the matter." "Douglas, I beg and entreat you to see a physician directly. I entreat it as a favour to me." "My dear Paulina, I am ready to do anything you wish." "You will promise me, then, to see a doctor you can trust, without an hour's unnecessary delay?" "I promise with all my heart," replied Douglas. "Ah, Paulina, what happiness to think that my life is of some slight value to her I love so fondly." No more was said upon this subject; but during dinner, and throughout the evening, Paulina's eyes fixed themselves every now and then, with an anxious, scrutinizing gaze, upon her lover's face. When he had left her, she mentioned her fears to her confidante and shadow, Miss Brewer. "Do you not see a change in Mr. Dale?" she asked. "A change? What kind of change?" "Do you not perceive an alteration in his appearance? In plainer words, do you not think him looking very ill?" Miss Brewer, generally so impassive, started, and looked at her patroness with a gaze in which alarm was plainly visible. She had hazarded so much in order to bring about a marriage between Douglas and her patroness; and what if mortality's dread enemy, death, should forbid the banns? "Ill!" she exclaimed. "Do you think Mr. Dale is ill?" "I do, indeed; and he confesses as much himself, though he makes light of the matter. He talks of low fever. I cannot tell you how much he has alarmed me." "There may be nothing serious in it," answered Miss Brewer, with some hesitation. "One is so apt to take alarm about trifles which a doctor would laugh at. I dare say Mr. Dale only requires change of air. A London life is not calculated to improve any one's health." "Perhaps that is the cause of his altered appearance," replied Paulina, only too glad to be reassured as to her lover's safety. "I will beg him to take change of air. But he has promised to see a doctor to morrow. When he comes to me in the afternoon, I shall hear what the doctor has said." Douglas Dale was very much inclined to make light of the slight symptoms of ill health which had oppressed him for some time. A languor, a sense of thirst and fever, which were very wearing in their effect, but which he attributed to the alternations of excitement and agitation that he had undergone of late. He was, however, too much a man of honour to break the promise made to Paulina. He went early on the following morning to Savile Row, where he called upon Dr. Harley Westbrook, a physician of some eminence, to whom he carefully described the symptoms of which he had complained to Paulina. "I do not consider myself really ill," he said in conclusion; "but I have come to you in obedience to the wish of a friend." "I am very glad that you have come to me," answered Dr. Westbrook, gravely. "Indeed! Do you, then, consider the symptoms alarming?" "Well, no, not at present; but I may go so far as to say that you have done very wisely in placing yourself under medical treatment. It is a most interesting case," added the doctor, with an air of satisfaction that was almost enjoyment. He then asked his patient a great many questions, some of which Douglas Dale considered frivolous, or indeed absurd; questions about his diet, his habits; questions even about the people with whom he associated, the servants who waited upon him. These latter inquiries might have seemed almost impertinent, if Dr. Westbrook's elevated position had not precluded such an idea. "You dine at your club or in your chambers, eh, Mr. Dale?" he asked. "Neither at my club nor my chambers. I dine every day with a friend." "Indeed! Always with the same friend?" "Always the same." "And you breakfast?" "At my chambers." Here followed several questions as to the nature of the breakfast. "These sorts of ailments depend so much on diet," said the physician, as if to justify the closeness of his questioning. "Your servant prepares your breakfast, of course. Is he a person whom you can trust?" "Yes; he is an old servant of my father's. I could trust him implicitly in far more important matters than the preparation of my breakfast." "Indeed! Will you pardon me if I ask rather a strange question?" "Certainly, if it is a necessary one." "Answered like a lawyer, Mr. Dale," replied Dr. Westbrook, with a smile. "I want to know whether this old and trusted servant of yours has any beneficial interest in your death." "Interest in my death?" "In plainer words, has he reason to think that you have put him down in your will, supposing that you have made a will, which is far from probable?" "Well, yes," replied Douglas, thoughtfully. "I have made a will within the last few months, and Jarvis, my old servant, knows that he is provided for, in the event of surviving me. Not a very likely event, according to the ordinary hazards, but a man is bound to prepare for every contingency." "You told your servant that you had provided for him?" "I did. He has been such an excellent creature that it was only natural I should leave him comfortably situated in the event of my death." "No, to be sure," answered the physician, with a rather absent manner. "And now I need trouble you with no further questions this morning. Come to me in a few days, and in the meantime take the medicine I prescribe for you." Dr. Westbrook wrote a prescription, and Mr. Dale departed, very much perplexed by his interview with the celebrated physician. Douglas went to Fulham that evening as usual, and the first question Paulina asked related to his interview with the doctor. "You have seen a medical man?" she asked. "I have; and you may set your mind at rest, dearest. He assures me that there is nothing serious the matter." Paulina was entirely reassured, and throughout that evening she was brighter and happier than usual in the society of her lover, more lovely, more bewitching than ever, as it seemed to Douglas. He waited a week before calling again on the physician, and he might perhaps have delayed his visit even longer, had he not felt that the fever and languor from which he suffered increased rather than abated. This time Dr. Westbrook's manner seemed graver and more perplexed than on the former visit. He asked even more questions, and at last, after a thoughtful examination of the patient, he said very seriously, "Mr. Dale, I must tell you frankly that I do not like your symptoms." "You consider them alarming?" "I consider them perplexing rather than alarming; and as you are not a nervous subject, I think I may venture to trust you fully." "You may trust in the strength of my nerve, if that is what you mean." "I believe I may; and I shall have to test your moral courage and general force of character." "Pray be brief, then," said Douglas, with a faint smile. "I can almost guess what you have to say. You are going to tell me that I carry the seeds of a mortal disease; that the shadowy hand of death already holds me in its fatal grip." "I am going to tell you nothing of the kind," answered Dr. Westbrook. "I can find no symptoms of disease. You have a very fair lease of life, Mr. Dale, and may enjoy a green old age, if other people would allow you to enjoy it." "How do you mean?" "I mean that if I can trust my own judgment in a matter which is sometimes almost beyond the reach of science, the symptoms from which you suffer are those of slow poisoning." "Slow poisoning!" replied Douglas, in almost inaudible accents. "It is impossible!" he exclaimed, after a pause, during which the physician waited quietly until his patient should have in some manner recovered his calmness of mind. "It is quite impossible. I have every confidence in your skill, your science; but in this instance, Dr. Westbrook, I feel assured that you are mistaken." "I would gladly think so, Mr. Dale," replied the doctor, gravely; "but I cannot. I have given my best thought to your case. I can only form one conclusion, namely, that you are labouring under the effects of poison." "Do you know what that poison is?" "I do not; but I do know that it must have been administered with a caution that is almost diabolical in its ingenuity; so slowly, by such imperceptible degrees, that you have scarcely been aware of the change which it has worked in your system. It was a most providential circumstance that you came to me when you did, as I have been able to discover the treachery to which you are subject while there is still ample time for you to act against it. Forewarned is forearmed, you know, Mr. Dale. The hidden hand of the secret poisoner is about its fatal work. It is for you and me to discover to whom the hand belongs. Is there any one about you whom you can suspect of such hideous guilt?" "No one, no one. I repeat that such a thing is impossible." "Who is the person most interested in your death?" asked Dr. Westbrook, calmly. "My first cousin, Sir Reginald Eversleigh, who would succeed to a very handsome income in that event. But I have not met him, or at any rate broke bread with him, for the last 2 months; nor can I for a moment believe him capable of such infamy." "If you have not been in intimate association with him for the last 2 months, you may absolve him from all suspicion," answered Dr. Westbrook. "You spoke to me the other day of dining very frequently with one particular friend. Forgive me if I ask an unpleasant question. Is that friend a person whom you can trust?" "That friend I could trust with 100 lives, if I had them to lose," Douglas replied, warmly. The doctor looked at his patient thoughtfully. He was a man of the world, and the warmth of Mr. Dale's manner told him that the friend in question was a woman. "Has the person whom you trust so implicitly any beneficial interest in your death?" he asked. "To some amount; but that person would gain much more by my continuing to live." "Indeed! Then we must needs fall back upon my original idea, and painful as it may be to you, the old servant must become the object of your suspicion." "I cannot believe him capable " "Come, come, Mr. Dale," interrupted the physician, "we must look at things as men of the world. It is your duty to ascertain by whom this poison has been administered, in order to protect yourself from the attacks of your insidious destroyer. If you will follow my advice, you will do this. If, on the other hand, you elect to shut your eyes to the danger that assails you, I can only tell you that you will most assuredly pay for your folly by the forfeit of your life." "What am I to do?" asked Douglas. "You say that your habits of life are almost rigid in their regularity. You always breakfast in your own chambers. You always dine and take your after-dinner coffee in the house of one particular friend. With the exception of a biscuit and a glass of sherry, taken sometimes at your club, these two meals are all you take during the day. It is, therefore, an indisputable fact that poison has been administered at one or other of these two meals. Your old butler serves one, the servants of your friend prepare the other. Either in your own chambers, or in your friend's house, you have a hidden foe. It is for you to find out where that foe lurks." "Not in her house," gasped Douglas, unconsciously betraying the depth of his feeling and the sex of his friend. "Not in hers. It must be Jarvis whom I have to fear. And yet, no, I cannot believe it. My father's old servant, a man who used to carry me in his arms when I was a boy." "You may easily set the question of his guilt or innocence at rest, Mr. Dale," answered Dr. Westbrook. "Contrive to separate yourself from him for a time. If, during that time, you find your symptoms cease, you will have the strongest evidence of his guilt. If they still continue, you must look elsewhere." "I will take your advice," replied Douglas, with a weary sigh. "Anything is better than suspense." Little more was said. As Douglas walked slowly from the physician's house to the Phoenix Club, he meditated profoundly on the subject of his interview with Dr. Westbrook. "Who is the traitor?" he asked himself. "Who? Unhappily, there can be no doubt about it. Jarvis is the guilty wretch." It was with unspeakable pain that Douglas Dale contemplated the idea of his old servant's guilt. His old servant, who had seemed a model of fidelity and devotion. This very man had attended the deathbed of the rector, Douglas Dale's father; had been recommended by that father to the care of his two sons; had exhibited every appearance of intense grief at the loss of his master. What could he think, except that Jarvis was guilty? There was but one other direction in which he could look for guilt, and there surely it could not be found. Who in Hilton House had any interest in his death, except that one person who was above the possibility of suspicion? He sat by his solitary breakfast table on the morning after his interview with the physician, and watched Jarvis as he moved to and fro, waiting on his master with what seemed affectionate attention. Douglas ate little. A failing appetite had been one of the symptoms that accompanied the low fever from which he had lately suffered. This morning, depression of spirits rendered him still less inclined to eat. He was thinking of Jarvis, and of the past, those careless, happy, childish days, in which this man had been second only to his own kindred in his boyish affection. While he meditated gravely upon this most painful subject, deliberating as to the manner in which he should commence a conversation that was likely to be a very serious one, he happened to look up, and perceived that he was watched by the man he had been lately watching. His eyes met the gaze of his old servant, and he beheld a strange earnestness in that gaze. The old man did not flinch on meeting his master's glance. "I beg your pardon for looking at you so hard, Mr. Douglas," he said; "but I was thinking about you very serious, sir, when you looked up." "Indeed, Jarvis, and why?" "Why, you see, sir, it was about your appetite as I was thinking. It's fallen off dreadful within the last few weeks. The poor breakfasts as you eats is enough to break a man's heart; and you don't know the pains as I take, sir, to tempt you in the way of breakfasts. That fish, sir, I fetched from Grove's this morning with my own hands. They comes up in a salt water tank in the bottom of their own boat, sir, as lively as if they was still in their natural element, Grove's fish do. But they might be red herrings for any notice as you take of 'em. You're not yourself, Mr. Douglas, that's what it is. You're ill, Mr. Douglas, and you ought to see a doctor. Excuse my presumption, sir, in making these remarks; but if an old family servant that has nursed you on his knees can't speak free, who can?" "True," Douglas answered, with a sigh. "I was a very small boy when you carried me on your shoulders to many a country fair, and you were very good to me, Jarvis." "Only my duty, sir," muttered the old man. "You are right, Jarvis. As to my health, I am ill." "Then you'll send for a doctor, surely, Mr. Douglas?" "I have already seen a doctor." "And what do he say, sir?" "He says my case is very serious." "Oh, Mr. Douglas, don't 'ee say that, don't 'ee say that!" cried the old man, in extreme distress. "I can only tell you the truth, Jarvis," answered Douglas; "but there is no occasion for despair. The physician tells me that my case is a grave one, but he does not say that it is hopeless." "Why don't 'ee consult another doctor, Mr. Douglas?" said Jarvis. "Perhaps that one ain't up to his work. If it's such a difficult case, you ought to go all the best doctors in London till you find the one that can cure you. A fine, well grown young gentleman like you oughtn't to have much the matter with him. I don't see as it can be very serious." "I don't know about that, Jarvis; but in any case I have resolved upon doing something for you." "For me, sir? Lord bless your generous heart, I don't want nothing in this mortal world." "But you may, Jarvis," replied Douglas. "You have already been told that I have provided for you in case of my death." "Yes, sir. You was so good as to say you had left me an annuity, and it was very kind of you to think of such a thing, and I'm duly thankful. But still, you see, sir, I can't help looking at it in the light of a kind of joke, sir; for it ain't in human nature that an old chap like me is going to outlive a young gentleman like you, and Lord forbid that it should be in human nature for such a thing to happen. We never know what may happen, Jarvis. At any rate, I have provided against the worst; but as you are getting old, and have worked hard all of your life, I think you must want rest. So, instead of putting you off till my death, I shall give you your annuity at once, and you may retire into a comfortable little house of your own, and live the life of an elderly gentleman, with a decent little income, as soon as you please." To the surprise of Douglas Dale, the old man's countenance expressed only grief and mortification on hearing an announcement which his master had supposed would have been delightful to him. "Begging your pardon, sir," he faltered, "but have you seen a younger servant as you like better, and as could serve you better than poor old Jarvis?" "No, indeed," answered Douglas; "I have seen no such person, nor do I believe that any one in the world could serve me as well as you." "Then why do you want to change, sir?" "I don't want to change. I only want to make you happy, Jarvis." "Then make me happy by letting me stay with you," pleaded the old servant. "Let me stay, sir. Don't talk about annuities. I want nothing from you but the pleasure of waiting on my dear old master's son. It's as much delight to me to wait upon you now as it was to me 20 years ago to carry you to the country fairs on my shoulder. Ah, we did have rare times of it then, didn't we, sir? Let me stay, and when I die, give me a grave somewhere hard by where you live; and if once in a way, when you pass the churchyard where I lay, you should give a sigh, and say, 'Poor old Jarvis,' that will be a full reward to me for having loved you so dear ever since you was a baby." Was this acting? Was this the perfect simulation of an accomplished hypocrite? No, no, no. Douglas Dale could not believe it. The tears came into his eyes. He extended his hand, and grasped that of his old servant. "You shall stay with me, Jarvis," he said, "and I will trust you with all my heart." Douglas Dale left his chambers soon after that conversation, and went straight to Dr. Westbrook, to whom he gave a full account of the interview. "I have tested the old man thoroughly," he said, in conclusion, "and I believe him to be fidelity itself." "You have tested him, Dr. Dale! Stuff and nonsense!" exclaimed the practical physician. "You surely don't call that sentimental conversation a test. If the man is capable of being a slow poisoner, he is of course capable of acting a part, and shedding crocodile's tears in evidence of his devoted affection for the master whose biliary organs he is deranging by the administration of antimony or aconite. If you want to test the man thoroughly, test him in my way. Contrive to eat your breakfast elsewhere for a week or two. Touch nothing, not so much as a glass of water, in your own chambers; and if, at the end of that time, the symptoms have ceased, you will know what to think of that pattern of fidelity, Mr. Jarvis." Douglas promised to take the doctor's advice. He was convinced of his servant's innocence, but he wanted to put that question beyond doubt. But if Jarvis was indeed innocent, where was the guilty wretch to be found? End of Chapter 37, Part 1. Chapter 37, Part 2 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. CHAPTER XXXVII. Part II. "Oh, above measure false." Douglas Dale dined at Hilton House upon the evening after his interview with Dr. Westbrook, as he had done without intermission for several weeks. He found Paulina tender and affectionate, as she had ever been of late, since respect and esteem for her lover's goodness had developed into a warmer feeling. "Douglas," she said on this particular evening, when they were alone together for a few minutes after dinner, "your health has not improved as much as I had hoped it would under the treatment of your doctor. I wish you would consult some one else." She spoke lightly, for she feared to alarm the patient by any appearance of fear on her part. She knew how physical disease may be augmented by mental agitation. Her tone, therefore, was one of assumed carelessness. To-night Douglas Dale's mind was peculiarly sensitive to every impression. Something in that assumed tone struck strangely upon his ear. For the first time since he had known her, the voice of the woman he loved seemed to him to have a false sound in its clear, ringing tones. An icy terror suddenly took possession of his mind. What if this woman whom he loved with such intense affection, what if she were something other than she seemed? What if her heart had never been his, her love never withdrawn from the reprobate upon whom she had once bestowed it? What if her tender glances, her affectionate words, her graceful, caressing manner, were all a comedy, of which he was the dupe? "What if I am the victim of treachery?" he thought to himself. "But the traitor cannot be here. Oh, no, no! Let me find the traitor anywhere rather than here." Paulina watched her lover as he sat with his eyes fixed on the ground, absorbed in gloomy meditation. Presently he looked up suddenly, and addressed her. "I am going on a journey, Paulina, on business," he said; "business which I can only transact myself. I shall, therefore, be compelled to be absent from you for a week. It may be even more. Perhaps we shall never meet again. Will that be very distressing to you?" "Douglas," exclaimed Paulina, "how strangely you speak to me to night! If this is a jest, it is a very cruel one." "It is no jest, Paulina," answered her lover. "Life is very precarious, and within the last week I have learnt to consider my existence in imminent peril." "You are ill, Douglas," said Paulina, "and illness has unnerved you. Pray do not give way to these depressing thoughts. Consult some other physician than the man who has been your adviser." "Yes, yes, I will do so," answered Douglas, with a sudden change of tone. "You are right, Paulina. I will not be so weak as to become the prey of these distressing fancies, these dark forebodings. What have I to fear? Death is no terrible evil. It is but the common fate of all. I can face that common doom as calmly as a Christian should face it. But deceit, treachery, falsehood from those we love, those are evils far more terrible than death. Oh, Paulina, tell me that I have no need to fear those." "From whom should you fear them, Douglas?" "Ay, from whom? That is the question. Not from you, Paulina." "From me!" she echoed, with a look of wonder. "Are you mad?" Swear to me that there is no falsehood in your heart, Paulina; that you love me as truly as you have taught me to believe; that you have not beguiled me with false words, as false as they are sweet," cried the young man, in wild excitement. "My dear Douglas, this is madness!" exclaimed Madame Durski; "folly too wild for reproof. This passionate excitement must be surely the effect of fever. What can I say to you, except that I love you truly and dearly; that my heart has been purified, my mind elevated by your influence; that I have now no thought which is not known to you, no hope that does not rest itself upon your love. You ought to believe this, Douglas, for my every word, my every look, should speak the truth, which I do not care to reiterate in protestations such as these. It is too painful to me to be doubted by you." "And if I have wronged you, I am a base wretch," said Douglas, in a low voice. Early the following morning he paid another visit to Dr. Westbrook. "I will not trespass on your time this morning," he said, after shaking hands with the physician. "I have only come here in order to ask one question. If the poison were discontinued for a week, would there be any cessation of the symptoms?" "There would," replied the doctor. "Nature is quick to reassert herself. But if you are about to test your butler, I should recommend you to remain away longer than a week say a fortnight." But it was not to test his old servant that Douglas Dale absented himself from London, though he had allowed the physician to believe that such was his intention. He started for Paris that night, but he took Jarvis with him. His health improved day by day, hour by hour, from the day of his parting from Paulina Durski. The low fever had left him before he had been 10 days in Paris. The perpetual thirst, the wearisome debility, left him also. He began to be his old self again, and to him this recovery was far more terrible than the worst possible symptoms of disease could have been, for it told him that the hidden foe who had robbed him of health and strength was to be found at Hilton House. In that house there was but one person who would profit by Douglas Dale's death, and she would profit largely. "She has never loved me," he thought to himself. "She still loves Reginald Eversleigh. My death will give her both fortune and liberty. It will leave her free to wed the man she really loves." He no longer trusted his own love. He believed that he had been made the dupe of a woman's treachery, and that the hand which had so often been pressed passionately to his lips was the hand which, day by day, had mingled poison with his cup, sapping his life by slow degrees. Against the worldly wisdom of his friends he had opposed the blind instinct of his love. And now that events conspired to condemn this woman, he wondered that he could ever have trusted her. At the end of a fortnight, Douglas Dale returned from Paris, and went immediately to Paulina. He believed that he had been the dupe of an accomplished actress, the vilest and most heartless of women, and he was now acting a part, in order to fathom the depth of her iniquity. "Let me know her in all her baseness," he said to himself. "Let me tax the murderess with her crime, and then, surely, this mad love will be plucked for ever from my heart, and I shall find peace far from the false siren whose sorcery has embittered my life." Douglas had received several letters from Paulina during his visit to Paris, letters breathing the most devoted and disinterested love; but to him every word seemed studied, every expression false. Those very letters would, a few short weeks ago, have seemed to Douglas the perfection of truth and artlessness. He returned to England wondrously restored to health. Jarvis had been his constant attendant in Paris, and had brought him every morning a cup of coffee made by his own hands. At the Temple he found a note from Paulina, telling him that he was expected hourly at Hilton House. He lost no time in presenting himself. He endeavoured to stifle all emotion, to conquer the impatience that possessed him; but he could not. Madame Durski was seated by one of the windows in the drawing room when Mr. Dale was announced. She received her lover with every appearance of affection, and with an emotion which she seemed only anxious to conceal. But to the jaundiced mind of Douglas Dale this suppressed emotion appeared only a superior piece of acting; and yet, as he looked at his betrothed, while she stood before him, perfect, peerless in her refined loveliness, his heart was divided by love and hate. He hated the guilt which he believed was hers. He loved her even yet, despite that guilt. "You are very pale, Douglas," she said, after the first greetings were over; "but, thank heaven, there is a wonderful improvement. I can see restored health in your face. The fever has gone. The unnatural brightness has left your eyes. Oh, dearest, how happy it makes me to see this change! You can never know what I suffered when I saw you drooping day by day." "Yes, day by day, Paulina," answered the young man, gravely. "It was a gradual decay of health and strength, my life ebbing slowly, almost imperceptibly, but not the less surely." "And you are better, Douglas? You feel and know yourself that there is a change?" "Yes, Paulina. My recovery began in the hour in which I left London. My health has improved from that time." "You require change of air, no doubt. How foolish your doctor must have been not to recommend that in the first instance. And now that you have returned, may I hope to see you as often as of old? Shall we renew all our old habits, and go back to our delightful evenings?" "Were those evenings really pleasant to you, Paulina?" asked Mr. Dale, earnestly. "Ah, Douglas, you must know they were." "I cannot know the secrets of your heart, Paulina," he replied, with unspeakable sadness in his tone. "You have seemed to me all that is bright and pure and true. But how do I know that it is not all seeming? How do I know that Reginald Eversleigh's image may not still hold a place in your heart?" "You insult me, Douglas," exclaimed Madame Durski, with dignity; "but I will not suffer myself to be angry with you on the day of your return. I see your health is not entirely restored, since you still harbour these gloomy thoughts and unjust suspicions." His most searching scrutiny could perceive no traces of guilt in the lovely face he looked at so anxiously. For a while his suspicions were almost lulled to rest. That soft white hand, which glittered with gems that had been his gift, could not be the hand of an assassin. He began to feel the soothing influence of hope. Night and day he prayed that he might discover the innocence of her he so fondly loved. But just as he had begun to abandon himself to that sweet influence, despair again took possession of him. All the old symptoms, the fever, the weakness, the unnatural thirst, the dry, burning sensation in his throat returned; and this time Jarvis was far away. His master had sent him to pay a visit to a married daughter, comfortably settled in the depths of Devonshire. Douglas Dale went to one of the most distinguished physicians in London. He was determined to consult a new adviser, in order to discover whether the opinion of that other adviser would agree with the opinion of Dr. Harley Westbrook. Dr. Chippendale, the new physician, asked all the questions previously asked by Dr. Westbrook, and after much deliberation he informed his patient, with all proper delicacy and caution, that he was suffering from the influence of slow poison. "Is my life in danger, Dr. Chippendale?" he asked. "Not in immediate danger. The poison has evidently been administered in infinitesimal doses. But you cannot too soon withdraw yourself from all those who now surround you. Life is not to be tampered with. The poisoner may take it into his head to increase the doses." Douglas Dale left his adviser after a long conversation. He then went to take his farewell of Paulina Durski. There was no longer the shadow of doubt in his mind. The horrible certainty seemed painfully clear to him. Love must be plucked for ever from his breast, and only contempt and loathing must remain where that divine sentiment had been enthroned. Since his interview with the physician, he had carefully recalled to memory all the details of his life in Paulina's society. She had given him, day by day, an allotted portion of poison. How had she administered it? This was the question which he now sought to solve, for he no longer asked himself whether she was guilty or innocent. He remembered that every evening after dinner he had, in the continental fashion, taken a single glass of liqueur, and this he had received from Paulina's own hand. It had pleased him to take the tiny fragile glass from those tapered fingers. The delicate liqueur had seemed sweeter to him because it was given by Paulina. He now felt convinced that it was in this glass of liqueur the poison had been administered to him. On more than one occasion he had at first declined taking it, but Paulina had always persuaded him, with some pretty speech, some half coquettish, half caressing action. He found her waiting him as usual, her toilet perfection itself, her beauty enhanced by the care with which she always strove to render herself charming in his eyes. She said playfully that it was a tribute which she offered to her benefactor. They dined together, with Miss Brewer for their sole companion. She seemed self-contained and emotionless as ever; but if Douglas had not been so entirely absorbed by his thoughts of Paulina, he might have perceived that she looked at him ever and anon with furtive but searching glances. There was little conversation, little gaiety at that dinner. Douglas was absent-minded and gloomy. He scarcely ate anything, but the constant thirst from which he suffered obliged him to drink long draughts of water. After dinner, Miss Brewer brought the glasses and the liqueur to Madame Durski, after her customary manner. Paulina filled the ruby-stemmed glass with curaçoa, and handed it to her lover. "No, Paulina, I shall take no liqueur to night." "Why not, Douglas?" "I am not well," he replied, "and I am growing rather tired of curaçoa." "As you please," said Paulina, as she replaced the delicate glass in the stand from which she had just taken it. Miss Brewer had left the room, and the lovers were alone together. They were seated face to face at the prettily decorated table, one with utter despair in his heart. "Shall I tell you why I would not take that glass from your hands just now, Paulina Durski?" asked Douglas, after a brief pause, rising to leave the table as he spoke. "Or will you spare me the anguish of speaking words that must cover you with shame?" "I do not understand you," murmured Paulina, looking at her lover with a gaze of mingled terror and bewilderment. "Oh, Paulina," cried Douglas, "why still endeavour to sustain a deception which I have unmasked? I know all." "All what?" gasped the bewildered woman. "All your guilt, all your baseness. Oh, Paulina, confess the treachery which would have robbed me of life, and which, failing that, has for ever destroyed my peace. If you are human, let some word of remorse, some tardy expression of regret, attest your womanhood." "I can only think that he is mad," murmured Paulina to herself, as she gazed on her accuser with wondering eyes. "Paulina, at least do not pretend to misunderstand me." "Your words," replied Madame Durski, "seem to me the utterances of a madman. For pity's sake, calm yourself, and speak plainly." "I think that I have spoken very plainly." "I can discover no meaning in your words. What is it you would have me regret? Of what crime do you accuse me?" "The worst and darkest of all crimes," replied Douglas; "the crime of murder." "Murder?" "Yes, the crime of the secret poisoner." "Douglas!" cried Paulina, with a stifled shriek of terror; and then, recoiling from him suddenly, she fell half fainting into a chair. "Oh, why do I try to reason with him?" she murmured, piteously. "He is mad, he is mad! My poor Douglas!" continued Paulina, sobbing hysterically. "You are mad yourself, and you will drive me mad. Do not speak to me. Leave me to myself. You have terrified me by your wild denunciations. Leave me, Douglas. For pity's sake, leave me." "I will leave you, Paulina," answered her lover, in a grave, sad voice; "and our parting will be for ever. You cannot deny your guilt, and you can no longer deceive me." "Do as you please," replied Madame Durski, her passionate indignation changing suddenly to an icy calmness. "You have wronged me so deeply, you have insulted me so shamefully, that it matters little what further wrong or insult I suffer at your hands. In my own justification, I will say but this: I am as incapable of the guilt you talk of as I am of understanding how such a wild and groundless accusation can come from you, Douglas Dale, my affianced husband, the man I have loved and trusted, the man whom I have believed the very model of honour and generosity. But this must be madness, and I am not bound to endure the ravings of a lunatic. You have said our farewell was to be spoken to night. Let it be so. I could not endure a repetition of the scene with which you have just favoured me. I regret most deeply that your generosity has burthened me with pecuniary obligations which I may never be able to repay, and has, in some measure, deprived me of independence. But even at the hazard of being considered ungrateful, I must tell you that I trust we may meet no more." No one can tell the anguish which Paulina Durski endured as she uttered these words in cold, measured accents. It was the supreme effort of a proud but generous minded woman, and there was a kind of heroism in that subjugation of a stricken and loving heart. "Let it be so, Paulina," answered Douglas, with emotion. "I have no wish to see your fair, false face again. My heart has been broken by your treachery, and my best hope lies in the chance that your hand may have already done its wicked work, and that my life may be forfeited to my confidence in your affection. Let no thought of my gifts trouble you. The fortune which was to have been shared with you is henceforth powerless to purchase one blessing for me, and of the law which you have outraged you need have no fear. Your secret will never be revealed to mortal ears by me. No investigation will drag to light the details of your crime." "You may seek no investigation, Douglas Dale," cried Paulina, with sudden passion; "but I shall do so, and without delay. You have accused me of a foul and treacherous crime, on what proof I know not. It is for me to prove myself innocent of that black iniquity; and if human ingenuity can fathom the mystery, it shall be fathomed. I will bring you to my feet, yes, to my feet, and you shall beseech my pardon for the wicked wrong you have done me. But even then this breach of your own making shall for ever separate us. I may learn to forgive you, Douglas, but I can never trust you again. And now go." She pointed to the door with an imperious gesture. There was a quiet dignity in her manner and her bearing which impressed her accuser in spite of himself. He bowed, and without another word left the presence of the woman who for so long had been the idol of his heart. He went from her presence bowed to the very dust by a sorrow which was too deep for tears. "She is an accomplished actress," he said to himself, "and to the very last her policy has been defiance. And now my dream is ended, and I awake to a blank, joyless life. A strange fatality seems to have attended Sir Oswald Eversleigh and the inheritors of his wealth. He died broken hearted by a woman's falsehood. My brother Lionel bestowed his best affections on the mercenary, fashionable coquette, Lydia Graham, who was ready to accept another lover within a few weeks of her pretended devotion to him. And lastly comes my misery at the hands of a wicked adventuress." Douglas Dale resolved to leave London early the next day. He returned to his Temple chambers, intending to start for the Continent the next morning. But when the next day came, he did not carry out his intention. He found himself disinclined to seek change of scene, which he felt could bring him no relief of mind. Go where he would, he could not separate himself from the bitter memories of the past few months. He determined to remain in London, for, to the man who wishes to avoid the companionship of his fellow men, there is no hermitage more secure than a lodging in the heart of busy, selfish London. He determined to remain, for in London he could obtain information as to the conduct of Paulina. What would she do now that the stage play was ended, and deception could no longer avail? Would she once more resume her old habits, open her saloons to the patrician gamblers of West End London, and steep her weary, guilt-burdened soul in the mad intoxication of the gaming table? Would Sir Reginald Eversleigh again assume his old position in her household, again become her friend and flatterer? She had affected to despise him, but that might have been only a part of the great deception of which Douglas had been the victim. These were the questions the lonely, heartbroken man asked himself that night, as he sat brooding by his solitary hearth, no longer able to find pleasure in the nightly studies which had once been so delightful to him. Ah, how deeply he must have loved that woman when the memory of her guilt poisoned his existence! How madly he still clung to the thought of her! How intensely he desired to penetrate the secrets of her life! End of Chapter 37, Part 2. Chapter 38 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 38. Thy Day is Come. "What is it, Jane?" asked Lady Eversleigh, rather impatiently, of her maid, when her knock at the door of her sitting room in Percy Street interrupted the conversation between herself and the detective officer, a conversation intensely and painfully interesting. "A person, ma'am, who wants to see Mr. Andrews, and will take no denial." "Indeed," said Mr. Larkspur; "that's very odd. I know of nothing up at present for which they should send any one to me here. However," and he rose as he spoke, "I suppose I had better see this person. Where is he?" "In the hall," replied Jane. But Lady Eversleigh interposed to prevent Mr. Larkspur's departure. "Pray do not go," she said, "unless it concerns this business, unless it is news of my child. This may be something to rob me of your time and attention; and remember, I alone have a right to your services." "Lord bless you, my lady," said Mr. Larkspur, "I haven't forgot that; and that's just what puzzles me. There's only one man who knows the lay I'm on, and the name I go by, and he knows I would not take anything else till I've reckoned up this; and it would be no good sending anybody after me, unless it were something in some way concerning this business." In an instant, Lady Eversleigh was as anxious that Mr. Larkspur should see the unknown man as she had been unwilling he should do so. "Pray go to him at once," she urged. "Don't lose a moment." Mr. Larkspur left the room, and Lady Eversleigh dismissed Jane Payland, and awaited his return in an agony of impatience. After the lapse of half an hour, Mr. Larkspur appeared. There were actually some slight traces of emotion in his face, and the colour had lessened considerably in his vulture-like beak. He was followed by a tall, stalwart, fine-looking man, with the unmistakable gait and air of a sailor. As Lady Eversleigh looked at him in astonishment, Mr. Larkspur said, "I ain't much of a believer in fate in general, but there's surely a fate in this. My lady, this is Captain George Jernam." The time had passed slowly and wearily for Rosamond Jernam, and all the efforts conscientiously made by her husband's aunt, who liked the girl better the more she saw of her, and entirely acquitted her of blame in the mysterious estrangement of the young couple, failed to make her cheerful. She was wont to roam disconsolately for hours about the secluded coast, giving free course to her sadness, and cherishing one dear secret. Rosamond was so much changed in appearance of late, that Susan Jernam began to feel seriously uneasy about her. She had lost her pretty fresh colour, and her face wore a haggard, weary look. It was plain to every eye that some hidden grief was preying on her mind. Mrs. Jernam, though a quiet person, and given to the minding of her own affairs, was not quite without cronies, and to one of these she confided her anxiety about her niece. The confidante was a certain Mrs. Miller, a respectable person, but lower in the social scale than Mrs. Jernam. She was a widow, and lived in a tiny cottage, close to the beach at Allanbay. She kept no servant, but her trim little dwelling was always the very pink and pattern of neatness. She was of a silent, though not a morose temperament. It was generally understood that Mrs. Miller's husband had been a seafaring man, and had been drowned many years before she went to live at Allanbay. She had no relatives, and no previous acquaintances in that quiet nook, and if she had been a little higher in the social scale, belonging to that class which requires introductions, she might have lived a life of unbroken solitude. As it was, the neighbours made friends with her by degrees, and the poor widow's life was not an unhappy or solitary one. Mrs. Jernam had early learned the particulars of her case, and a friendship had grown up between them, of which Mrs. Miller duly acknowledged the condescension on Mrs. Jernam's part. Mrs. Jernam called on her humble friend one day to bestow some small favour, and, to her surprise, found her, not alone as usual, but in the act of taking leave of a man whose appearance was by no means prepossessing, and who was apparently very much disconcerted by Mrs. Jernam's arrival. Mrs. Jernam immediately proposed to go away and return on another occasion; but the man, who did not hear her name mentioned, said gruffly, "No call, ma'am, no call. I'm going away. Good bye, Polly. Remember what you've got to do, and do it." Then he turned off from the cottage door, and was out of sight in a few moments. Mrs. Miller stood looking at her guest rather awkwardly, but said at length, "Pray sit down, ma'am. That's my brother, the only creature I have belonging to me in the world." And here Mrs. Miller sighed, and looked as if the possession were not an unqualified advantage. "Has he been here long?" asked Mrs. Jernam. "No, ma'am. He only came last night, and is gone again. He came to bring me a child to take care of, and a great tax it is." "A child!" said Mrs. Jernam. "Whose child?" "That's more than I can tell you, ma'am," replied Mrs. Miller, "and more than he told me. She's an orphan, he says, and her father was a seafaring man, like your nephew, as I've heard you speak of. And I'm to have the charge of her for a year, and £30. It's handsome, I don't deny, but he knows that I'd take good care of any child. And she's a pretty dear, to tell the truth, as sweet a little creature as ever walked. She don't talk very plain yet, and she says, as well as I can make it out, as her name is Gerty." And then Mrs. Miller asked Mrs. Jernam to walk into her little bedroom, and showed her, lying on a neat, humble bed, carefully covered with a white coverlet, and in the deep sleep of childhood, the infant heiress of Raynham. If either of the women had only known at whom she was looking, as they scrutinized the child's fair face, and talked of her beauty and her innocence in tearful whispers, looking away from the sleeping form, pitifully, at a little heap of black clothes on a chair by the bed. "I suppose she's the child of one of my brother's old shipmates, as rose to be better off," said Mrs. Miller, "for she's fretted about a captain, and cried bitter to go to him when I put her to bed." Then the two returned to the little parlour, and talked long and earnestly about the child, about the necessity for Mrs. Miller's now employing the services of a girl, and about Rosamond Jernam. Rosamond was greatly delighted with the child left in Mrs. Miller's care. The little girl interested her deeply, and every day she passed many hours with her, either at Mrs. Miller's house or her own. The grace and beauty of the child were remarkable, and as, with the happy facility of childhood, she began to recover from the first feeling of strangeness and fear, the little creature was soon happy in her new, humble home. She was too young to appreciate and lament the change in her lot, and as she was well fed, well cared for, and treated with the most caressing affection, she was perfectly happy. Rosamond began to feel hopeful under the influence of the child's smiles and playful talk. The time must pass, she told herself. Her husband must return to her, and soon there would be for them a household angel like this one, to bring peace and happiness permanently to their home. Susan Jernam and Rosamond were much puzzled about this lovely child, Gerty Smith, as she was called. Not only her looks, but certain little ways she had, contradicted Mrs. Miller's theory of her birth; and though they fully credited the good woman's statement, and believed her as ignorant of the truth as themselves, they became convinced that there was some mystery about this child. Mrs. Miller had never spoken of her brother until he made his sudden and brief appearance at Allanbay; and, unsuspicious and unlearned in the ways of the world as Mrs. Jernam was, she had perceived that he belonged to the doubtful classes. The truth was, that Mrs. Miller could have told them nothing about her brother beyond the general fact of his being a bad lot. She had heard of him only at rare intervals, since he had left his father's honest home in his scampish, incorrigible boyhood, and ran away to sea. She had heard little good of him, and years had sometimes passed over during which she knew nothing of his fate. But even in Black Milsom, thief, murderer, villain though he was, there was one little trace of good left. He did care a little for his sister. He did look her up at intervals in his career of crime. He did send her small sums of money, whence derived she had happily no suspicion, when he was flush; and he did hope old Polly would never find out how bad a fellow he had been. Mrs. Miller's nature was a very simple and confiding one, and she never speculated much upon her brother's doings. She was pleased to have the charge of the child, and she fulfilled it to the best of her ability; but those signs and tokens of a higher station, which Susan Jernam and Rosamond recognized, were quite beyond her ken. One morning the little household at Susan Jernam's cottage, consisting only of the mistress and her maid, was roused by a violent knocking at the door. Mrs. Jernam was the first to open it, and to her surprise and alarm she found Mrs. Miller standing at the door, her face expressing alarm and grief, and little Gerty, wrapped in a large woollen shawl, in her arms. Her explanation of what had occurred thus to upset her was at first incoherent enough, but by degrees Mrs. Jernam learned that Mrs. Miller had come to entreat her to take care of the child for a day or two, as she was obliged to go to Plymouth at once. "To Plymouth!" said Mrs. Jernam. "How's that? But come in, come in." And they went into Mrs. Jernam's spotlessly neat parlour, that parlour in which Valentine Jernam had been permitted to smoke, and had told his aunt all his adventures, little recking of the final one then so close upon him. In the parlour Mrs. Miller set little Gerty down, and the child, giddy and confused with her sudden waking, and being thus carried through the chilly morning air, climbed up on the trim little sofa, and curling herself into a corner of it, sat quite motionless. Then, her agitation finding vent in tears, Mrs. Miller told Susan Jernam what had befallen. It was this. Just as day was dawning, a dog cart, driven by a gentleman's servant, had come to her door. The dog cart was now standing at a little distance from Mrs. Jernam's house.
and she had been called out by the servant, and told that he had been sent to bring her over to Plymouth with as little delay as possible. It appeared that her brother, who had gone to Plymouth after depositing the child with her, had been run over in the street by a heavy coal waggon, and severely injured. He had been carried to a hospital, and was for some time insensible. When he recovered his speech he was delirious, and the surgeons pronounced his case hopeless. He was now in a dying state, but conscious, and had been visited by a clergyman named Colburn, the man's master, who had induced him to express contrition for his past life, and to make such reparation as now lay in his power. The first step towards this, as he informed Mr. Colburn, was seeing his sister. There was no time to be lost. The man's life was fast ebbing. It was only a matter of hours; and the good clergyman, who had been with the dying man far into the night, before he had succeeded in inducing him to consent to this step, hurried home, and sent his servant off to Allanbay before daybreak. There was little delay. A few words of earnest sympathy from Mrs. Jernam, an assurance that the child should be well cared for, and Mrs. Miller left the house, ran down the road to the dog cart, climbed into it, and was driven away. Rosamond came in from her own little dwelling to her aunt's at an early hour that day, and when the first surprise and pleasure of finding the child there had passed away, the two women fell to speculating on what kind of revelation it might be which awaited Mrs. Miller. "Depend upon it, aunt," said Susan, "we shall hear the truth about little Gerty now." The hours wore solemnly away in the great building consecrated to suffering and its relief, in which Black Milsom lay dying, with his sister kneeling by his bed, while the good clergyman, who had had pity on the soul of the sinner, sat on the other side, gravely and compassionately looking at them both. The meeting between the brother and sister had been very distressing, and the agony exhibited by the poor woman, when she was made aware that her brother had acknowledged himself a criminal of the deepest dye, was intense. Calm, almost stupor, had succeeded to her wild grief, and the clergyman had spoken words of consolation and hope to the dying and the living. The surgeons had seen the man for the last time. There was nothing more to be done for him now, nothing to do but to wait for the equal foot approaching with remorseless tread. It was indeed a fearful catalogue of crime to which the Reverend Philip Colburn had listened, and had written with his own hand at the dying man's dictation. Not often has such a revelation been made to mortal ears, and the two who heard it, the Christian minister and the trembling, horrified sister, felt that the scene could never be effaced from their memories. With only 2 items in that awful list, this story has to do. The first is the murder of Valentine Jernam. As Mrs. Miller heard her brother, with gasping breath and feeble utterance, tell that horrible story, her heart died within her. She knew it well. Who at Allanbay had not heard of the murder of Mrs. Jernam's darling nephew, the bright, popular, kind-hearted seaman, whose coming had been a jubilee in the little port, whose disappearance had made so painful a sensation? She had heard the story from his aunt, and Rosamond had told her how her husband lived in the hope of finding out and punishing his brother's murderer. And now he was found, this murderer, this thief, this guilt-burdened criminal, and he was her only brother, and dying. Ah, well, Valentine Jernam was avenged. Providence had exacted George Jernam's vengeance. The wrath of man was not needed here. The second crime with which this story has to do was one of old date, one of the earliest in Black Milsom's dreadful career. The dying wretch told Mr. Colburn how he had headed a gang of thieves, chiefly composed of sailors who had deserted their ships some 21 or 2 years before this time, when retribution had come upon him, and in their company had robbed the villa of an English lady at Florence. This crime had been committed with the connivance and assistance of the Italian woman who was nurse to the English lady's child. Milsom, then a handsome young fellow, had offered marriage to the woman, which offer was accepted, and she had made his taking her and the child with him, for nothing would induce her to leave the infant, a condition of her aid. He did so, but the hardship of her new life soon killed the Italian woman, and the child was left to the mercy of Milsom and an old hag, who acted as his drudge and accomplice. What mercy she met with at those hands the reader knows, for that child was the future wife of Sir Oswald Eversleigh. Mr. Colburne listened to this portion of Milsom's confession with intense interest. "The name," he asked, "the name of the lady who lived at Florence, the mother of the child. Tell me the name." "Verner," said the dying man, in a hoarse whisper. "Lady Verner. The child's name was Anna." He was very near his end when he finished his terrible story. While Mr. Colburne was trying to speak peace to the poor darkened, frightened, guilty soul, Mrs. Miller knelt by the bedside, sobbing convulsively. Suddenly she remembered the child she had the care of. Had his account of her been true? Was she also the victim of a crime? She waited, with desperate impatience, but with the habitual respect of her class, until Mr. Colburne had ceased to speak. Then she put her lips close to the dying man's ear, and said, "Thomas, Thomas, for God's sake, tell me about the child. Who is she? Is what you told me true? If not, set it right. Oh, brother, brother, set it right before it is too late." The imploring tone of her voice reached her brother's dull ear. A faint spasm, as though he strove in vain to speak, crossed his white, drawn lips. But the disfigured head in its ghastly bandages was motionless. The shattered arm in its wrappings made no gesture. In terror, in despair, his sister started to her feet, and looked eagerly, closely into his face. In vain the white lips parted, the eyelids quivered, a shiver shook the broad, brawny chest. Then all was still, and Black Milsom was dead. On the following morning, Mr. Colburne took Mrs. Miller back to Allanbay, after giving her a night's rest in his own hospitable home. He left her at her own cottage, and went to Mrs. Jernam's house, as he had promised the afflicted woman he would save her the pain of telling the terrible story which was to clear up the mystery surrounding the merchant captain's fate. When the clergyman reached the house, and lifted his hand to the bright knocker, he heard a sound of many and gleeful voices within, a sound which died away as he knocked for admittance. Presently the door was opened by Mrs. Jernam's trim maid, who replied, when Mr. Colburne asked if he could see Mrs. Jernam, and if she were alone, as a hint that he did not wish to see any one beside: "Please, sir, missus is in, but she ain't alone. Captain George and Mrs. George's father have just come, not half an hour ago." And so Joyce Harker's self-imposed task was at an end, and George Jernam's long brooding upon his brother's fate was over. A solemn stillness came upon the happy party at Allanbay, and Rosamond's tears fell upon little Gerty as she slept upon her bosom, slept where George's child was soon to slumber. Mr. Colburne asked no questions about the child. Mrs. Miller had said nothing to him respecting her charge, and Milsom's death, ensuing immediately on her question, had caused it to pass unnoticed. George Jernam, his wife, and Captain Duncombe started for London early the next day. They had come to a unanimous conclusion, on consultation with Mrs. Miller, that there was a mystery about the child, and that the best thing to be done was to communicate with the police at once. "Besides," said George, "I must see Mr. Larkspur, and tell him he need not trouble himself farther, now that accident, or, as I believe, Providence, has done for us what all his skill failed to do." When George Jernam presented himself at Mr. Larkspur's office, he underwent a rigid inspection by that gentleman's deputy, and having, by a few hints as to the nature of his business, led that astute person to think that it bore on his principal's present quest, he was entrusted with the address of Mr. Andrews, in Percy Street. "So, you see, I don't get my 500, because I didn't find out Captain Jernam's murderer," said Mr. Larkspur, after a long and agitating explanation had put Lady Eversleigh in possession of all the foregoing circumstances. "And here's Captain Jernam's brother comes and takes the job of finding little missy out of my hands. Does my work for me as clean as a whistle." "But I did not know I was doing it, Mr. Larkspur," said George. "I did not know the little Gerty that my Rosamond is so sorry to part with was Miss Eversleigh. You found it out from what I told you." "As if any fool could fail to find out that," said Mr. Larkspur, good humouredly. He had a strong conviction that neither the relinquishment of Lady Eversleigh's designs of punishing her enemies, nor the finding of the heiress by other than his agency, would inflict any injury upon him, a conviction which was amply justified by his future experience. "My good friend," said Lady Eversleigh, "if I do not need your aid to restore my child to me, I need it to restore me to my mother. I cannot realize the truth that I have a mother. I can only feel it. I can only feel how she must have suffered by remembering my own anguish. And hers, how much more cruel, how prolonged, how hopeless! You will see to this at once, Mr. Larkspur, while I go to my child." "Lord bless you, my lady," said Mr. Larkspur, cheerily, "there's no occasion to look very far. You have not forgotten the lady, she that lives so quiet, yet so stylish, near Richmond, and that Sir Reginald Eversleigh pays such attention to. You remember all I told you about her, and how I found out that she was Mr. Dale's aunt, and he know nothing about her?" "Yes, yes," said Lady Eversleigh, breathlessly, "I remember." "Well, my lady, that party near Richmond is Lady Verner, your ladyship's mother." Lady Eversleigh was well nigh overwhelmed by the throng of feelings which pressed upon her. She, the despised outcast, the first cousin of the man who had scorned her, a connection of the great family into which she had married, her husband's equal in rank and in fortune. She, the woman whose beauty had been used to lure Valentine Jernam to his death. She, who had almost witnessed his murder. She owed to Valentine's brother the discovery of her parentage, the defeat of her calumniators, her restoration to a high place in society and to family ties, the destruction of Reginald Eversleigh's designs on Lady Verner's property, and, greatest, best boon of all, the recovery of her child. Her own devices, her own wilfulness, had but led her into deeper danger, into more bitter sorrow. But Providence had done great things for her by the hands of this stranger, between whom and herself there existed so sinister a link. "Can you ever forgive me, Captain Jernam," she said, "for my share in your brother's fate? Must I always be hateful in your sight? Will Mrs. Jernam ever permit me to thank her for her goodness to my child?" For the answer, George Jernam stooped and kissed her hand with all the natural grace inspired by natural good feeling, and Lady Eversleigh felt that she had gained a friend where she had feared to meet a relentless foe. The little party remained long in consultation, and it was decided that nothing was to be done about Lady Verner until Lady Eversleigh had reclaimed her child. George Jernam entreated her to permit him to go to Allanbay and bring the little girl to her mother, but she would not consent. She insisted upon George's bringing his wife to see her immediately, as the preparations for departure did not admit of her calling upon Mrs. Jernam. The gentle, happy Rosamond complied willingly, and so thoroughly had the beautiful lady won the girl's heart before they were long together, that Rosamond herself proposed that George should accompany Lady Eversleigh to Allanbay. With pretty imperiousness she bore down Lady Eversleigh's grateful scruples, and the result was that the two started that same evening, travelled as fast as post horses could carry them, and arrived at Allanbay before even Lady Eversleigh's impatience could find the journey long. Susan Jernam had kept the child with her, and she it was who put little Gerty into her mother's arms. Rarely in her life had Lady Eversleigh lain down to rest with so tranquil a heart as that with which she slept under the humble roof of Captain Jernam's aunt. CHAPTER XXXIX. Of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 39. Confusion Worse than Death. Sir Reginald Eversleigh had paid Victor Carrington a long visit at the cottage at Maida Hill on the day which had witnessed the distressing interview and angry parting between Douglas Dale and Madame Durski. They had talked a great deal, and Reginald had been struck by the strange excitement, the almost feverish exultation in Carrington's tone and manner. He was not more openly communicative as to his plans than usual, but he expressed his expectation of triumph in a way which Eversleigh had never heard him do before. "You seem quite sanguine, Victor," said Sir Reginald. "Mind, I don't ask questions; but you really are sure all is going well? Our affairs march, mon ami, and you are making your game with the old lady at Richmond admirably, are you not?" "Nothing could be better; and indeed I ought to succeed, for it's dull work, I can tell you, especially when she begins talking resignedly about the child that was stolen a few centuries ago, and her hopes of meeting it in a better world. Horrid bore! Dreadful bosh! But anything is worth bearing if money is to be made of it. Good, sure, sterling money. I think it will do me good to see some real money, bank notes and gold, and that sort of thing, for an accommodation bill is the only form of cash I've handled since I came of age. How happy we shall be when it all comes right, your game and mine," continued the baronet. "My plans are very simple. I shall only exchange my shabby lodgings in the Strand for apartments in Piccadilly, overlooking the park, of course. I shall resume my old position among my own set, and enjoy life after my own fashion; and when once I am possessor of a handsome fortune, I dare say I shall have no difficulty in getting a rich wife. And you, Victor, how shall you employ our wealth?" "In the restoration of my name," replied the Frenchman, with suppressed intensity. "Yes, Sir Reginald, the one purpose of my life is told in those words. I have been an outcast and an adventurer, friendless, penniless; but I am the last scion of a noble house, and to restore to that house some small portion of its long lost splendour has been the one dream of my manhood. I am not given to talk much of that which lies nearest my heart, and never until to night have I spoken to you of my single ambition. But you, who have watched me toiling upon a weary road, wading through a morass of guilt, must surely have guessed that the pole star must needs be a bright one, which could lure me onward upon so hideous a pathway. The end has come at last, and I now speak freely. My name is not Carrington. I am Viscount Champfontaine, of Champfontaine, in the department of Charente, and my name was once the grandest in western France. But the Revolution robbed us of lands and wealth, and there remain now but 4 rugged stone towers of that splendid chateau which once rose proudly above the woods of Champfontaine, like a picture by Gustave Doré. The fountain in the field still flows, limpid as in those days when the soldier Gaul pitched his tent beside its waters, and took for himself the name of Champfontaine. To restore that name, to rebuild that chateau, that is the dream which I have cherished." Excited by this unwonted revelation of his feelings, and by the anticipation of the realization of all his hopes, the Frenchman rose, and paced rapidly up and down the room. "I will go to Champfontaine," he said. "I will look once more upon the crumbling towers, so soon to be restored to their primitive strength and grandeur." Reginald watched him wonderingly. This enthusiasm about an ancient name was beyond his comprehension. He, too, bore a name that had been honourable for centuries, and he had recklessly degraded that name. He had begun life with all the best gifts of fortune in his hands, and had squandered all. "I hear your cousin Douglas is very ill," said Carrington, checking his excited manner, and speaking with a sudden change of tone, which produced a strange thrill of Sir Reginald's somewhat weak nerves. "I should recommend you to go and call upon him at his chambers. Never mind any coolness there may have been between you. You needn't see him, you know. In fact, it will be much better for you to avoid doing so. But just call and make the inquiry. I am really anxious to know if there is anything the matter with him." Sir Reginald Eversleigh looked at the Frenchman with a half doubtful, half horror-stricken look, such a look as Faust may have cast at Mephistopheles when Gretchen's soldier brother fell, stricken by the invisible sword of the demon. "I'll tell you what it is, Victor," he said, after a pause. "Unless our luck changes pretty quickly, I shall throw up the sponge some fine morning and blow my brains out. Affairs have been desperate with me for a long time, and your fine schemes have not made me a halfpenny richer. I begin to think that, in spite of all your cleverness, you're no better than a bungler."
"I shall begin to think so myself," answered Victor, between his set teeth, "unless success comes to us speedily. We have been working underground, and the work has been slow and wearisome. But the end cannot be far distant," he added, with a heavy sigh. "Go and inquire after your cousin's health." And so Reginald Eversleigh strove to dismiss the subject from his mind. So powerful is self deception, that he almost succeeded in persuading himself that he had no part in Carrington's plots, that he did not know at what he was aiming, and that he was, personally, absolved from any share in the crime that was being perpetrated, if crime there was; but that there was, he even affected himself to doubt. After Sir Reginald left him, Victor Carrington threw himself into a chair, in a fit of deep despondency. After a time that mood passed away, and he roused himself, and thought of what he had to do that day. He had seen Miss Brewer only the previous day. He had learned how much alarmed Paulina was about her lover's health, and with what good reason. Victor Carrington came to a resolution that this day should be the last of waiting, of suspense. He took a phial from the press where he kept all deadly drugs, placed it in his breast pocket, and went to his mother's sitting room. The widow was sitting as usual at her embroidery frame. She counted some stitches before she raised her head to look at her son. But when she did look up, her own face changed, and she said, "Victor, you are ill. I know you are. You look very ill, not like yourself. What ails you?" "Nothing, mother," replied Victor; "nothing that a little fresh air and exercise will not remove. I have been a little over excited, that is all. I have been thinking of the old home that sheltered my grandfather before the sequestrations of '93; the home that could be bought back to day for an old song, and which a few thousands judiciously invested might restore to something of its old grandeur. One of the Champfontaines received Francis I. and his sister Marguerite in the old chateau, which they burnt during the Terror. Mother, I will tell you a secret to day. Ever since I can remember having a wish, the one great desire of my life has been the desire to restore the place and the name; and I hope to accomplish that desire soon, mother, very soon." "Victor, this is the talk of a madman!" exclaimed the Frenchwoman, alarmed by her son's unwonted vehemence. "No, mother, it is the talk of a man who feels himself on the verge of a great success, or a stupendous failure." "I cannot understand." "There is no need for you to understand any more than this. I have been playing a bold game, and I believe it will prove a winning one." "Is this game an honest one, Victor?" "Honest? Oh, yes," answered the surgeon, with an ominous laugh. "Why should I not be honest? Does not the world teach a man to be honest? See what noble rewards it offers for honesty." He took a crumpled letter from his pocket as he spoke, and threw it across the table to his mother. "Read that, mother," he said. "That is my reward for 10 years' honest toil in a laborious profession. Captain Halkard, the inaugurator of an Arctic expedition for scientific purposes, writes to invite me to join his ship as surgeon. He has heard of my conscientious devotion to my profession, my exceptional talents. See, those are his exact words, and he offers me the post of ship's surgeon, with an honorarium of £50. The voyage is supposed to last 6 months. It is much more likely to last a year. It is most likely to last for ever; for, from the place to which these men are going, the chances are against any man's return; and for unutterable hardship, for the hazard of my life, for my exceptional talents, my conscientious devotion, he offers me £50. That, mother, is the price which honesty commands in the great market of life." "But it might lead to something, Victor," murmured the mother, as she put down the letter, pleased by the writer's praises of her son. "Oh, yes, it might lead to a few words of commendation in a scientific journal, possibly a degree of F.R.G.S., or very probably a grave under the ice, with a grizzly bear for sexton." "You will not accept the offer?" "Not unless my great scheme fails at the last moment. As it cannot fail, as it cannot," he repeated, with the air of a man who tries to realize a possibility too horrible for imagination. It was very late that night before Paulina Durski worn out by the emotion she had undergone, could be persuaded to retire to rest. After Douglas had left her, all the firmness forsook her, all her pride was overthrown. Despair unutterable took possession of her. With him went her last hope, her one only chance of happiness. She flung herself face downwards on her sofa, and gave way to the wildest, most agonizing grief. Thus Miss Brewer found her, and eagerly questioned her concerning the cause of her distress. But she could obtain no explanation from Paulina, who only answered, in a voice broken by convulsive sobs, "Some other time, some other time. Don't ask me now." So Miss Brewer was forced to be silent, if not content, and at length she persuaded Paulina to go to bed. The faithful friend arranged everything with her own hands for Madame Durski's comfort, and would not consent to leave her till she had lain down to rest. The broken-hearted woman bade her friend good night calmly enough; but before Miss Brewer reached the door, she heard Paulina's sobs burst forth again, and saw that she had covered her face with her hands, and buried it in the pillow. It was late on the following morning when Miss Brewer entered Paulina's room, and having softly opened the shutters, drew near the bed with a noiseless step. The bedclothes, which were wont to be tossed and tumbled by the restless sleeper, were smooth and undisturbed. Never had Miss Brewer seen her mistress in an attitude so expressive of complete repose. "Poor thing, she has had a good night, after all," thought the companion. She bent over the quiet figure, the pale face, so statuesque in that calm sleep, and gently touched the white, listless hand. Yes, this indeed was perfect repose, but it was the repose of death. The bottle from which Paulina had habitually taken a daily modicum of opium lay on the ground by the bedside, empty. Whether the luckless, hopeless, heart-broken woman, overwhelmed by the sense of an inscrutable fate that forbade her every chance of peace or happiness, had, in her supreme despair, committed the sin of the suicide, who shall say? It is possible that she had only taken an overdose of the perilous compound unconsciously, in the dull apathy of her despair. She was dead. Life for her had been one long humiliation, one long struggle; and at last, when the cup of happiness had been offered to her lips, a cruel hand had snatched it away from her. When Miss Brewer recovered her senses and her power of action, she sent for Douglas Dale. News of the awful event had got abroad by that time through the terrified servants, and 2 doctors and a policeman were on the premises. A messenger was easily procured, who tore off in a hansom to the Temple. As the man ran up the steps leading to Dr. Johnson's buildings, where Dale's new chambers were situated, he encountered 2 ladies on the first landing. "I beg your pardon," he said, pushing them, however, very decidedly aside as he spoke. "I must see Mr. Dale. Please do not detain him. It is most important." The ladies stood aside, exchanging frightened and curious looks, but made no attempt to make their presence known to Mr. Dale, who came out of his rooms in a few minutes, attended by the messenger, and passed them without seeming in the least aware of their presence, and wearing the ghastliest face that ever was seen on mortal man. That face struck them dumb and motionless, and it was not until Jarvis had twice asked them their names and business, that the elder lady replied. They would call again, she told him, and handed him cards bearing the names of Lady Verner, Lady Eversleigh. Victor Carrington appeared at Hilton House early in the afternoon. He had calculated that his work must needs be very near its completion, and he came prepared to hear of Douglas Dale's mortal illness. The blow that awaited him was a death blow. Miss Brewer had told Douglas all. The lies, the artifices by which the man Carton had contrived to make himself a constant visitor in that house. In a moment, without the mention of the schemer's real name, heaven's light was let in upon the mystery. The dark enigma was solved, and the woman, so tenderly loved and so cruelly wronged, was exonerated. Too late! Too late! That was the agonizing reflection which smote the heart of Douglas Dale with a pain more terrible than the sharpest death pang. "I have broken her heart," he cried. "I have broken that true, devoted heart." The appearance of Victor Carrington was the signal for such a burst of rage as even his iron nature could scarcely brook unshaken. miscreant, devil, incarnate iniquity!" cried Douglas, as he grasped and grappled with the baffled plotter. "You have tried to murder me, and you have tried to murder her. I might have forgiven you the first crime. I will drag you to the halter for the second, and think myself poorly revenged when I hear the rabble yelling beneath your scaffold." Happily for Carrington, the effects of the poison had reduced his victim to extreme weakness. The convulsive grasp loosened, the hoarse voice died into a whisper, and Douglas Dale swooned as helplessly as a woman. "What does it mean?" asked Victor. "Is this man mad?" "We have all been mad," returned Miss Brewer, passionately. "The blind, besotted dupes of your demoniac wickedness. Paulina Durski is dead." "Dead!" "Yes, there was a quarrel yesterday between these two, and he left her. I found her this morning, dead. I have told him all. The part I have played at your bidding. I shall tell it again in a court of justice, I pray God." "You can tell it when and where you please," replied Victor, with horrible calmness. "I shall not be there to hear it." He walked out of the house. Douglas Dale had not yet recovered consciousness, and there was no one to hinder Carrington's departure. For some time he walked on, unconscious whither he went, unable to grasp or realize the events that had befallen. But at last, dimly, darkly, grim shapes arose out of the chaos of his brain. There would be a trial, some kind of trial. Douglas Dale would not be baffled of vengeance if the law could give it him. His crime, what was it, if it could be proved? An attempt to murder. An attempt, the basest, the most hideous and revolting. What hope could he have of mercy? He, utterly merciless himself, expected no such weakness from his fellow men. But in this supreme hour of utter defeat, his thoughts did not dwell on the hazards of the future. The chief bitterness of his soul was the agony of disappointment, of baffled hope, of humiliation, degradation unspeakable. He had thought himself invincible, the master of his fellow men, by the supremacy of intellectual power and remorseless cruelty. And he was what? A baffled trickster, whose every move upon the great chessboard had been a separate mistake, leading step by step to the irrevocable sentence. Checkmate. The ruined towers of Champfontaine arose before him as in a vision, black against a blood-red sky. I can understand those mad devils of '93. I can understand the roll call of the guillotine, the noyades, the conflagrations, the foul orgies of murderous drunkards, drunken with blood. Those men had schemed as I have schemed, and worked as I have worked, and waited as I have waited, to fail like me. He had walked far from the West End into some dreary road eastward of the city, choosing by some instinct the quietest streets, before he was calm enough to contemplate the perils of his position, or to decide upon the course he should take. A few minutes' reflection told him that he must fly. Douglas Dale would doubtless hunt him as a wild beast is hunted. Where was he to go? Was there any lair or covert in all that wide city where he might be safely hidden from the vengeance of the man he had wronged so deeply? He remembered Captain Halkard's letter. He dragged the crumpled sheet of paper from his pocket, and read a few lines. Yes, it was as he had thought. The Pandion was to leave Gravesend at 5 o'clock next morning. "I will go to the ice graves and the bears," he exclaimed. "Let them track me there." Energetic always, no less energetic even in this hour of desperation, he made his way down to the sailors' quarter, and spent his last few pounds in the purchase of a scanty outfit. After doing this, he dined frugally at a quiet tavern, and then took the steamer for Gravesend. He slept on board the Pandion. The place offered him had not been filled by any one else. It was not a very tempting post, or a very tempting expedition. The men who had organized it were enthusiasts, imbued with that fever thirst of the explorer which has made many martyrs, from the age of the Cabots to the days of Franklin. The Pandion sailed in that grey, cheerless morning, her white sails gleaming ghastly athwart the chill mists of the river, and so vanished for ever Victor Carrington from the eyes of all men, save those who went with him. The fate of that expedition was never known. Beneath what iceberg the Pandion found her grave, none can tell. Brave and noble hearts perished with her, and to die with those good men was too honourable a doom for such a wretch as Victor Carrington. CHAPTER XXX. Chapter 40 of Run to Earth, a Novel, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gail Mattern. Chapter 40. So Shall Ye Reap. Little now remains to be told of this tale of crime and retribution, of suffering and compensation. Miss Brewer told her dreadful story, as far as she knew it, with perfect truth, and her evidence, together with the evidence of the chemist who had supplied Madame Durski from time to time with the fatal consoler of all her pains and sorrows, made it clear that the luckless woman, lying quietly in the darkened room at Hilton House, had died from an overdose of opium. Douglas Dale could not attend that inquest. He was stricken down with fever. The fate of the woman he had so loved, so unjustly suspected, nearly cost him his life, and when he recovered sufficiently, he left England, not to return for 3 years. Before his departure, he saw Lady Eversleigh and her mother, and established with them a bond of friendship as close as that of their kin. He provided liberally for Miss Brewer, but her rescue from poverty brought her no happiness. She was a broken-hearted woman. Victor Carrington's mother retired into a convent, and was probably as happy as she had ever been. She had loved him but little, whose only virtue was that he had loved her much. Captain Copplestone's rapture knew no bounds when he clasped little Gertrude in his arms once more. He was almost jealous of Rosamond Jernam, when he found how great a hold she had obtained on the heart of her charge. But his jealousy was mingled with gratitude, and he joined Lady Eversleigh in testifying his friendship for the tender-hearted woman who had protected and cherished the heiress of Raynham in the hour of her desolation. It is not to be supposed that the world remained long in ignorance of this romantic episode in the commonplace story of everyday life. Paragraphs found their way into the newspapers, no one knew how, and society marvelled at the good fortune of Sir Oswald's widow. "That woman's wealth must be boundless," exclaimed aristocratic dowagers, for whom the grip of poverty's bony fingers had been tight and cruel. "Her husband left her magnificent estates and an enormous amount of funded property, and now a mother drops down from the skies for her benefit, a mother who is reported to be almost as rich as herself." Amongst those who envied Lady Eversleigh's good fortune, there was none whose envy was so bitter as that of her husband's disappointed nephew, Sir Reginald. This woman had stood between him and fortune, and it would have been happiness to him to see her grovelling in the dust, a beggar and an outcast. Instead of this, he heard of her exaltation, and he hated her with an intense hatred which was almost childish in its purposeless fury. He speedily found, however, that life was miserable without his evil counsellor. The Frenchman's unabating confidence in ultimate success had sustained the penniless idler in the darkest day of misfortune; but now he found himself quite alone, and there was no voice to promise future triumph. He knew that the game of life had been played to the last card, and that it was lost. His feeble character was not equal to support the burden of poverty and despair. He dared not show his face at any of the clubs where he had once been so distinguished a member, for he knew that the voice of society was against him. Thus, hopeless, friendless, and abandoned by his kind, Sir Reginald Eversleigh had recourse to the commonest form of consolation. He fled from a country in which his name had become odious, and took up his abode in Paris, where he found a miserable lodging in one of the narrowest alleys in the neighbourhood of the Luxembourg, which was then a labyrinth of narrow streets and lanes. Here he could afford to buy brandy, for at that date brandy was much cheaper in France than it is now. Here he could indulge his growing propensity for strong drink to the uttermost extent of his means, and could drown his sorrows, and drink destruction to his enemies, in fiery draughts of cognac. For some years he inhabited the same dirty garret, keeping the key of his wretched chamber, going up and down the crumbling old staircase, uncared for and unnoticed. Few who had known him in the past would have recognized the once elegant young man in this latter stage of his existence. Form and features, complexion, and expression were alike degraded. The garments worn by him who had once been the boasted patron of crack West End tailors were now shapeless and hideous. The dandy of the clubs had become a perambulating mass of rags. Every day when the sun shone, he buttoned his greasy, threadbare overcoat across his breast, and crawled to the public garden of the Luxembourg, where he might be seen shuffling slipshod along the sunniest walk, an object of contempt and aversion in the eyes of nursery maids and grisettes, a butt for the dare devil students of the quarter. Had he any consciousness of his degradation? Yes, that was the undying vulture which preyed upon his entrails, the consuming fire that was never quenched. During the brief interval of each day in which he was sober, Sir Reginald Eversleigh was wont to reflect upon the past. He knew himself to be the wretch and outcast he was, and, looking back at his start in life, he could but remember how different his career might have been had he so chosen. In those hours the slow tears made furrows in his haggard cheeks, the tears of remorse, vain repentance, that came too late for earth, but not perhaps utterly too late for heaven, since even for this last and worst of sinners there might be mercy. Thus his life passed, a changeless routine, unbroken by one bright interval, one friendly visit, one sign or token to show that there was any link between this lonely wretch and the rest of humanity. One day the porter, who lived in a little den at the bottom of the lodging-house staircase, suddenly missed the familiar figure which had gone by his rabbit hutch every day for the last 6 years, the besotted face that had stared at him morning and evening with the blank, unseeing gaze of the habitual drunkard. "What has become of the old toper who lives up yonder among the chimney-pots?" cried the porter suddenly to the wife of his bosom. "I have not seen him to-day, nor yesterday, nor for many days. He must be ill. I will go upstairs and make inquiries by and by, when I have leisure." The porter waited for a leisure half hour after dark, and then tramped wearily up the steep old staircase with a lighted candle, to see after the missing lodger. He might have waited even longer without detriment to Sir Reginald Eversleigh. The baronet had been dead many days, suffocated by the fumes of his poor little charcoal stove. A trap door in the roof, which he had been accustomed to open for the ventilation of his garret, had been closed by the wind, and the baronet had passed unconsciously from sleep to death. He had died, and no one had been aware of his death. The people of the house did not know either his name or his country. His burial was that of an unknown pauper, and the bones of the last male scion of the house of Eversleigh were mingled with the bones of Parisian paupers in the cemetery of Père Lachaise. While Sir Reginald Eversleigh dragged out the wretched remnant of his existence in a dingy Parisian alley, there was perfect peace and tranquil happiness for the woman against whose fair fame he and Victor Carrington had so basely conspired. Yes, Anna was at peace, surrounded by friends, delighted day by day to watch the budding loveliness, the sportive grace of Gertrude Eversleigh, the idolized heiress of Raynham. As Lady Eversleigh paced the terraces of an Italian garden, her mother by her side, with Gertrude clinging to her side, as she looked out over the vast domain which owned her as mistress, it might seem that fortune had lavished her fairest gifts into the lap of her who had been once a friendless stranger, singing in the taverns of Wapping. Wonderful indeed had been the transitions which had befallen her; but even now, when the horizon seemed so fair before her, there were dark shadows upon the past which, in some measure, clouded the brightness of the present, and dimmed the radiance of the future. She could not forget her night of agony in the house amongst the marshes beyond Ratcliffe Highway. She could not cease to lament the loss of that noble friend who had rescued her in the hour of her despair. The world wondered at the prolonged widowhood of the mistress of Raynham. People were surprised to find that a woman in the golden prime of womanhood and beauty could be constant to the memory of a husband old enough to have been her father. But in due time society learned to accept the fact as a matter of course, and Lady Eversleigh was no longer the subject of hopes and speculations. Her constant gratitude and friendship for the Jernams suffered no diminution as time went on. The difference in their social position made no difference to her, and no more frequent or more welcome guests were seen at Raynham than Captain Duncombe, his daughter and son in law, and honest Joyce Harker. Lady Eversleigh had a particular regard for the man who had so true and faithful a heart, and she would often talk to him; but she never mentioned the subject of that miserable night on which he had seen her down at Wapping. That subject was tacitly avoided by both. There was a pain too intense, a memory too dark, associated with the events of that period. And so the story ends. There is no sound of pleasant wedding bells to close my record with their merry jangling chorus. Is it not the fate of the innocent to suffer in this life for the sins of the wicked? Lady Eversleigh's widowhood, Douglas Dale's lonely life, are the work of Victor Carrington, a work not to be undone upon this earth. If he has failed in all else, he has succeeded at least in this: he has ruined the happiness of two lives. For both his victims time brings peace, a sober gladness that is not without its charm. For one, a child's affection, a child's growing grace of mind and form, bring a happiness on, clouded at intervals by the dark shadows of past sorrow. But in the heart of Douglas Dale there is an empty place which can never be filled upon earth. Will the Eternal and All-Seeing One forgive her for her reckless, useless life? And shall I meet her among the blessed in heaven? He asks himself sometimes, and then he remembers the holy words of comfort unspeakable: "Come unto me, ye that are weary and heavy laden, and I will give you rest." Had not Paulina been weary and heavy laden, bowed down by the burden of a false accusation, friendless, hopeless from her very cradle? He thought of the illimitable mercy, and he dared to hope for the day in which he should meet her he loved beyond the veil. End of Chapter 40. End of Run to Earth, a novel.